States is a communication to the children to take a trip, to cop out, to groove. This lady's got a check on the record album. This is a special question. We don't want you to smoke genetic modified ganja. We want you to smoke the real thing. One of them smoke natural herb. Sweet. Some call it marijuana. Sweet. Some call it sesame. Sweet. Some call it lamb's bread. The tea. And some people call it.
But I can't. Yeah, there we go.
Welcome to another edition of the Adam Dunn Show. I'm your host, Adam Dunn, and there's Dave. It's bicycle day. Come on, Dave, get your shit together. Get on your bike. Get on your bike and ride, boy. Get on that bike.
Look, hold on. Get out of my way.
Can you do it?
That's how I roll.
It's official.
Get out of my way.
It's official. Welcome. We got Seth in the house. Who else we got? We got a whole crew.
There are people there. I don't know who they
Introduce.
are. Who are they?
Hey there. This is Isabella and Judd.
Hey! Kawhi Hemp's in the house.
Kawhi Hemp. Yeah, time zone. It's about the time.
Wait, what time is it? It's early for you guys.
So early.
It's 12:45.
Yeah.
And then we got Seth Ferrante going on his way to the big screening. Today's the screening, right? It's happening right now.
It's right here. It's right here.
It's right here. It's right.
I mean,
nice.
I'm at the screen. I'm at the place. I'm at Psychedelic Assembly in Manhattan, man, for Bicycle Day. It's a trip.
Are you guys doing
now they got these? Yeah, not only California and Denver, but now they got these places in New York City too.
Is there a big bicycle crew going out there today, or is there any?
We're showing my film, so
I know that, but I'm saying physically.
Seth, turn your phone sideways.
Oh yeah, production value.
Oh.
We got the highest production value around.
Oh yeah. All right.
And Isabella and Judd aren't even using stock backgrounds. That's actually where they are right now.
They're just sitting on the same exact place magically.
Just inverted.
Opposite ends of the field.
Right.
Yeah.
So amazing how you could do that.
We had to sit at opposite ends of the field so we didn't get any, audio blowback between the two of us.
Gotcha. So Seth is
wow. I just want you to know, Isabella, you just got an atta girl from Mark.
I was going to make a joke like that, but I didn't know if it was even going to be like go over everyone's head or not.
Yeah. Did you want to borrow my helmet? Do you have one? Judd needs a helmet. He's got more glare on his forehead than I do.
Shiny. Yeah.
So Seth's on a short schedule, man. He's got big things going on today. So how many people are you expecting to this screening? What's your
30 or 40? Easy.
I don't know. I mean, that'd be nice. 50, 60, 100. I don't know.
So every time it's funny because I was looking back on our messages, and every time I talk to you, I'm like, yeah, we need to get a show going, and then we sort of flake off it. And then in between, you write a new movie or a new book or something comes out. So I'm like, well, I guess we'll just move on to the next one.
Hey, Adam, for those of us who have no fucking clue who Seth is, maybe you could tell us who he is and what his movie is and all that stuff.
Time, I could have done it, but since you were the interrupter, Maximus, I could not get it. Seth Ferrante, videographer, man who has been in the scene in both sides of it, I can say, inside and outside, right? And so Seth was a big advocate of LSD back in the day, maybe a little bit too big of an advocate, and found himself behind the walls, and in that time wrote furiously, I think, right? Is that when you started putting pen to paper?
Yeah. I was just trying to reach out from the walls. That the war on drugs was going, and they were just locking people up for decades for all types of crazy stuff. I mean, I was first-time nonviolent LSD offender, but all types of dudes in there for like barely nothing, like 20, 25 years of life.
Well, yeah, and LSD, in the LSD world too, they were weighing like the paper, and it was all crazy.
And when were you? When was your case, Seth? Did they weigh your paper then, or was there any?
Yeah. No, so mine was like a little over a gram. It was like 120 sheets, and they weighed it, and so they said it was like 87 grams.
Yeah. Of course, yeah.
With the paperweight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like with cannabis, it's like when they take the root ball out and throw it on there. You're just like, really, 20 pounds? Like,
street value of $9 billion
per plant.
Yeah.
Well, that's a shame.
But it's all good. It's all good because I make films now. I've been out 9 years. I started writing inside, continued writing. I made this film, wrote and produced this film on Netflix called White Boy. about White Boy Rick, and then now I got my own company, my own studio, and I'm doing my own stuff. The one we're showing tonight, Psychedelic Revolution: Secret History of the LSD Trade, Episode 1.
Fantastic.
Amazing. And so obviously, if it's episode 1, there's more in the works. It sounds like.
Yeah, I'm working on 2 and 3 right now. Episode 1 is up on Amazon and Tubi, and I'm hoping to get out episode 2, by July, and then episode 3 right after that, hopefully August, September.
And what do you see, since you're LSD centric, at least that's what, you made your bones with. Do you see anything coming forward in the LSD community as far as for, very meticulously calculated microdoses for people who might be a little, what's the word I'm looking for? They don't have the time of an 8 or 10 hours to go back in, to the 60s, 70s, and 80s, but want to experience that type of mind awakening as some of us had?
Yeah, I mean, I microdose, but when I microdose, I take like half a hit, so that's like microdosing for me. So, to each his own. I don't know. I want to feel it, but, I've seen people do it. I've seen people do it more with mushrooms. I've seen a lot of people, like they have the little capsules, and it has like, whatever finite amount in it. Yeah, but the LSD, I see people do it. I've seen people with like liquid, like going around, like it's microdose, it's like watered down or whatever they mix it with. I don't know. But yeah, for me, a microdose is like, about 50 mics at least.
That's a half a hit for most people, and a good afternoon, possibly into the evening.
Yeah, about 4 to 6 hours.
And what do you think about now the quality of the product that's out there now? Because that's always been the case. It's always been like, obviously the precursors were hard to get, and everybody kind of like cut corners. And then, there was that time period when I was growing up that if you're on the East Coast, you were having a hard time finding anything that was clean, and real. It was like always like, oh, no, if you were lucky, And then obviously, it seems like now we're in a renaissance, right? It's like all of a sudden it's everywhere. But since you're
I remember back then it was like they would call like it was double set, and it was like cut with strychnine or something, and instead of like triple set, I guess they were supposed to dip it 3 times instead of 2 times. But I know you'd hear those stories. I didn't know people that do that, but you would see stuff like that on the lots. And but I don't know. I've always been hooked in and had connections, to like what they call like the families, like the Grateful Dead family. So everything, these are like the old hippie people from like the 60s. They've been pretty much, controlling this industry or trade or whatever you want to call it. So, if you're plugged in with them, you don't even have to be in the source. You just have to be, associates of those family members, and you can get, very clean, high potent, LSD. I mean, it's on blotter paper, so who knows if it's 100 mics per hit, I mean, you never know. I don't know how it settles on the paper. I've talked to a lot of chemists that say that sometimes, it can go to one edge or another. So, but that's the idea.
Don't do it on a boat.
100 mics per hit.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't do it on a boat. You'd be like, it's leaning a little in that corner.
Were you on tour back in the day, Seth?
Yeah, but I was, probably from like 87 to like 90. But, I got my friends. Like, my friends are like hardcore Deadheads. I was never a hardcore Deadhead. I mean, I tell people that all the time. I was there for the drug scene. I was like a college drug dealer. The music was cool, but, like some of my friends, they're like hardcore, So, I mean, if you guys know Deadheads, you know hardcore, and I was never hardcore into the music, but I was always been hardcore into the scene. But, as a drug dealer.
I'm sure Isabella and Judd know nothing. So we're talking about the Grateful Dead. They were a band that toured in the 60s and 70s and 80s. And
never heard of them.
Seth, I'm making fun. That's Bill Kreutzmann's daughter in the lower right screen there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey.
Shout out to Bill Kreutzmann, our hero.
Yeah.
No, I've talked to your brother, the one that makes films, a couple of times, just by
Justin.
email and stuff. Yeah. I've had a little contact with him.
Great guy.
Yeah. But I've never met him. Never met him personally though. Nice to meet you though.
Nice to meet you as well. Yeah, glad the Deadhead community was able to support your local economy.
Yeah.
Sure did.
Did you know Hayward Bill in '87?
Nah.
Okay. He was my one connection to Owsley Stanley. So the one time I knew that I bought LSD straight from Owsley was because Hayward Bill walked right over to him and got the vials. And when he told me it was $20 a vial in 1990, I couldn't believe it and felt like I had thrown something off in the universe. So I put a vial in my pocket, and then I just gave a vial away at Shoreline Amphitheater. So everybody in my section just got high that night, and then took the other vial back to Syracuse. And
it was probably White Lightning. All
I know is he walked right over to Owsley, and I was just flipping out, just trying to maintain my cool.
Oh, I know about
it's hard
that.
for me. No, I didn't know anything.
No, that's an awesome story though.
I was very fortunate to be in some right places at the right time. One of those was in front of Isabella's dad in Berlin, and we're going to go live to Berlin tomorrow morning, by the way. So it's 8:20 is Berlin's 4:20, and we have people on the ground there who will give us a call. So if you're still with us.
Yes, we got another guy too, who's one of our listeners, who he ended his thing with from almost legal Germany, and I was like, "You're coming on the show tomorrow."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh wow, okay." I wasn't thinking that, but yeah. Units of Inheritance. Shout out.
It's funny, right? He said to you, almost legal, because they said they legalized it, but they don't have the framework yet. So there will be a last person who's going to get arrested. I mean, there's going to be that last person. Hopefully it happened already, and they're just totally dropping it. They're not enforcing anything. But it's going to be a rough road knowing Germany. Nothing's going to be easy. Do you guys have bicycles? I have a bicycle right here. You have handlebars?
Have you got your bikes out?
You got your bike out? Ready to go? No?
No.
Okay. Mark was supposed to have bicycles delivered to you guys, but I guess he just didn't do his job.
That's usually the way we do it around here.
But is everybody tripping? That's the other question. Is everyone tripping?
This is the beginning of a 24-hour show.
We got to start. We got to start ourselves a little.
You guys better start. You better start dropping. You could drop one now, and then like 12 hours in, drop two. You'll be good to go.
He needs
Started with espresso.
Yeah, right.
That'll keep you up. I'm telling you, that'll keep you up. That's what the truckers do. They trip on acid when they drive 18, 20 hours a day.
Makes you feel good. Makes you feel good being out there knowing they're tripping balls while you're in there.
Feeling very confident about our roadways.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's
in the military.
Well, they can't test for that.
Pretty sure we just took off, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the movie today that you're putting out, is this the Bicycle Day? Is that the episode, or is that just because of the day?
No. It's just for the Bicycle Day event. So it's
Gotcha.
Psychedelic Revolution: The Secret History of the LSD Trade, Episode 1.
And so you're going.
Which is it's going to be a 10-part series eventually.
Wow.
I'm working on 2 or 3 now. I'm not Netflix. I'm a little studio, so I got to do these things one at a time.
Right.
But we're showing the Episode 1 that we premiered last year at Midway, and it's on Amazon and Tubi now.
Okay.
So so it's about to start right now at 7. But thanks for having me on the show, man. And,
of course. No, we'll have you.
I got my Tangled Roots project. I got the first episode. Probably gonna be ready. Like I'm hoping around June.
Oh, perfect.
So when I get some cuts of that, maybe I'll let you guys check it out. Maybe I can come on. We talk about that.
Sounds like a plan. Let's do it.
Yeah, that's my love letter to Humboldt County.
Sweet.
All right.
Let's do it.
Well, if there's ever an opportunity, for these mugs to be on camera, where we're always willing and ready to, for the cause. We're team players. Team players.
No, I hear you. I'm not too scripted yet, but that's where I'm trying to go. I'm trying to use these documentaries, put out some successful docs, and then I can make that next jump.
If you need a freak on roller skates, that's your guy right there. He'll put the wig on and everything. He'll go back in time.
I can do it. My hair was longer. I still have the skates.
You can wear a wig.
Yeah.
I'll grow it out.
And pasties. We got it going.
All
right.
All right, Seth. Have a good one.
Happy 24 hours, man. You guys have a successful next 24 hours.
And
man.
you have a link, and you can drop in whenever you want. If it's
all right.
4 a.m. and you're all tripping balls, and you're like, let's see what those guys are up to. Then we're here.
All right, y'all. Peace. Be safe. Nice to meet you guys, man. Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
And Isabella and
Oh, you can tell. Look.
there
No.
he is.
We're going to have to wait a second. Kauai Hemp is on right now. We're not bumping them for, what was that? Is that like Malibu Ed?
It's Malibu Ed. It's like
Is
Ken
it a-
doll, like a Ken doll. He's like the Ken doll.
Are you wearing that shirt in honor of the Hawaii guests we have on right now? You wanted to look like a complete freak? Or wait, are you walking out of a Target?
This is a Fiji shirt.
I don't know. Yeah. I'm not
Yeah.
buying, I'm not buying
Fijian? Would
it.
that be
I'm not
Fijian?
buying it.
What? And you've got 2 for 1 here.
Oh, your daughter Jane is there. And now he's gone.
Oh, and 2 for none.
2 for none.
We got
All right.
two for
Isabella and Judd from Kauai Hemp, thank you. We've been trying to have you guys on for the longest time. And you'll know that the beautiful box you sent me of CBD tinctures, and I think there was soap in there and lotion and T-shirts, is sitting right on my counter at home. 40 miles in Boulder right now. So I'd be holding your T-shirts up, showing everyone.
We've been told about it a lot. We've been told many
But that's
times.
where it is.
Yeah, many times.
Okay.
But you can all go to kawaihempco.com, right? Did I get that right?
Yep. That's correct.
And their CBD is amazing. My puppy loves it.
Wonderful. Yeah, we actually launched a line with Bill earlier last year. So it's called Bill the Drummer, and it is comprised of a CBD-CBG 1-to-1 tincture that's 2,000 milligrams per bottle. And then we have the pet tincture, as well as a recovery salve that has sort of like a heating element to it. And then we also just launched a CBG based gummy as well. It's launching tomorrow. So that will be available for purchase exclusively at kawaihempco.com.
The big 420 launch. No one does that.
Yeah,
no one does a 420 launch, right? It's like
I know, it's unheard of in the industry. It's very unique. So
staying outside. Yeah, thinking outside the box.
Well, you're the
Yeah,
first people
yeah.
to zoom in from outside in a long time, too. So, I mean, what a hell of a
Non-stock,
backdrop there.
non-stock footage. Yeah, I know. It's amazing.
Yeah, we've actually stopped the weather. Have you noticed the clouds have just remained completely still just for us?
mhm.
Yeah, you paid Harp.
Got
Good job.
into-
You got into Harp. You're like, hey, guys, I need this still background for the next.
Judd, just so you know,
Exactly.
Adam believes there are electrical devices that control weather, and I mean, he's not soma crazy, but he's pretty out there.
Look at Dubai right now. Looking pretty
Yeah.
bad over there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dubai's not looking too hot. You know,
And that's not because of global climate change. It's
No, it's
because
'cause they have
someone
a
turned a
city.
dial somewhere and a laser beam went somewhere, and
they just salt the clouds. They do it.
they
all the time.
you getting all this down. You can salted cloud should be your next line from Kauai Hemp. Just call
Right.
it salted cloud salve or something like that.
Noted.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I do have to pop off. I can't stay for much longer. I don't know, Judd, are you available much longer?
Yeah, I got about 10, 15 more minutes.
Beautiful.
Okay, great. I'm so sorry to cut it short,
No,
but
it's all right.
it was great chatting with you guys.
We're having that kind of a show anyway.
You've been on
to
our
pop
show
in,
before.
Pop in, pop out.
Yes.
Did
yeah.
you expect
All
us
right.
to be organized and professional? I mean, did you really? I mean, I
didn't.
just want to make sure you weren't expecting that, because if you were, I'm going to blame it on our producer, Mark, for not
My
letting you know.
expectations were managed. So
Excellent.
thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you, Isabella.
Happy Bicycle Day, happy 420, and have a great 24-hour show. Bye.
That's right. Thank you. Aha, Trinidad in the house. I see.
Marcus.
What's going on, my friend? Long time.
Man, it's been quite a while, Adam. How you been? I missed you in Europe this year, huh?
Were you there too? And we
Yeah.
just missed each other. Oh man.
Yeah, we went to the Women in Cannabis event. We were at La Colada. He even stopped by TH Seeds.
Oh, is that? Oh, that's true. They did tell me you came by.
Yep.
That's true.
Yeah, definitely.
Did you have hot sauce for me? Did you have hot sauce for me? And
Yes.
For the first year in a long time, I didn't travel with hot sauce because actually this is my first year that I did Europe last. I did
then I'm okay with it. Then I'm okay with it. If I
Thailand and all that first year.
if I knew there was hot sauce there and I missed that, I'd have been extra pissed off.
Hey, Jane, if you can hear us, turn Ed's phone sideways. There we go. Look at that.
Oh, nice.
So Judd, you are on with Ed Rosenthal and Marcus. Oh man, am I going to butcher your last name? Ramkasoon? No,
I don't know if Ed remembers me. Ed, we met some years ago through Joseph, who worked at Sensi Seeds, the cowboy guy with the suit and the big beard.
Big tall Joseph, yeah. Speaking of acid,
you said to me,
there's your guy right there.
Yeah, well, I met Adam through Joseph. Joseph was my first friend in Amsterdam, my first European friend. Actually treated me really well the first time we met, and introduced me to Adam and Soma first, actually. So I've known these guys for longer than I've known most of the other friends in Amsterdam. When I met with Ed some years ago, though, he was busy doing something at one of the expos. I think it was High Times Cup, and he said to me to roll a joint.
Get his money out of him. Give me the money. Give me the monies.
Of course, when Ed said roll a joint for him, but I'm from Trinidad, so I not really thinking about it. I rolled my Trinidad roll on, which for those of you guys who don't know is a pure weed joint rolled onto the end of a cigarette, and we smoke the entire thing. That's just how we grew up smoking here in Trinidad. It is unique to Trinidad. And Ed took it and took one look at it. What the hell is this? Gave it back to me and said, no, roll a proper joint. So I don't know if you remember, Ed, but
that's like my Jack moment. Maybe. It's like my Jack moment, but a little different.
Yeah.
Similar but different. Like you meet your hero, and they shut you down.
I don't remember anything past last week.
I know how that goes. But great to see you. Great to see you up and move. I know you were at Europe this year. Also, sorry I missed you then, but really happy to see you up and about all over and doing your thing. Continuing to carry on.
So after the show, the whole Humboldt crew, I was with the Humboldt crew, Humboldt Seed. We all went to Morocco. We went to Katama and met with a group of farmers, with groups of farmers. And then we went down to the Sahara and hung out in the dunes. It was really nice.
It's pretty epic stuff.
Yeah.
Judd was just in the Sahara hanging out in the dunes the other night, he was telling me too. So, you have that in common.
So I didn't, but my friends were, they were sandboarding using the snowboard.
Is there any chance you did that too, and it's on video somewhere, Ed?
Because no, I didn't do it. I'll tell you what.
Because you would have broken something.
Like it's not like there's a ski lift there, so you have to climb up the dunes, and it is. I just didn't want to expend all my energy climbing up a dune, and also since I've never snowboarded or rollerboarded, I didn't think that this was the time to learn.
Fair enough. Well, we know Judd only has like 6 minutes left. So, Judd, do you want to tell us anything about Kauai Hemp? Anything else? Any new products coming out? Really, if you could, I'd love to hear more about the CBD tincture, because that's got promise in the industry for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we dedicated a lot of our crop to CBG in the past several years here, as compared to the CBD that's flooding the markets. Has a unique bunch of properties, actually. We try to target it as more of our daytime formulation. Some anti-inflammatory properties as well that's unique to CBG, as opposed to CBD, which only binds, I believe, to the CB1 receptor, whereas CBG does bind to both CB1 and CB2.
Sorry, I got distracted looking at that monstrosity Trinidad joint that Marcus is rolling. I watched you roll that at La Colada, and I told you, I said it looks just tiresome and painful. Like after you rolled it, you need to take a break or, drink some electrolytes. Because it was just this, you had to think everything through and it connects, and anyway, that's all right.
I know the Americans are not one for the tobacco, especially when it's in a cigarette form. But a lot of people used to ask Franco when he was alive, how come you're smoking tobacco and your weed, how can you do this? And he told them the same thing I tell people now. I took it from him. This is how we grew up smoking. This is how I know how to smoke. I'm comfortable getting, what I want to feel from this method. If I smoke a pure joint, I don't feel the way I'm accustomed feeling, So it's good when people.
You mean you get high? Yeah. You're like, oh shit, I got high. Fuck, I've been trying to avoid it all these years. I was avoiding it.
Listen, I don't want to be a downer, but I'm going to be.
Not
you don't want to be a downer, Ed?
Ed, come
you
on.
don't say.
Come on, Ed.
But I will tell you this: that I have no friends left who smoke tobacco. They're all dead, and so most of them died before they were 60. And smoking tobacco with cannabis is not as bad as smoking tobacco alone, but it's certainly certainly dangerous, and even small amounts of tobacco raise your chances of getting lung cancer and other cancers considerably.
Well, I think the problem.
So
I agree.
I don't think that. But let me finish. I don't think that it's a matter of habit or custom or anything like that. I don't care what the customs were in Europe or Trinidad or any place else. It still affects you. If you're smoking tobacco, you're putting yourself at risk. And you can't say that in terms of lungs for cannabis, but you can for tobacco. So, and I can show you the reports if you would like to see them.
I know. I fully agree with you. I'm sorry I have to, but I do.
That when you smoke with tobacco, each time you do that, you're making a choice to compromise your health.
Yeah.
I think let me translate for you because I don't know if Ed translates into Trinidadian that well. This is what he says. He says, Marcus, even though I didn't remember when we first met, I love you. And I want you to be around for much longer.
Up here, don't get me wrong. As you see me smiling, I'm in full agreement with what he's saying, and I know for him to take the time out to actually say something like this, of course, it's coming from a place of love, and I definitely appreciate it. Of course, I'm not saying I'm going to stop tomorrow.
I think
but when you stop, you'll credit Ed.
I mean, I think the biggest problem.
From my heart, I appreciate the sentiment from you. Ed, I mean, come on, you're a legend in this game, and I look up to you as one of those people also. So, I truly take that to heart, and I appreciate it.
I think one of the problems. I think one of the problems with it, though.
You know what? I had a writing partner who he was a scientist like he was a scientist, and he was a tobacco smoker, and. I said to him one day, you're smoking tobacco and you know what it's about. You read the science magazines. And he said, Ed, I've got it together. And you don't have to tell me about it. So I never spoke with him about it again. And today he has 1.5 lungs.
I think you're supposed to have. I think what you're saying is he had half a lung removed.
You're welcome to tell me about it. Of course, I'm not promising to stop anything, but you are welcome to please. I love the constructive criticism, and I mean, come on, dudes, this is Ed. Ed took his time out of his day to tell Marcus here in Trinidad about singing. I love this. This is amazing, dude. I really appreciate it. So I'm really glad that I'm on here.
Marcus, nobody else can hear us. It's just me.
I say that out of love. I don't want to stop you from enjoyment. Mila smokes with tobacco.
Right. Yeah.
So when I see her, I'll smoke a little bit with her because if you don't smoke tobacco, you get really high from it.
Yeah.
But,
yes.
So just so you know, Ed, when you smoke tobacco, you are making a choice to not really think of your health.
It's one thing to do it.
I know all about that.
A couple of times a year rather than a couple of times a day.
Yeah,
definitely. I have a few beers once a year in Barcelona with my good friend Oscar at Train Hunters.
Right.
So That's my drinking, but it's the same thing. I agree. I fully agree.
Well, tobacco will grab you, though. That's for sure. It's like one of those things where if you don't like, that's the problem with mixing with cannabis, in my opinion, is that if you're in a place where you don't have weed and you're like, yeah, I'll just have a drag off of this, and then all of a sudden it's a slippery slope. You know what I mean? Like I was in Australia for 11 months, and in that 11 months, I started smoking tobacco because everybody there mixes tobacco with their bong hits. Like I was like, holy fuck, I'm not getting out of this alive. You know what I mean? It was like literally, because they already took the weed, they molded all up with tobacco, and they're like, you want some? And I'm like, not really, but I guess so. You know?
Hold on, let me pick it out.
And I tried, and I really, but within 6 months, I was already taking drags off of cigarettes and stuff. So I was like, oh, this shit is bad. You know what I mean? It's so evil.
So bad.
And then luckily I quit. When I got back to America, I was too embarrassed with my friends.
Wait a minute. Was that Vinny talking about tobacco?
Yes.
It's interesting. Let me tell you a little aside, Ed and Marcus and Judd. You'll love this story. It's just uplifting. So Vinny, our what do we call Vinny? Our sound engineer.
He's the vindicator.
He's the vindicator who owns So High Cafe. He did something that most can't do. He quit smoking. And I believe you had to get to 8 days. If you can get to 8 days, it's like a milestone. Like your system is cleared, and if you can get past that, you're on the road to being not a smoker. And so, what does our dear friend Adam do? He sends Vinny a video that I shit you not, after I saw it, I wanted to smoke cigarettes, okay? And I hate tobacco. It made tobacco seem like the greatest orgasm in the world, the pinnacle of life. You had to. And thinking that Vinny would just laugh, he started smoking again, and Adam broke him. So, just so you know, that nicotine is fucking powerful, man. It is fucking powerful. And if you have a friend like Adam, he can make anybody a smoker.
There you go.
Well, I have one way to help stop smoking is every time I have a cigarette, smoke a CBD joint.
Okay.
So you get some of that. You get the smoking lungs. You get the oral, your oral fix and everything. Yes. But you don't get the tobacco.
And it tastes like shit.
Well, you know what? If you get a really good CBD joint that has a lot of nice terpenes in it, it's not bad. I'm not saying it's great, but it's not bad. And it's better
which
than
translates to bad. Which translates to it's pretty bad. But yeah, anyway, I get it.
But it's still better than being addicted to tobacco.
Yeah, that was the thing in Amsterdam. I couldn't believe that people would I was like, what? Why is everybody mixed? There's so much weed here, and everybody's mixing it tobacco. It didn't make any sense. It was the exact opposite. I was like, maybe in America where there's back in the day when it was really hard to get weed. I was like,
smoking
and you're hiding and you're trying to be sneaky about it, and yet nobody in America did it. You know what I mean? It was just like unheard of. And then
the reason for it in Europe is because
hash.
They didn't have grass; they only had hash.
Yeah, it's a hash culture, for sure.
So it was hash culture. So if you wanted to smoke hash in a stick, you needed to mix it with tobacco. That's how it got that.
For sure.
So it's pre-marijuana.
And the thing is, when you do smoke a good hash joint, like somebody who rolls with not a lot of tobacco and a lot of hash in it, they blend really well and it works really well. So, but with weed, I always thought it was crazy because people would be like, you wouldn't even taste the weed. I mean, people would be like, what is this? This is like, unless it was really, really, and that was the whole key is they'd be like, yeah, but if it's really good weed, you will taste it through the tobacco. And I'm like, that's not how I really want to do it, but I guess if that's the case,
Speaking of weed, do we have any weed here?
Well, with some of the Dutch breeders that I knew, they always smoked with tobacco. And I didn't see how, they could determine what was really good cannabis when it was mixed with the tobacco. They must have had a finer sense of. But I think that it was difficult. It must have been difficult if you're mixing it with tobacco to judge which is the best cannabis.
I think so too. We keep our weed pure on the end. So like all I've smoked so far is pure weed. And then the resins and the oils from that would have gone through the cigarette, and the cigarette would taste like weed. That's what happens with us. But I can't mix either. If I mix the tobacco with the weed, I'm wasting my weed.
Oh, I know all about that.
Hey, guys, I gotta head on out, but
Kawhi
thanks for having
finally
us.
dropped in. We finally got him on the show for a minute.
Thank you, Judd. And give us your website again.
It's KawhiHempCo.com.
And do we have a done deal going?
We do. We've kept that done deal since the last time we spoke to you guys. It's been a year and a half, still up.
What the heck?
That means nobody is taking advantage of it. So you need to log on to KawhiHempCo.com, enter done deal, and you get
25% off.
Come on.
Yeah.
Get on that. Off. That is not a small discount.
Interesting.
No, it's not.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Judd.
Great.
Right. Well, thanks, guys. Have a good 420.
Where is your place in Kauai?
We're on the south side, out in Kaloa. Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
About 10 acres.
Guest houses? Would you have the guest houses with the podcast studio for us when we come out and do a remote?
Yeah, the Wi-Fi seems good.
Have you?
Yeah, we have a tent.
No. Well,
that works. That's Hawaii.
That sounds like our style.
Yeah, next time you guys are out here, come check out the farm. We'll show you around.
Kahlua sounds so exotic for me. I mean, I'm from the Caribbean. It sounds so exotic. All I know of Kahlua is the coffee alcohol thing that they have. I've seen that for a couple of decades. So and you're from there. That's pretty cool, dude.
Yeah, the coffee farm is actually like 2 miles from us, right down the road. So it's can't complain.
Can't wait. Thanks for your time, Judd.
All right, aloha, everybody.
Take care, Judd. Peace out.
Bye.
Hey. So I have a momentous announcement to make.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go.
I heard about this. Wait, we need a drum roll. Hold on a second. We have a sound engineer. No, we'll have a real drum roll.
Facebook has been returned.
All right.
After 5 months.
Fuck, that took forever. Jesus. All right.
Yeah.
Right.
I was wondering why you kept posting midget porn on your Facebook page.
Just relax, bro.
It evolved. It went from porn to dogs, and then the last person who owned it was putting up old Facebook pages in between scams. Right. So, but it's been returned, and I would have to thank my attorney, Mary Shapiro, who I worked with in getting it back.
That's awesome.
And it's momentous.
Yeah, that's
5 months. Yeah, 5 months of Facebook indifference.
There you go. Well, sometimes things, it takes a while, but it's good to hear because it's like one of those things where you get go into a endless loop with those kind of things where you're just like, are you fucking kidding me right now? So anybody can just do this?
Well, can I tell you the approach that I took?
Yeah.
In my letter, I said that now that you know this, and since you've known this for a while, you may be furthering identity theft by not responding. I was John Smith. I'm sorry?
Hold on. Some guy just joined us. I'd never heard him before. He sounded a lot like you, though, Ed.
He sounded just like you, Ed. It's kind of weird how
it's but anyway, what? So, it was implying that they were cooperating with identity theft. And it wasn't accusing them, but it was relating that was happening. And I think with an attorney's letter to that, before they just didn't respond very much.
It's like you pulled out the unacceptable.
More attention.
You literally pulled out the unacceptable. This is unacceptable, and then they're like, "Oh shit, he just pulled out unacceptable. We got to get the manager now."
There's a federal identity theft law.
Right.
So it's not that they were, and it could be said that they were aiding the law by being informed of the identity theft and not taking steps.
Aiding and abetting, man. They're going down. You're going down. Hey, you police?
So that's what?
So I'm pretty sure The moral of this story, Ed, is you are going to make sure that the passwords on all your social media accounts are not password 1234.
Oh, you don't. Oh, that's exactly what my password. Oh.
I know, right?
It's the password on your luggage.
00000. You mean that one?
Did you ever figure out how? I mean, was it just you? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. You got it back, and tell everybody about the business you want to start helping people recover their Facebook accounts.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think that I got a letter back from the Attorney General of California saying they're not interested in this. In my case, or the cases of tens of thousands of Californians who have had their identity stolen over the internet, and they're just the state is not interested. The state Attorney General has said he's not interested. I have the letter. And
sounds like somebody needs to have their identity stolen from them.
That's unacceptable.
And they'd be like, "Oh no, what happened now?"
Did you use the word unacceptable with them?
I think that's an unacceptable position. I mean, he's there to enforce the laws of California, which include identity theft, and so he acted as if it was my problem alone, rather than a class of people who have had their identity stolen, and where the internet companies have refused to intervene on the part of the victim.
Boss Microsoft!
Well, Ed, I am very happy you got it back.
I want to mention one other thing
of
that
course.
I have.
Show.
This is I'm giving somebody like free space, but my attorney's name is Mary. For this was Mary Shapiro in San Francisco. You can look her up, and she deals in cannabis and cannabis cases. But she worked on this, and it was a learning experience. But I think that she understands what you're up against if you have identity theft. What? I'm sorry?
That was the first time she ever had to deal with that?
Yes.
Cool. So she got to learn off of your case.
It was a learning experience, yeah. But but she was diligent and was willing to try many different steps, moving up the ladder till we got the right one. So
nice.
So
that's
I highly
that's like beating the
recommend
DMV or something. That's like literally like beating the DMV at their own game or something, where you're like, that's it. That's all you. That's me, for sure.
I would. So once again, her name is Mary Shapiro, and she's in San Francisco.
Do you want to give her phone number out?
I don't have it.
Social security number?
Listen, if people can't find her phone number, they should. If they can't find her phone number, they shouldn't be calling.
Yeah, there's a good way to filter them out. Jeez.
That's not really. I don't know about that. That means those are the people that need legal representation, who can't think for themselves. No,
those are the people who are. Look, I'm not going to go into this, but I think that. If you go on, it's simple enough to go on Google. If you don't know how to go on Google.
Right. Because there's only one Mary Shapiro in all of California.
No,
an attorney, Mary Shapiro.
There's at least 100.
Wait, we narrowed it down to 3% of California because I said she's in San Francisco. Yeah. And San Francisco is about 3% of the population.
It is teaching you how to research on Google.
And then the other thing is that she had that she's an attorney. So how many Mary Shapiros are there who are attorneys?
Challenge accepted. Get ready for shock and awe, Ed.
I mean, not as many as Cohen's, I'd say, but
right.
Pretty close. You know what I mean? Like right behind the Cohen somewhere, I'd say, in the numbers.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Anyway, we're just fucking with you, Ed. So do you have any good news for us?
Thousands of them. You know what? I think it's destined. It's like, I think you're destined. If your name is Shapiro You're going to be a lawyer.
Oh, yeah.
Just like that.
Oh, Ed.
Yeah,
Oh,
Shapiro,
Ed.
that name is popular with lawyers, I know.
Oh.
In the US, definitely.
Even in Trinidad.
Even
You're like, whoa.
I'm just telling you that Ed just burned you and taught you how to Google and taught you, exactly how you should be Googling. He got you back there.
I got taught how to Google from Grandpa Ed Rosenthal. Great.
I love that site that let me Google it for you. That's
my favorite site
it's
ever.
It's like the best. It comes in handy so often.
Do you know that one, Ed?
Which?
You go to let me Google that for you, or you just the first letter of each word. And if when somebody asks you a dumb question that you say go to Google, you send them this link and it just shows the mouse moving slowly across your screen, clicking the search bar, typing in Google, and then the question.
It's like, there you go. It comes in handy all the time. Especially because it's like when people ask you to resend something, and you're like, dude, just go back up like 3 things. It's right there. I didn't go anywhere. It's like,
well, notice people don't ask you how to get to your place anymore.
No,
it's not because you're unpopular. I know that, but
or they just don't come over, right, Dave?
But people don't ask you directions anymore.
Yeah, until their internet or their phone service goes out, and then they're frantic and they can't even make it down the road anymore.
For the first,
they're like, how do I get out of my house? You're like, because everybody's too reliant on it.
I admit it, I am. I don't know. I feel comforted knowing that she's watching me drive.
No, I know. It's like when you go to the same route every time. We just talked about this. Uncut and I were talking about this yesterday, how people's brains don't even work when it comes to directions anymore because they're so used to having this thing tell them what to do.
You remember using MapQuest and printing out those directions, and I had to do it when I was in the US. I had to turn left, go here. It was crazy. I can't even.
We were going back to scribbling notes to yours, like some chicken scratch to yourself with the I-6 to this to that, and just somehow it'd have to make sense. But
in the 80s, we used to use AAA triptychs to go on tour.
Yeah.
So before I would leave for Dead Tour,
they'd show you the route.
Yeah. Before I would go on Dead Tour, I would go down to the AAA office. I would give them the entire tour, and then they would print off triptychs for me, so I knew exactly how to drive.
Look at you.
Yeah, but what is that? It's like a line saying turn left here, turn left there. Or is it a map it's drawing for you?
Yeah, but they give it to you on these little flip card, so it can sit right near you.
Rolodex.
Every time you had to do it.
Next place.
Yeah. It was great because...
And they had AAA recommended motels as well.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And also if you registered your trip with AAA, you got all these extra benefits to your membership. Like if your car broke down, they'd send extra stuff, and which has happened before. Because I can tell you this. Do you know how fast it takes to move weed, bongs, pipes, and some other things from one trunk to another one when you're at a toll booth and the car and your fuel pump goes on your car? Faster than the cop can pull over next to you to say, you having any car trouble? Okay? That's how fast you can do it.
And what AAA provided as a car?
That was Dana's problem.
That's pretty cool.
Dana Beal?
Yeah.
What happened to him? He wasn't quick enough?
He always had these, whenever he traveled, he always has these junker cars. And weird-looking drivers.
Great idea. Yeah, good back in the day. You want junk cars and weird drivers.
Not in the day. In the day, you mean like 2 months ago?
Oh, is that when it was?
Yeah. The last time. That's the last time.
Really? Jeez.
Yeah.
Still getting in trouble.
It was,
you should go to Germany. You should go to Germany and try to be the last guy.
Hey, it was in the New York. It had to be because it was in the New York Times.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. Just go on Google, put in New York Times, Dana Beal, and the article will come up.
So he was arrested recently in New York for...
No, he was arrested. What is the worst state maybe to be arrested in traveling with marijuana?
Mississippi maybe, or Idaho?
Well, you wouldn't be traveling that way.
No, Idaho maybe?
I'll tell you.
Idaho?
That was a rhetorical question.
Okay.
Idaho.
Yeah, I just said, that's my second guess was Idaho. for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Idaho.
Yeah, because it's right on Oregon's border. They love it. They're like, this is a gold mine for us. We just sit here and watch people go back and forth.
No, they didn't have to watch. The car broke down.
Even better. Nothing better than having a load in your car and breaking down and just feel like, are you fucking kidding me?
Have you ever heard of turkey bags?
Oh, sure.
What?
Dana hasn't, apparently.
Oh, Ed, you're such a breath of fresh air. Uplifting. Totally uplifting. I just feel so much better. Marcus, no one can hear us. It's just you and I talking. I use a little button here so that we're totally isolated right now. Don't bring up politics with Ed, okay? Do not, under any circumstances, bring up politics with Ed. And I'm going to hit that button again so that everyone else can hear us now, okay?
Beep, 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 beep.
I think don't Ed, the reason he's telling you that is because I'm the leader of my own political party in Trinidad. It's called the Trinidad Humanity Campaign, THC. You know, you gotta have fun with life. So every 5 years I get to go on television and say vote THC. And, but I've been at it. I've been seriously at it, and you know, hopefully one day the
When are you going to campaign next?
Next year, 2025. I've done 3 general.
Next year?
Next year's the next one. We've done 4
so
far.
I want to help.
All right.
Do you have any experience as a campaign manager?
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to give speeches.
Listen, you're welcome to join anytime.
And listen, here's what else. I'll try and bring Slightly Stupid down.
All right. Well,
you know what I'm talking about? They're a band.
Yeah. I know Slightly. I know of them, definitely. But I actually have some big news also. Ed gave his big news earlier.
Big news-a-thon.
Hold on. Drum roll.
Drum roll.
I haven't announced this anywhere else yet, publicly. So this is going to be the first public announcement. I'm opening the first cannabis club in Trinidad and Tobago tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Good job. That's quick. You can't fuck around.
So, well, it's not ready to open to the public, but I am going to have a soft launch with a few people tomorrow, and maybe about a month later, I still have to get police approvals and a couple other things done in writing. And I want to cover my ass, but it will be the first cannabis social club and the first cannabis business type in Trinidad and Tobago that's illegal. So I'm bypassing, I don't know if you guys know, but I wrote the law for...
I was going to say, I couldn't think of somebody better to do it, at least, right?
So. I wrote the law for cannabis for Trinidad and a number of countries in the region. But now I'm saying, fuck away with my own laws. I'm bypassing medical and bypassing religious laws, and I'm going straight to recreational. It is going to be non-profit. And set up like the clubs of Barcelona most classically. But, there's ways around stuff.
This show is worldwide.
Beachfront spot, or what you got? Are you up in the hills, or where?
Well, I'm using actually my own property. This is an apartment, my one that I...
Oh, you're like, and welcome to the club.
This is an apartment.
The lights off and disco lights come on. I can see it.
My dad owns, that's passed down to my sister and myself. So I'm using my own building so I don't have to pay rent. This is the first one. A lot of people are going to be afraid to come. It's going to take some work to make it get moving. So rent free for the first, forever is better than paying rent at all. So the next move is to make some money here and open a second and third location and hopefully get the lead time on anyone else, because no one else understands that they can do it because of the way the law is set. I wrote the law. I know I could do it. So I'm late.
Oh, you're one of those guys, huh? Who writes the law.
I put a little, I put some backdoor action in there for myself.
No, don't try. You already said you did.
No, I did, but I tried to close those loopholes when I was the advisor, and the government insisted no, they wanted things like this, and I tried my best to close those loopholes and write myself out. So that's why 5 years later, I'm after the law is passed.
Tell it to a judge, Marcus.
Yeah, is that your story?
Tell it to a judge. Tell it to a judge. Yeah, I tried so hard to write myself out.
I tried. I didn't want to make any money in the industry or help people, but they pulled me back in.
I wanted to get into the medical side and be licensed.
What is the name of the club? What's the name of the club?
It's good. Well, I'm also bypassing the
Marcus's,
because I am the licensee in Trinidad for Cookies, Junior Gong's brand, Herb, and Greenhouse Train Hunters. I'm good friends with those guys. I'm bypassing all of those and even my own
We won't hold it. We won't hold it against you. It's okay.
I'm going for Trinidad and Tobago Cannabis Club. I want it to be official as the first one, so I want Trinidad and Tobago in it. So I bypass everything else that I wanted to do originally, and I'm going Trinidad and Tobago Cannabis Club. It's going to be around.
So Marcus,
can I ask you a question? What's the average temperature in Trinidad and Tobago?
Can we Google that for you, Ed?
No, we're usually around 27, 25 to 27. If it's hot, it can get up to like 30. But we don't get like hot at any point, like Spain even in summer in Spain. I've been there and it's gotten up to 40 something. We never get past 35 at the hottest. So I went Thailand recently, and that's the only place in the world that I've been that I could not take a hot shower. I usually don't like cold water and cold showers. I had to take a cold shower in Thailand every day I was there. Bangkok, Phuket, Koh Lipe, every day. That's a different heat. But we have a nice ambient, I think. We're very humid, though. That's the only issue.
That cover that for you, Ed? You got all the weather info you need?
So when are you going to start campaigning?
Well, as I said, I've done elections in 2010, 15, 2020, general elections, meaning parliamentary to become the prime minister. And then we did a local government election for councillor in 2023. Next year is going to be the next parliamentary election for prime minister again. I'm going up again. I'm not.
But when is the election held?
It'll probably be around November time. It's not announced yet, of course, but it'll be somewhere around November time next year. I'm actually trying to finish. I'm trying to finish my PhD before the election, because in this country, once doctor is in front of your name, the electorate, the general public, see you completely different. Because our prime minister is a geologist, right? A volcanologist specifically. And everybody's like,
Star Trek guy? Nice.
As if he's, like a medical doctor. So doctor is going to help me a lot as a title. So I'm actually only doing it for that reason.
What's your PhD in?
The PhD is in criminology and
little BS. I got some majoring in BS.
How to keep other people in Trinidad out of the cannabis industry, only for Marcus.
No. I'm actually one that's heavily against monopoly. One of the biggest Canadian companies tried to buy me out in 2019 when they found out I was the regulator, and offered a lot of money, $3 to $6 million US a year for 3 years, and I refused them before they could blink the eye. Right?
Marcus, you fucked up.
Take it next
time.
Take
the money. You put it to better use.
Everybody, and you guys know, Dave, Adam, especially you guys know that I have a lot more friends outside of Trinidad than I do home. When I go to Spanibus, there's 100 of those bottles of hot sauce I have to walk with, for those who didn't.
So many friends,
but
still little.
Everybody, including family, said the same thing you're saying now. And, they were nice about it. They were look, you like charity and politics. Take the money and, do those things with it. And I'm like, no. I have to live with myself. I'm 42 years old now. I grew up on He-Man and the Masters of the Universe and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Galaxy Rangers and shit that taught me morals and integrity. And if at some point, humans have to decide where the line is between what they want to be and what they actually can be when put in the reality of the practical situation. I've proven to myself that I can't be bought, and I've kept my integrity, and that's worth, to me, that's worth more than anything else. And I do. You guys see me in Europe every year. You don't know. I don't go anywhere when I'm home. I don't buy a lot of food. I save my money to go to Europe twice a year for 6 weeks. I spend my money there. I enjoy myself there. I go to a Michelin star restaurant.
Trinidad that. They're going to get
Marcus, I'm pushing that button again, so it's just you and I talking.
This guy doesn't even spend any money in our own country. He saves it all up. He
spends it in the EU.
They'll take those. They're going to take these clips. And they're going to make you look, it's going to be terrible.
Listen. I have to spend my money in the EU. I have to spend my money in the EU because I brought home, part of the EU with me, and this is my girlfriend, Miriam, from France.
I met Miriam.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
so
put the camera back on her. Get it off for you. Come on. There we go. Good to see you. Anybody here speak French? No? Darn.
Did you record that?
Ed speaks fluent French.
Ed, you speak fluent French.
Everybody knows that.
No, I speak very little bit of Spanish. but that's it.
Well, that ain't gonna work.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
So what do you got planned for tomorrow, Ed? What's your big? They got you dragging you around everywhere.
David Downs is doing this big event at one of the cannabis clubs.
Okay.
And asked me to come by.
Did they put you on like the Hannibal Lecter wheel thing? The wheel, like the gurney, and just wheel you around?
Bring him out.
We bring Ed out behind glass, break glass, cannabis emergency.
No.
No?
Any? Are you going to be dressing up at all, or is it just Hawaiian?
Am I going to be dressing up?
Yeah, like a superhero.
I think I'll wear either the captain's outfit that I have,
okay.
Like sea captain, or the.
You need a parrot. You got a parrot.
Or I have the tuxedo and top hat. Might wear that.
Jane lets you go out in public in that?
There's a captain.
I think the captain one sounds better than the tuxedo.
Captain Cannabis,
I like Captain. We love Captain Cannabis.
Yeah.
Captain Cannabis.
I remember in high school when Halloween fell on school days in high school. I used to take one of my mom's cooking pots, that she would, make whatever in, and I would take it to school and wear it as a cap. I know we don't use the word pot in Trinidad usually, but for those who knew, they knew that pot head, right?
Genius! I tell you.
Well,
you're so clever, Marcus. So.
How many years did you do this?
Oh shit! We easily got 3 years where Halloween fell on a school day. So at least 3 out of the 5 years of high school. It was pretty cool.
But people didn't just bang on that thing. Make a lot of noise. No, I'd imagine that you'd be a target.
Yeah, really.
I mean, once you got a pot on your head, you're target number one.
I was one of the cool kids.
I wasn't one of those.
Banging on my pot. No.
No. So, what time is it in Trinidad right now? I know, Ed. I can Google that.
7:45 p.m.
What is it?
7:45 p.m. 1945.
Oh, only 2 hours difference.
All right.
All right. So we expect you to be calling
next on time zones.
Well, no, tomorrow you have to call in at 2:20 our time.
So what's going on?
It'll be 4.
Are you going to stay on the air for 24 hours?
He is. I'm leaving tonight.
He's going to bed.
Yeah.
He's
I'll come back tomorrow morning when all the European, like London, is 4:20 at 7:20 our time.
Is it the same Zoom link?
Yes.
Yeah, same one. You can come in whenever you want. Yeah, exactly.
I'll probably join
you are connected.
I'm finishing. I've been working. I got back home from Europe on the 25th of March and started the work on the club. And it's a lot of renovations, but I pushed and pushed and pushed. Last night we finished at midnight. Tonight we're going to finish at midnight also.
How is your internet? How's your internet over there? You got good internet?
So I think so. I hope I'm coming through to you guys.
Oh, it's right here, right downstairs. There you go. Should be easy. All right. Yeah.
So I'll come back in from the club tomorrow also, so you'll be able to see it started up, the first club in Trinidad.
Awesome. Yeah. No. Perfect. Well, we'd love to be there with you at your 420 moment.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're basically just traveling around the world. Oh, did you pull that site up? That world clock? 420 world clock. The cycle thing. 420worldclock.com.
Let me leave you guys for now. I'm going to get back to that work, and I'll join you. Adam.
You get back to that work.
Yeah,
Marcus.
Go have fun.
We'll see you at 420 your time.
Guys, it was excellent.
Au revoir.
To see you again and join you on this panel. So have some fun with you.
Didn't you? I got the pirate au revoir.
Everybody have a good 420, right? And I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Hey, man. Thank you.
Bye.
Go start working on my hot sauce.
Yeah, hot sauce.
We got to ship you some, definitely. I know you're one of the biggest fans of it.
I know. I am. I'm one of his OGs.
OGs.
I need that.
I've been sending them with Dave. Have you been getting them?
No, you suck so bad.
This guy, fuck no.
Fuck you. This is so not true. Because he even made a joke. He's like, Adam is going to say something that I gave you hot sauce. I'm like, no, don't just give it to him, or he'll say I fucking took it.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
I used to send it with the guys from TH Seeds, and I didn't know that they were not linking with you for years and not giving it to you until someone told me, and I was like, what? So who's eating my hot sauce? From TH.
I'm telling you, that his Scotch bonnet sauce that he makes is so good. It's like
We get some back to you and we link up again.
Crushes. Crushes. All right. Well, looking forward to it,
Very good.
Marcus. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you again.
Peace.
And then Ed's got a whole day to. So bicycle day. You going out on your bike today or what, Ed? Today's the day. Take acid and ride your bike. Right?
Let's see. Should I take acid or ride my bike?
No, it's
Both.
not an and. It's not an or. It's an and.
You have to do both. You have to get on your bike, take some acid, and cruise around until you can't cruise no more. No cruise.
Can't cruise no more.
Can't cruise no more. You know you got some.
I'll think about that.
All right.
So I have big things planned for tonight.
Well, why don't you tell us about it?
What about this Humboldt triploid deal out in Morocco? Is that happening? Is this a real thing? It's gone down?
Yeah.
Plants are going in the ground as we speak, pretty much, or close to it? Not quite.
Next month.
Next month. Nice.
Okay.
We're looking at 1 million plants out there, or what? 500,000?
1 billion.
1 billion.
The TV alone is worth $1 billion.
Probably about 25,000 or something.
Okay, small run for Morocco.
No, but that's a good sample size.
Yeah, no, right in the middle of a bunch of other ones, so you can test the not.
Yeah, but there's so much pollen in Morocco.
Doesn't matter
in the air everywhere.
Yeah.
And some of it gets in the echoes and travels across the Mediterranean Sea to Spain.
Yeah,
that's a hell of a breeding project.
No, they get like pretty high pollen counts up in like the Basque region of
Right. It's all from.
And that's way up there. It's not just across. Yeah, and it's not just across. It's like pretty far up, pretty far north at that point. Sure. Yep. So well, that sounds really promising for sure.
Yeah.
It's like kind of the golden ticket really for that area, because that's one of the problems that they always have is, cannabinoids are definitely not being produced at the same scale when they're seeded. That's for sure.
Park your bikes on.
Well, one of the things I'm thinking of too is, they have all these seeds every year, and it's hundreds of tons of seed.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking they should press the seed for oil.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not, if basically they're only keeping a tiny amount of it for whatever reasons,
right.
They definitely should be doing something with what, are they not doing anything with it, or making food out of it, or anything?
Some people are, but I think it has to be done in a hygienic way that will pass to the GMP, the international things, and it could go into.
Well, even for animal feed, it would be huge. That's like alone.
Well, when you press the oil out, what you're left with is a very high protein feed that is especially good for poultry.
Yeah, no, it's definitely one of the missing elements. If animal feed was had hemp seed incorporated into for protein and stuff, that would be huge, and then it would also just come down the scale where the quality of the meat would be better. And
so I was there in June a few years ago, before the pandemic, and they sent the women out into the field to pick the males, not because it would prevent pollination, but to feed the goats.
Aha.
Well, good double reason.
Jane took this picture of this woman with like a bale on her back, moving along, with wet.
And then were they blowing out pollen at that time, or were they just kind of catching them kind of early? You think? Because
it was a little pollen, but not much. It was just they were still ripening.
Right.
Are you packing up?
No, I'm putting the Trinity away and was going to roll something else, and we're going to invite Orion on from Boulder Built to come sit down with us. While you're going to keep telling us political stories, though, Ed.
Yeah. So,
hold on. What is this one? That was Trinity. Come on, have a seat. These are headphones. You know where they go, right? Oh yeah. Okay, just making sure. What's this? PL10? BC10? PC? Uh-oh.
Look at you. Look what you
I was
did.
putting it back.
Look what you did.
I was putting it back.
All right, that is the Foco Sage times Deep Chunk right there.
Foco Sage times Deep Chunk.
Correct.
All right. Is there by chance a rolling tray in this room anywhere?
Why would we have that?
So when I say that, Uncut, I really mean go find me a rolling tray, please. Thank you. Now Mark has an assistant. It's the coolest thing. Look at that. Did you just teach him OBS so he could do this whole thing when you're gone? No. That's how you turn your mic on.
I didn't.
There you go. This is Orion from Boulder Built, by the way. Say hi, Mark.
Oh, hey, Mark.
Say it again there.
Hey, Mark.
Nope.
One
He's
more
gotta turn
time.
his mic on. Hold on. One more time.
Nope.
No.
Oh, I guess we need Vinny.
Damn.
All right, here we go.
Check it again.
Say
There
something.
it is.
Hey, Mark.
Nope.
Nope.
Oh wait, I got you. Sorry. Go for it.
Hey, Mark. What's happening?
Nope.
Wow.
It's okay. We have 24 hours. Don't worry about it.
Might
Plenty of time.
kill a whole hour for luck.
Oh, there we go. There we
There
go.
it
Say
is.
something.
Hey,
Life.
Mark, what's happening?
Woohoo!
Hey, welcome to the show, Ryan.
Ninth
Hey, thanks,
time's a
thanks.
charm.
Yep.
It's funny because that's my kid's middle name, and that was supposed to be my name when I was a kid, and I was all mad at my mom because she didn't call me Orion. I was like, why didn't you call me Orion? She's like, I don't know. I just thought, and I was like, dude.
Yeah, it was a drag until probably high school.
Oh, I think it's
Kinda
one of the coolest names ever.
Yeah, no, and then it worked out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Nice.
grew into it.
Yeah, exactly. Worked out.
I did
Well, you
double
don't
check
need-
with Natalie, who got you to come in, just to make sure it wasn't one of those iPhone typos.
Yeah, or
you
like
know.
a made-up name or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Nice.
Wow. Is this really a rolling tray, or is this like a lid to something?
Don't be so amazed.
It's nice, is what I meant. Well, thank you for coming down. Thank you, Natalie, for arranging that.
Yeah, thanks for having me on the show. It's good to
You
good
betcha.
to be with you guys.
Tea-
See Adam
tea-
again.
And this is also a tea suggestion, right? Wasn't it tea involved? Tea?
I don't think.
No,
No.
wasn't a friend of teas? No, I thought he thought.
I sent T the link though, because
Oh.
for some reason when he calls, it doesn't ring. I don't know. I've probably done something.
Something like that. So
Do we want to smoke this, or do we want to go into?
Oh no,
what-
let's try what he's got.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
for
brought
sure.
some of the Gary down.
Whatever you
Nice.
want.
Yeah, let's do
It's
it.
a fan favorite. Some of our craft
Yeah,
jar.
we can do this after.
Do with the Say Trees here. Pop into this.
You're saving it. What is it? Save
Say
Tree?
Trees, Johnny Denver collab that we did, and Gary Jealousy cut. Check it out.
Oh, that's proper.
Down in our garden here in Denver.
Nice.
Say Trees.
Yeah, Cali brand that we brought into Colorado. Try to rep a little bit. Real good guy, good friend of ours, good friend of Natalie's, and try to show out for him, and he represents us too. So it's a good deal.
Do you remember Natalie when she came in, brought us all those pre-rolls from? She was with Loudbird at the
Oh
time.
yeah, for sure.
Those were the first pre-rolls we actually liked on the show.
Well, hopefully,
And-
brought
and-
the second ones.
Well, she kind of set me up. There were so many going around that she handed me two, and I made the mistake of actually smoking them both at the same time, and it got immortalized in some type of
The tag's in there though.
the tags in there. Break the fourth wall with Uncut. Uncut Bush in the house, everybody. Round of applause. Everybody
And
out
Ed,
there.
where's Ed? He
does that.
He pops in and out. He's like one of those. He's a fan.
He probably got mad because we stepped on him or something.
So where are you from originally? From here? Or?
Yeah, I'm actually a Boulder native. That's how Boulder
Wow.
got its name. Born and raised in Boulder.
There you go.
Yeah.
A rarity these days.
Yeah, definitely. Hard to stick around at some towns like that as they get out of control. So
Yeah, so you don't live there anymore then?
I mean, my mom's there. I'm in Lafayette.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it got too much of a city for me. I grew up and it was a town.
Right.
Once it became a city, I kind of was like, oh, I'm looking for that town feel. So I moved to Lafayette.
Right.
So-
So, I mean, it's funny because it's become like now there's every other state has its Boulder. You know what I mean? Like if you're in we were in Nashville and it was kind of like it's kind of like the Boulder of North Carolina. So it's become like it's become a thing. You know what I mean? Where-
Whitefish, Montana, or
Austin, Texas.
There you go. yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
They have
yeah.
their own little thing. So it's, I mean, the thing when I first moved to Colorado, I was up in Golden. And so, kind of in between the two, had my space down here in Denver. And then But I was originally considering, oh yeah, Boulder, that'll be the spot. And then I was like, dude, this is like a bubble here, dude. You never get out of this bubble if you don't want to. You could just pretty much stay up there, and it's a totally different world. You know?
Yeah, I grew up there, growing cannabis.
I mean, it's a good place to grow up, I bet.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, if you have the right kind of upbringing,
especially back then, it was like cleaner and
super chill.
Without even knowing it, you were living in a clean vibe. You know
it was unlocked doors, so bike all over town, hang out.
Not that way anymore.
No, unfortunately not.
No, not that way. I don't live in Boulder proper anymore. I had to get out.
Yeah.
And so how long you been with Boulder Built? You guys?
Yeah. So Boulder Built's my company. I formed. Started in about 2016. Actually, coming from Legacy Market. My dad was a grower in Boulder as far back as 1980.
Oh, nice.
In fact, downtown, 22nd and Grove Street area, greenhouse grower.
I might have bought grass from him. Holy
it's
shit.
possible.
Grass.
Yeah, it was definitely grass back then.
Maybe he flipped you a lid, right?
Oh, getting old school. There.
Back in the day.
You have gray in your beard. Okay.
Yeah. And then, just kept kind of after it as a hobbyist, and grew in college and did all that in Boulder.
And this was all 90s. I mean, I guess if it was that early on, it was outdoor grows and then
greenhouse.
Greenhouse.
Yeah, it was greenhouse
from the beginning. That's cool.
Yeah, his greenhouse.
That's awesome because that's a lot of learning too, where you really like getting the best of both. Because you're understanding how at night it's going to get way more humid, and you know what I mean. There's like those things that people don't really realize until they get into the situation. Like, oh, geez, when the lights go out, because nobody's paying attention, right? They're not in the room, and then. But if you're
excuse me.
Here he is.
If they read a book like, for instance, Cannabis Growers Handbook, they know it without experiencing it.
Well, that was the book that my father had. In fact, I still have his original copy.
No, your father did not have this book. Cannabis Growers Handbook is a new book. It came out 2 years ago.
Marijuana
and
Growers
it goes
Guide.
far. And I know that you're probably a really great farmer, but there's not one farmer in the United States who wouldn't learn things that would increase their profit by reading this book. Not one.
So you're saying everyone read the book?
It's just not my knowledge. It's not just my knowledge. I had a group of people who were in two fields. They were in the science field and they were in the growing field. And that's a potent combination. And between those people and myself, we were able to develop information and research experiments and actually conduct experiments. And there's no farmer has to go through experiences like the one that you're talking about of higher humidity at night. They would already know it was going to happen and would have made provisions to take care of it.
You are just a breath of fresh air. I'm going to say that multiple times tonight. You are just so uplifting tonight, and just, gosh, Jane, what are you putting in his cornflakes? Anyway, Orion, that's Ed Rosenthal. So if you were like, I mean, growing cannabis 60 years ago, 70 years ago, and writing to High Times magazine, he was Ask Ed like in the 1930s. So if you had any questions back then, he was the guy that wrote back to you.
I mean, I got the old guide and the pages are all falling out of it.
The thing is, I've continued to research cultivation, and that's been a major motivation. I do a lot of experiments right now with Humboldt Seed Company, and we're coming up, and also with people who are working over at several clone companies in their research department. So it's really incredible to be able to do scientific work and have the resources to be doing it.
Well, thank you, Ed. Turn your phone sideways, buddy.
Come on, Ed.
How many times tonight am I going to have you do that?
2.
Really?
That's it. You just used up your quota.
Yeah. Oh, rip that one.
Is your dad was your dad helping you with when you started up with your business?
I mean, no, he was. I mean, we were caregivers. He's one of my patients once upon a time. He's not with us anymore, unfortunately. But
okay.
No, he was in Boulder Grower, and then I kind of went on into college and started experimenting with indoor grow, and then I moved out to Berkeley, California.
Oh, Berkeley! Now you're speaking Ed's language.
Yeah, that's kind of where I really progressed from, making my own soils and doing all those kinds of things to hydroponics, and kind of saw what that was all about. A bunch of architecture students at Berkeley kind of showed me their grows and their hydro, and I'd never seen it before. And they were pretty sophisticated about what they were doing as architects. Their build outs were legit, and they taught me some things I never knew. And then I came back here to Colorado in '99 and moved up to Netherlands, where 2 lights became 4, between 6 became 30, became 60. So by early 2000s, when caregivership became a thing, we were running 60 lights, 30 light depth and 30 indoor, so we were banging away at it pretty good.
Netherlands? Shout out to Dave Jonas.
Yeah, Netherlands, man. Netherlands, where you used to go to get the best herb in the state, basically. Yep. That was it. So there was a group of growers up there. We all kind of worked together, shared trim, shared all that knowledge with each other, learned from each other, traded genetics, all that stuff. And
did you know JJ and his dad, who were the caregiver, how do I say this, the parents of the keepers of the Colorado cough?
No.
Oh,
I don't.
Damn. I was hoping you were going to say, "Oh, I still have that cut."
So it's a new thing to come out in the open for me and show face and talk about it, because that wasn't the way that I was raised. I was raised to tell nobody about any of it. So it's refreshing to be able to talk about it.
Yeah, it was funny because when I was in Amsterdam for years, it was kind of like that was what was cool to watch people like open up about shit, because they're like, dude, I haven't told anybody this ever, you know what I mean? Because now they're in Amsterdam, so they can't wait to tell you. And and I'm like, you may be telling me too much now. Like, you're telling me way too much at this point. But yeah, it was always cool to see how people, because we've nowadays it's like people are. There's too much hype, and there's too much people are showing too much, and everybody thinks that their way is the only way. And as you know, it's like there's a fucking 1,000 ways to do it, and it just depends on to me, I always tell everybody, like, whatever's in your location makes the most sense. Like hydro, for instance, if you're in a city and you're living on the 30th floor of a building, you're definitely not going to be trudging up soil back and forth. It makes sense in those situations. Makes sense. But if you're living on a farm and you're growing hydro, I feel like that doesn't make any sense, because you should be utilizing what's around you. You know what I mean? So it kind of all depends where you're at.
Yeah, exactly.
So how is this all grown? Is this all?
This is all grown. I mean, I call it like a hybrid. It's basically hydroponic principles, but we do grow in sort of a soil-based mix. We use
Pro mix or something.
Yeah, cocoa mix, perlite, but we like to incorporate inoculants and things like that, mycorrhizae, bacteria beneficial in the mix, just to get us that jump start, get us ahead on building that rhizosphere. So I mean, I would call it hydro. Generally speaking, to the layman, it's hydroponics.
Right.
Yeah.
But I get it, because it's kind of like where because you can't establish properly colonies and things if you're doing a real true hydro, because it's all flowing through, So it's kind of like pseudo work.
Pseudo.
But you can see it. I mean, if you look at, you see some activity, you're like, okay, there's some transfer going on there.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of testing, water testing, content testing, bacterial testing, just to see how we're getting colonized in our water.
Yeah, this is really nice.
Sphere. So, just mostly clean practices, real clean practices and real clean IPMs where, we're not using chemical herbicides and pesticides. We use inoculants. We use, 25B, OMRI listed only. We just are real specific about it. We want to grow that craft and flower that I was kind of raised on, so it makes a difference to me. So
and packaging is fire too.
Yeah, thanks. Some collab packaging we do our base package too, just the Boulder Built branded stuff, but we do some collaborations with local artists under the Visionary Artist series, and promote local artists here in Colorado, Denver, Boulder artists, and try to work with them to raise our profile and to provide something back to those communities, Android Jones, etc.
Isn't there a Boulder built candy bar?
I don't think so.
I'm telling. If you look up
you give me a good idea.
The built bar. There's this couple that were selling them at Ozo for a little while. I haven't seen them for. Oh no. Nope, I got it completely wrong.
Sorry, he's always trying to make a deal.
But there you go, Built Bar. That should be the one.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. No,
that was really good.
We got the dispensary in Boulder, and then obviously the flower brand.
So if I'm just connecting the dots here because I'm a 54-year-old stoner and dementia runs in my family, but you guys took over the former Boulder Wellness.
Yeah, that's right.
What, same spot?
Yeah.
Yep, same spot.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah, so the
Now
connection,
we're
here it
going.
comes.
Oh,
You're,
yeah.
okay, you ready?
Nick Connolly in the house.
Yeah, there
Nick
you
and
go.
Allison, our old school
Yeah.
buddies. What's up? What are you looking at?
The ashtray.
Oh, this is our ashtray.
Mount Beer
name?
Jams.
Well, that's what you were
Yeah,
using.
I know. We're down to one little box.
Yeah,
So
that's
this
Nick
is
and
a
Allison's
yo tip.
I mean, the thing is that's cool is that at least you did have a good vibed place because
Yeah.
it's like there's a lot of times it's like clubs. Like back in the day, there'd always be like this club that no matter what went there, it would fail because the energy was just bad. You know what I mean? And like you'd be like, no, this is gonna work this time. These guys have money, connections. Doesn't matter. And the same with dispensaries. It's like there's just every town has that one that just can't get their shit together, and it doesn't matter who comes in there. But then you got the opposite effect where you get like the place that just always doesn't matter who's in there because it's been christened by the right people. You know what I mean? And
I totally know all about that.
Oh yeah, you were in the worst club. You were in the most cursed club ever. Like,
Oh, God.
Probably the most. Yeah, the most. Chances. When
Chances.
the name of your club is called Chances,
You're
you
out.
already know it's a 50-50 chance that you're gonna get anything that is gonna be like even popular. Not as bad as
it was one of the first medical dispensaries to open in Boulder. And,
Sure was.
And in fact, one of the first in the state. And they really did it right out the gate with their grow and the integration of that and what that meant. And so when they lost that, that changed hands to somebody and the grow closed down.
Mm-hmm.
Things kind of changed for Boulder Wellness because suddenly, what put them on the map was this idea that they knew the origins of what they were getting and the quality was consistent.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we took that over, that was really my intent, was to bring that back. So I acquired medical cultivation license specifically to serve the medical community in Boulder. And I always said since day one, I was real upset when the civil penalties came down for plant counts, because I was a caregiver running 1,200 plants, right? And it was good. I didn't have to 280E, all that bullshit, I had to deal with that. They took that away through civil violation, and Boulder was a big part of that program. And I went to many council meetings, and I thought to myself, this is so wrong.
That's like ground zero right there.
Well, because you're kicking the people that gave you the opportunity to even sell retail cannabis in Colorado, you're kicking them right in the balls by taking them and saying, hey, your caregivers can no longer grow this medicine for you.
Yeah.
So I thought that was garbage.
It wasn't garbage. It was their plan all along.
Well, they had no money in it for them.
Yeah,
right?
it was their plan all along. The same thing happened in Washington.
I was going to say Washington. Any state that turned its back on the medical. Any state that turned its back on the medical just like didn't. You could just see that was where it all went wrong. Like it's literally the fork in the road of like, oh, pre that it was cool. Now you see that that's their intentions from day one, and so it's like, yeah, it kind of sucks. And Boulder was like that too, where if you could do it in Boulder, you could do it anywhere in the state because it was the hardest place to do anything.
Yeah.
Like hard. It just, they were assholes.
It was a tough, I mean, I understood both sides on one hand too. There was real weird shit going on back then with the caregivers in the sheriff's departments. And
they've seen it
all they had to do was just relax for a year or two.
Yeah.
They should have followed the way that one sheriff up in the mountain town did it, where he just said, you know what, there is no way I can tell if it's a medical grow, a caregiver grow, or an illegal grow. Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to intervene. Okay, there's other ways that we can enforce laws or not enforce without me sending an officer where somebody could die.
Yeah.
Right? So when everyone should have adopted that, but they didn't. They sort of said, no, let's close what they called a loophole, which wasn't a loophole. It was by design. Yeah. It was how we voted on it early on, right? We've been voting on this since 2000, so it wasn't new. And I don't know, you know.
Do you remember what town that was? Either of you guys remember? There was a town, I don't know if it was LaPorte or if it was like up near Horseshoes in Fort Collins area, and a grow got shut down. There was two caregivers, and it was husband and wife. They got shut down. Everything got seized, right? What ended up happening was they were forced to. They wanted to force them to return their product, but they had destroyed it. And then the street value that the department had declared on the product had bankrupted the police department.
Yep, I remember that case.
And that's when the sheriff in the mountains went out and said, fuck that, I'm not going to bankrupt my department going after weeders I don't care about. And there was like a shift in that paradigm where the county sheriff started being, and even in fact in my case, the county sheriff knew what was going on in my building. And what did they do when there was lightning storms and fire watches? They sat up on my property, made sure shit didn't catch on fire from lightning storms, and they were happy to do it. Meanwhile, there's exhaust fans with no carbon filters blasting them in the face on my deck while they're looking out at Long's Peak. They didn't give a shit. And they would basically say to me, hey, I'll come by, and if I see something weird going on, I'll help you out.
So you bring up something interesting, and you know where I'm going to go with it. But the reason why all that Michigas happened when they closed all of that was because of Ball Aerospace in Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah.
It was 100% them, because you remember there were so few places that you can put on a map and say like, oh, I can get a license for this building right here, right? It wasn't within the 1,000 feet of the school, the churches, and all that stuff. And so in Boulder County, there were very few of them.
Yeah.
But the ones that happened were right around 55th and Arapahoe.
Oh yeah, everywhere.
Yeah.
Which was a block off of Ball Aerospace, was one of the largest employers in Boulder County.
Yeah.
And the exhaust fans without carbon filters were blowing right into their like cafeterias, and they just would complain every single day. So I'm pretty sure.
And who pays them, right?
Well, the guy who sat in this seat could tell you before me, he knew the city council people all were lockstep with Ball Aerospace. I mean, we used to work across the street.
Employer,
And millions and millions of Department of Defense contracts, too.
Little twist and pressure in your yo-tip. And we'll give you samples of these, and they're a great little bag, a little $5 extra to keep everybody safe.
I'll pop on the...
And for all the pre-rolls and stuff, it makes sense because, like... A lot of times that little tiny gap makes them hit so much better too. You're like, damn, this second chip's like,
I mean, it works for me.
Well, and it keeps, I know
I love
in today's day and age making medical claims, you just don't do it, but it provides a barrier of protection. We both went to Spain. We both smoked with the same people. He was in one circle where he didn't use a yo-tip and wound up getting sick. I made it the whole time without catching anything. So I love this product. Go to yotip.com and look, Boulder built.
Yeah.
New Boulder company about to carry. We've learned something, though. You cannot put this incredibly descriptive tube, because anyone from a distance can look at this and know exactly what it is behind a counter. If you don't have it right up on the counter and just introduce it to somebody, it will never sell. But once it sells, they'll buy it again and again and again. With the exception of him not using it, I've probably used it on every single joint I've smoked since meeting them 2 Novembers ago.
No doubt.
There you go. This is really fine. This Gary Payton's really good.
And was Gary Payton times what?
Jealousy.
Oh, jealousy. Yeah. No, it's good.
What's the history of jealousy?
I mean, that's a really good question.
I'm asking this.
Temptation?
Forrest Gump over here.
No, that's actually not in my wheelhouse.
No, that's not it.
It's not my wheelhouse, but it's one of those. It was slated to be the strain of the year, like last year by James Bean. Remember, that was what he claimed everybody was going to work with, and then it seemed like I don't think it breeds that good. Like I think it's a hard one to breed with because it seems
right now I'm getting laughed at by my. I guarantee my
they're like,
director of cultivation.
He doesn't even know.
He doesn't know the jealousy came from. I mean, Ken.
Oh, that's why we all have Google.
Yeah. I know I got my list of every strain I've ever run, and I'm not running anyone I was running 10 years ago. And 10 years,
What was your? Do you remember any of the strains that your dad was running back in the day? Like, was there any certain ones that were?
I mean, I have pictures of them, and I mean, just honestly, it was like he converted chicken coops and barns in East County, Boulder, and he built his own greenhouses. Like, you can see his pictures that one side's sativa, one side's indica. But as far as the strain, so he knew that much. I mean, it was in my family's blood. So, but
and was he doing? Do you remember if he was growing from seed every time?
He was growing from seed. Yeah. His seeds were coming from his brother in Michigan.
Gotcha.
They were Vietnam War vets. That's
telling you that's where it all comes from. It's crazy, and I always tell everybody, I'm like, dude, it was like that was the kind of like the pocket for all the good weed was Vietnam vets who obviously were self-medicating, and that's why they always had good weed, because they just were like the gatekeeper of like, oh, this is shit and this fucking works, and then you just be like, someone else is smoking and be like, oh my god, and it's like, because those guys were all so hardcore PTSD'd out. They all got access to good weed in Vietnam, what good weed was, knew what to look for. You know what I mean? It was crazy.
And they brought seeds back. Guys like
this would not be the strain I would smoke if I had PTSD. This is a very uppy
we got 3
strain.
minutes till the next 420. See,
oh my goodness.
We got clocks down here going, so there's...
we have a 420 approaching?
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, of course. It's a 617, so of course.
We just had a legend walk in the studio.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, legend.
Legend.
Yeah, remember when she convinced us to become party people in Vegas?
Oh, yeah, and then bailed on us. and they completely pulled the rug on us.
Yeah, pulled the rug and got us the hotel room that wound up not existing, was being remodeled at the
for
time.
700 for like for
$20,000 or something
crazy
like that.
number. We're like, oh yeah, that's not us.
We'll pass on that.
So,
yeah, we grew the Maui, we grew the Hong Kong, we had the Mindo Perps in the '90s.
So were you helping him procure stuff, or?
I mean, I mostly helped him when as a kid. I was helping him get all the mails and cut them out, and I would cut heads off grasshoppers and shit like that as a little kid.
Of course
then,
you would.
You're
like, I'll do that.
Yeah, and then
motherfuckers didn't eat my dad's plants. I'm killing them all. That's my job. Get
he was
those
a
things.
carpenter, so he helped me build all the fake rooms and all the light movers and mount all the shit to get it put together.
What a great dad.
What a dad. What a great.
Well, I was in college. I was in college by then, right? And I was like, I'm gonna grow this shit, and I need you to help me.
Well, no,
figure out how to hide it,
it's skills that are like fucking.
Yeah.
You need them now because even if you're not doing it yourself, it's just to know how to do it. Then it makes it a lot easier for you to be like, dude, you're wasting my time right now. You're fucking just costing me tens of thousands of dollars, and just like, let me show you. Like, oh shit, you know how? Why don't you just do it? And it's like, well, that's why I
hired you.
That's why I went through it all. But growing, and it's funny because building grow rooms too, since you never pulled permits, you always had to like make shit look like it was original. There's always these like skill sets that are like above and beyond your average person because you
grew up, you had friends are master carpenters,
Remember the reason you were doing it was to avoid jail.
Well, it's like, or if you're like standing in like at a hardware store, which would be a Home Depot nowadays, but back in the day, maybe it'd be even a private one. But you'd be like in the electrical department, and then you're in the plumbing department, and then you're like putting them together, and people are like, dude, those don't go together. You're like, don't worry about it, dude. I'm figuring it out right now. As I'm standing here in the aisle, I'm like, that could work. You know what I mean? So
McGuckins.
A lot of, oh my God.
Do you know that store?
I love that shop.
You know McGuckins Hardware Boulder?
Oh,
who doesn't know McGuckins Hardware?
Everybody
it was the only game in town.
Everybody who's listening to the show. But that's one of those ones when I first went in Golden and I was building my room. It was too expensive, but it was definitely like inspiring. You go in there and you'd be like, who could afford to build their room out of this spot? Right. Jesus Christ. Like even just like the first place I got my screw bucket tops and jump in.
And we're terrible about timing, and this is a 24-hour debacle. And I know Natalie said you were going to some Sensi night
I got
tonight.
Time till 6
or
something.
I'm trying to be respectful.
6. It's already 6:20. I was going to say 6:20. You're already 20.
I get 7:30. It doesn't matter.
Wow,
welcome, Jane West.
Jane West making us not look like a big sausage fest down here. Nice. Thanks for helping us out.
Way to balance it out.
Yeah.
Bringing the estrogen to the table.
Turn her mic on, man.
And maybe if she talked into the mic, though.
Oh my God! Look at
No, it's not on.
We don't want to describe it to you, but it's.
There it is.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go.
Hi.
Hi.
She's back.
How you doing, guys?
Jane West, everyone. Legend.
24 hours.
So we got Orion
Hi.
from
Orion Hurley from Boulder Built.
Yes.
Yeah. How are you?
Have you heard of them?
Yes.
Oh,
of
good.
course.
See, she knows how to pretend like she's heard of you. She's really good.
Tell us your favorite strain of theirs that you like.
Oh, it's so hard to pick.
Yeah, there's so many.
There's the haze.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
That one
love
is
that
my
one.
favorite too.
Yeah.
I love that one.
Strawberry silver haze.
Would you
Yes.
like
So start rolling some joints.
Yes.
Come on.
Well, I have things that we can smoke out of that I'm gonna
Jet
leave
Lotto?
with you. Gifts.
Oh, gifts.
420 gifts.
Oh, yeah.
So what's your 420 looking like, Jane?
Oh boy. Well, we're running a sale on my site, and I'm just like head down.
Straight into sales
doing
mode.
stuff.
She's like,
I know, I am. Well, that's
running a
I'm the only.
Hey, 20% off.
I'm the only person.
We sold
so-
something on her site. Somebody
Yeah,
actually
done
used
deal.
the done deal.
Nice.
They do.
I would hope at least one guy or girl would come through.
Yeah. So
Is it-
no, definitely. People use the done deal for sure. And I'm like kind of monitoring that, and it's fun to watch because we just dropped all this new glassware, and tomorrow I'm gonna check out Billy Wayne Davis. He's a comedian and like a big advocate and ran a podcast for a while. He's gonna be at Tetra at noon tomorrow.
Okay.
There's also like a blunts and like brunch type thing going on at Ant Life Art Gallery from like 11 to 5, like midday, or through 420, right?
Oh, so that's when it'll be at 420.
Yeah, your guys are going to be here in this building for the next 24 hours?
I will be
He
here.
will, not me.
Okay.
I'm leaving.
Okay.
Dave isn't.
Okay.
No,
I don't know.
We're all
it's done.
hardcore. Yeah, except for Mark.
You go right ahead.
I just have to go pick up an airport guy.
So wait,
He comes in at midnight, dude.
That's it, dude. Once you leave the building, you've canceled yourself out. No.
Okay.
I'll be starting a brisket here in a little
That's
bit.
fine with me. I don't really care.
You go 23 hours. He's going 23 hours.
Well,
the other hour doesn't count.
We're technically 10 minutes late. Or whatever, so.
Yes, what? No, the stars lined up because it's like our show's on. We have to do our show.
Yes.
And then what are they gonna do? Like do a 420 something somewhere else? Like fuck it.
No,
Plus
it
my
makes sense.
thing is that I quit smoking every 420 for 1 minute. That is my whole way. That's how I look at 420. I come from the opposite side. I'm like, okay, everybody, you guys are gonna smoke now. I'm just gonna take a break for a minute while you all light up.
Nice.
And then I'm coming in hard. That's right.
Whatever.
Come on.
Well, since you said the name, Jane, and
which one?
She said Tetra Lounge. Now I have a question because there was some. Am I getting this right? There was some controversy. No.
No, you're thinking about Jazz.
Your Jazz.
Got it. Good. Then Tetra all the way. Then.
Yes.
How did you say?
Yeah. Okay.
She knows exactly what you're thinking, Dave.
Tetra Lounge is the good one.
Tetra Lounge
like
is
AI.
great. It's in the Rhino area. They were like one of the first ones in that area. And then Jazz is the one that's kind of been, when the last time I was here. And the gentleman at the other end of the table.
Connoisseur himself,
yes.
007.
007.
And then, additionally.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, that's a scandal.
Do you have rubbing alcohol? Is it cannabis card?
Good. All right. Then excellent.
Yeah,
but
I've heard
uncut
actually
on that one.
additional negative things about that.
I knew there was
about
something.
Jazz
Good.
too,
Okay.
with like staff and stuff. That I don't go there.
All right. We don't have to go there then because you didn't bring it up and I didn't. I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
We'll just edit that out of our live show.
We should just say as many times the good places. So Tetra Lounge in Rhino. And then there's some brunch type thing at Ant Life.
So did
which is
Tetra
also
get
in
over
Rhino.
their deal with the whole, because they had problems trying to open up, or they're just
everything's
saying,
very
fuck it.
hard everywhere.
I think they're just saying
you know?
fuck it now, right?
Yeah.
Fuck it.
I'm also Cirrus isn't opened yet, but
Yeah,
they're
that's the
really
big one,
working
right?
hard.
You heard of that one, right?
They've closed a lot of money.
Cirrus.
It's
gonna be
going to be on Colfax.
Huge.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
They
I
got
just
their
think
big
it's like
piano.
Food.
I was just gonna say that's all I care
Food
about is
hall
that
of
fucking
cannabis.
piano.
I feel
Did I
like
mention Did I mention I have a piano?
It's going to be a centerpiece.
Did I mention the
You play
piano?
piano,
It's
Jane?
important.
By the way,
I
we
do
have a
not
piano. You're
play
like,
the
all right,
piano.
we got it. Does
So
somebody
that-
I
Maybe
don't
I
play any
Does
instrument. I
anybody
can't
who's
read
there play
music.
Yeah, but does somebody who
I
owns
believe
it?
yes. I
Okay.
believe that Aaron, the founder, was
hope
a
so.
music student.
That's good
Yeah.
because it sucks if people buy things like
He's
that.
really
and
into
nobody.
it.
So does anybody play? You're like, nah.
No.
We just look at it. We wonder
Well, it's a
how it
big,
could sound.
nice centerpiece.
And then somebody comes rolling in and just crushes, and you're like, can you live here forever?
stay forever. Well, back to smoking lounges.
Yes.
I don't like them at all.
Okay.
I would like it to
Here
be
I am trying
like
to
New
promote
York.
smoking
More
lounges.
New York's great.
I don't think
just
we need any more
everywhere.
bureaucracy. I don't think we didn't need to create any more legislation. We should have allowed existing businesses to opt into a program where they can allow smoking at their already established
Yes.
whatever they're doing.
Yes.
And we didn't do that. We just made it hard, and it's been years
Yes.
now. People
Well, I
litigating.
still really love the coffee shop model. Because
I
like
would
just
love
coffee
that.
and cannabis, it's so perfect, and a pit stop, and you buy like a 0.5 gram joint and get a coffee, and then like go check out the city, you know.
It's
How
kind of
about
like
just
everything
sitting-
though?
Yeah.
Everywhere, like pizza, beer, and cannabis. Also, coffee, like
All of the things.
when does it get to that point? Like, I think that's the idea behind like Cirrus and those types of things, is to like elevate that to a point
Yes.
where like. I was talking to a friend about our grand opening, Boulder Built tomorrow in Boulder.
Tomorrow.
Just-
Holy moly.
This afternoon.
Whoa, slow down.
Well, he's got to. Yeah. Oh yeah, right.
Drum
I
roll,
forgot to mention-
Vinny, drum roll.
So much trouble when
No,
you get
so we're
that.
having our grand opening is tomorrow of our dispensary in Boulder under the Boulder Built brand. And I was talking to a buddy of mine who's also I grew up with, and we have kids, you know. And he was saying, "Is it kid friendly?" And I said, "Well, it kind of is, right? You can be in the parking lot of a
Yeah,
dispensary,
food
and you
trucks.
entirely can,
Yeah.
right? Exactly. But like the way that the stigma gets attached to that, when's the point in time when we're going to be able to start walking into places or having our kids around,
Yeah.
just like we did a bar, right?
But wait, you
Totally.
can't
Restaurant.
take your kid
And I
into a
hear-
liquor store?
Some,
Of course,
wait.
right? Exactly my point. Exactly.
and some of my friends that moved to Oklahoma, I hear it's like very like is one of the most acceptable, where like it's fun, like people, there's neighborhood picnics, the kids are there, adults are there, there's bongs, it's fine, it's normal.
It's
everyone's
not
in the industry.
recreational in Oklahoma, though, so it's kind of exclusive. You have to be an Oklahoma resident. You have to be a medical patient.
Okay.
I like to be.
But you can just spark up at a party.
For sure. No, there are so many better
On the
ways
block.
to do things than what
The
Colorado.
funny thing is that we used to always do everything, and nothing that never stopped us back in the day. But that's a terrible like that was exactly what David Tran said to us. Well, back in the day we used to do. It's like, no, we cannot go to a real legit thing and have it not be smoker friendly. Like this was for the awards at the MJ Biz. Remember, and it was just and his whole answer to us was, well,
I'm
you
sure
guys
they
could just
do.
do it like we used to, and it's like
We
really?
didn't win.
At an award ceremony.
No, I bet you didn't.
You want us to be all sneaking
I wasn't even
around?
nominated, so it's not.
You can do it that way at Red Rocks, I guess.
Yeah.
That's about it.
It's
You kind of can. I mean, Red Rocks is a place that I've had to be pretty careful, but that's why
Gotcha.
little discreet, chillums and things you have. But
sales mode. Here we go.
Yeah.
Do you carry Jane West products?
I mean, I carry Chillum, have forever, right?
Yeah.
Because it's the best way to put in a little scent-proof case and put it in your pocket, and off you go, right?
Yep.
So.
But it sucks when you can't.
wonder.
It sucks when you can't pull
Yes,
out your.
these
You want to be
things.
able to pull out your rig.
Yeah, right.
You want to be able to take your rig inside.
Well,
you want to be able to have a case with you when you walk
Yes.
in. Like, hey, I'm ready to roll.
Yeah.
There are places where a guy
Thing
walks
was-
in a backpack rig and is selling dabs.
Totally.
So.
I've seen that.
I took my Dab X to Red Rocks, but I didn't walk in through the front door, so it was different. So everyone should be able to walk in through the front door.
Yeah, it sucks when
That's
you're when you're all packed up and you're like, I had to go to Snoop Dogg one year, and it was like I rolled a giant joint. And then they gave me a fucking general admission ticket, and I was like, "What? So you want me to go through with a
just the tip.
2-foot joint? I got to go through?" And I just I literally shoved it down my pants and rolled through and kind of waddled through. And I went, "Where's the oldest guy here?" And he was like, "Let me," and it was like perfect.
Yeah.
I got right in, pulled it out. Oh yeah.
I've gotten shaken out there at Red Rocks.
Yeah, same.
So
I know, and I was looking down the thing, and I was all, "Oh, that guy, don't go to him." It's like,
I
you
had
have
the
to
worst radar for that. I got shook down always.
You got to really be on it.
They're like, "Oh, we're taking all your shit."
It's night and day. It's literally night and day. It's like,
Well-
this guy, cool. That chick, forget about it.
Shady, I
Power
guess.
trip.
Red Rocks used to kind of suck though for the jam band scene because people used to run in and throw 40 by 40
Yeah.
tarps down and say they're
game.
reserving the space.
Yeah.
And it would create such conflict.
The
But you know what got me
the
onto the
spot.
tarp real easy? Having better weed than them. Yeah, always.
until
There you go.
until Ryan shows up.
Concert
And then
weed.
what? You're like,
Yeah.
oh no, he's got
I
better
mean-
weed than me now.
We all had our concert bags, but you were always like, "Oh, that guy's got something fucking special." Like you could smell it,
Yeah, but I mean, the cool part about pre dispensaries and pre legal weed was that it was like kind of like selecting restaurants in New York. You don't go by the name, you don't go by Yelp, you go by your nose. Like you walk around till you smell something that's like, fuck, that smells really good. What is that? Oh, it's Vietnamese, let's go. And then you go in and it's always good because it smelled good, you know what I mean? Whereas and with weed it was the same thing. You'd be at a festy or somewhere and you'd smell, the fuck is that? And you'd find, usually it was the other way around, people finding me and I'd be like, oh, I smelled you from over there, bro. We were talking about it, and they're like, okay, great. So
That was me because they took mine.
See, and like these are all the things that because social use is still so like reduced, like not allowed, that you don't even have those conversations. Like you're not going and finding people and talking about what it smells like and what there's like. Everyone's still like on the down low.
But wait, it's an election year, Jane. We're going to have legal weed by the end of the year.
Oh God, we're gonna have like Schedule 3, like horrible next.
No, we're not going to have Schedule 3. Nothing's going to happen.
Okay.
Nothing
Is that your prediction?
is
That's your prediction?
Yes. The reason is because everyone thinks something's going to happen, and anytime you think the government is
Okay.
going to do anything for us, no.
Well, it does seem like maybe they need to.
I gave her one. Right.
I got one. I got the tip.
Twist and pressure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because you don't want it to fall out.
you don't want to be like flopping out on you.
You don't want that.
No flop outs.
Nobody
likes it when
Jane is sharing a joint with us. This, I recall, is not something that happens all the time.
Well,
She's doing it like the
usually I'm
Queen, though.
smoking
Too. You
my
see, she's got the
things
hand like the Queen. Like,
out of my. Yeah, I mean,
Have you ever been to one of Jane's parties in Vegas? At an
no,
MJ BizCon?
I haven't.
They were
Back
great.
when it was at the Rio.
I mean, I've been to BizCon, but
the Rio does not sound exciting when you say
I've
it
never
nowadays.
been
You're
to
like, "It's at
BizCon.
the
I want to be
Rio."
clear.
You're
I
like,
would never in my
it was
life.
a long time ago.
Just parties.
Yeah.
No, she would rent out
They
this
blew up the
suite.
Tropicana. Are they blowing it up? What's going on with that? Is that getting
What?
blowed up?
The suite is the Tropicana is getting blown up, but the suite
Blowed
got
up.
redone.
Oh, I know.
Our
Thanks.
suite.
Our suite.
Well, you see,
Remember?
yes.
Wait, you were supposed to have a whole party there.
Oh, I know all about that.
We remember.
We know all about that. I remember when the invoice came prior, they wanted me to confirm everything. And the first thing they sent me, it said presidential suite.
Yes.
So we knew which one that was, right, Orion? So if you saw presidential suite, you would not be thinking like,
Covered on the
schlocky.
side. Covered on the side of the building.
But then suddenly,
only one. There's only one presidential suite.
It changed from presidential suite to suite. But you know what didn't change? The price stayed the same, like $5,000 or whatever it was.
And I was like, what the hell? I spent like all morning on the phone trying to get to the bottom of it, and they're destroying it. Like it was
we would have
like
taken it like that too. We would have been like,
80s
it's all right, half
Dallas.
built, half. I've had worse. You know what I mean?
We would have told them to just hold off on any renovations. We'll actually destroy it.
Yeah, yes,
We can do it.
exactly.
Destroy the
That suite also had a piano.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Which is.
How many people played it during your parties?
People played the piano. Hillary, that was one of the the first license holders with Dana in New York, who is also a classically trained pianist, and she played Because I Got High on the piano, and it was amazing.
Did Afro Man pop out of it? Did he come rolling?
Yeah, he came here rolling up, punched somebody and left.
Nice, punched some chick and left, just like he does. That's what he's known for.
Yeah.
Isn't that what he did?
But did they let you wreck the room?
But was he high?
Everyone was high. Everyone was so high. The first year there was like a popcorn that got out that was infused and like
escaped
eating
popcorn.
It
got loose.
Like someone brought it, like kind of trying to support their own brand, and all of a sudden it was like, where's these bowls of popcorn come from? And then
popcorn works. That's always been a good go-to, easy sort of thing.
Well, it's a good bar item because it makes everyone
Right,
drink
there
more.
you go. Colorado will say, how do you mark each kernel?
Yeah,
with a THC
you have
logo.
to
You have to put the logo.
Each cracker in its own
As it
individual
explodes,
box.
it needs to have a THC logo that pops in onto it. Whap-pap. Whap-pap.
I mean, we have to.
Wait,
print
what's
that?
that? Is
I
that
like that idea, though, don't you? Everyone's like, hey, can we
It
do
has to be
that?
printed.
It's
very
actually
small,
kind of
like
dope if it
tiny.
can happen.
If you could make it happen.
Mark, make that happen.
You got to do
No.
a little micro dot.
Is Ed still here? Can you Google that for us, Ed? Or did he leave? Ed left.
Ed left?
Where'd he go?
No, he's
Where-
Ed, what's going on?
Are you still here, Ed?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm trying
there he
to
is.
get the sound better.
Say hi to Jane
Hi,
West.
Ed.
It's like our own AI. It's
How
like we
are
have our own
you
AI,
doing?
but it's Ed. Ed-I. EI.
We snap your fingers. We go to live to Ed anywhere in the country.
Anytime we need Ed, we just.
Oh my gosh, I
here he
love
is.
it.
And he's gone.
And is this the other side of
Okay,
the cafe?
That's the other side of the cafe that's on.
That he's on. There he is.
Well, hello.
What's the 45 minutes?
Now we're getting crazy.
Yeah.
So where are you
There
going
it
to?
is.
You're going,
Sensi night.
Oh,
I guess
Jesus.
tonight.
You don't want to be that early at that kind of party.
Well.
Oh, you have to set up.
Yeah, I got to pop over there, meet with somebody.
Where is it?
It's 15
It's a
minutes away
secret
from
location.
Everything's 15 minutes.
here. 119 South Broadway.
All right.
Uh-oh.
All right. All right.
Oh, blew
I'm
it
good
up.
with numbers and memory, so I think that's where it's at.
Yeah.
The name of the
Cool.
venue, I'm not sure,
Yeah.
but
I haven't been to one of those in a long time.
it's the 8th. So, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Well, shout
Check it
out to Sensi
Yeah.
Night.
But I probably won't be there. I mean, tomorrow's 420.
Well, they're smart. They're doing it the day
420.
before 420 because 420 is almost becoming amateur hour.
Yes.
Unless you're grand opening a store.
Well, tell us about that
Yeah.
before you go. Come on.
No, yeah. So yeah, we took over from the Boulder Wellness Cannabis Company, which is one of the oldest medical rec dispensaries in Boulder. And like I was saying earlier, we kind of just wanted to bring back the whole vertical integration of grow and store to that shop because that's how it was founded. Because it's
They're right next door to
cultivation,
Ozo, right? Or next.
Yeah.
They
just right down the road.
they're a Wendy's is between them.
Oh,
Yeah.
one Wendy's between them.
Yeah.
Yes.
One Wendy's away.
Or Wendy's
And a parking
betwixt.
lot.
Yeah, so it's a little tight to get into on the parking lot, but it's not.
I will say this: I have parked at Ozo
Yep.
And I have walked to Boulder Wellness.
Don't tell.
I mean,
Justin.
that's
Taking
a
up valuable space.
He's in a big shopping
That's a really
plaza.
good spot.
Yeah, the Wendy's has a lot of parking spots too.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah, and they don't mind at all.
I
No,
see how
they don't.
Jane gets a nice.
They don't. You can park right there. And so get a cup of coffee. Get a
look,
get an
she
Ozo
brings
coffee.
her own ashtrays.
And
She
look,
knows look at us.
And like
look what we're
Jane said,
using.
get a coffee and get a bong hit. You
I was
know?
using
That
before.
sounds like the perfect start to that Saturday morning in Boulder.
Yeah.
and what else do we have here? What other strains you got?
Let's see. What
This
we
one
brought.
here is Jet Lotto, which is jet fuel gelato by Triangle Kush.
Yep.
That's we just smoked.
This is what we just
Jelly
smoked?
pancakes.
Yep, that's what we just smoked. This is jelly. Oh wow, look at that.
Yep. Jelly
That's really
pancakes.
nice packaging.
Yeah.
Oh, Jane will be the judge
Yeah,
of
some
that.
artist series and
That is
things like
very
that.
nice.
You can pop the seals on them, obviously.
Pop those, pop.
And then just some
bottles.
Boulder built, our original label.
Who did the artwork?
Are you guys ready to see it?
It's in house. It's all in house. Everything's in house.
I love it.
Everything
Smells
from
amazing.
our grow to our marketing team. Everybody's just contributes.
Mr. Nasty. I didn't know you had a strain named after me.
Yeah. So there's sales and marketing leadership team. We work on it with graphics, and when we all like it, we go for it. Oh. And it's all the herb is where it all starts and ends for me, and so
Yeah,
I just
mean,
love that.
you want it to be, you want it to sort of, complement it, but you don't want it to be the like, oh my
Yeah.
god, this packaging is amazing, and then you're like, meh.
Yeah.
That's the worst.
Yeah, you can't do
But
that.
also
You
like
can't do
keeping
that.
it nice and simple like this too, with these like nice dark, because people
Yeah.
go all out and then it's like,
Yeah.
if you, it's
Don't
too much.
overcomplicate
It's
it.
too much.
From one.
I like that they're.
It's
I like
recyclable, it's
everything's got
glass,
its own vibe too, because sometimes you get.
And at
stuff
least
where
this whole thing can just be thrown in the recycle bin, and
Yes.
there's no marketing
Oh, that's
layer
great.
or
That's
bullshit.
wonderful. That's really huge, actually. That is
Yeah.
not normal.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot the tip.
Oh,
I've never been better.
Wow, we're getting soundbite.
Just grab Jane and yeah, we want those
Every
for
show.
later. So wait, don't we have? Hold on,
Tip
because
jokes.
before you go,
Yo,
no, we
tip
don't
jokes.
need. How about Knuckles?
Knuckles?
Can we use Knuckles?
Oh yeah,
How about 3?
I remember that. I still haven't tried that.
Vinny's not prepared. You don't have Jane
Oh, you didn't
saying
know
how
Jane
many
was coming.
Knuckles deep.
Vinny's always prepared. He's doing it.
He's preparing the files now as we speak.
I love this
It's like a
thing. You can
terabyte.
just bite on it.
So he's talking about Yo Tips, which will now be available at the launch of Boulder Built tomorrow, because I have some in my car and I'll give you some to.
Yeah, 11
bring.
to 5.
11 to
one
5
of our
tomorrow.
artists is going to be there. Android Jones, who's a Boulder artist.
Oh,
he's
great.
awesome.
Yeah.
He's going to be there for a couple hours at 3:30.
His name is funny
Very
because
cool.
like I have like
Yeah.
3 different friends who are all friends with him, so it's like it's the classic where he's like the Nexus kind of guy. Where it
He
seems-
donated something to like some events back in the day
Yeah.
when we were just starting to.
I'm trying to work with him on some more of that in and around Boulder, like protect our winners. I couldn't get to it this year, but we want to try to get them involved and do some of those things too with Boulder and things that we're into as a company, and the people are into, and just kind of bring that old vibe back to the dispensary. Like have it be a cool place that you
Yeah.
want to have a good vibe in and hang. You're not gonna hang out in the dispensary, right? But maybe you'll be.
Yeah. But like the staff and the atmosphere all matter.
But what you just said, what I want to happen, you should be able to hang out in a dispensary. You should be able to smoke in there. They should have an area where
should be
you
able to
can
smoke.
sample everything
I agree.
and decide what you want, just like you could drink anywhere.
It seems like the next step. Like if a place like Jad's can exist, why can't you smoke in a dispensary? Explain that to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, the problem is like that
Well, the
location.
joint,
that
the joint,
place.
what's it? The joint place, whatever it's called again? The joint or the
coffee
Oh,
joint.
coffee
the
joint.
coffee
Coffee joint.
joint.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I mean,
they're-
it's just
they-
like you have to have the right location that has an extra space next door, that's separate entrance and separate everything,
Yeah.
but it has to. You know what I mean? To make it work, you
At
just,
least 3 inches up.
you gotta have the right location,
Build.
really.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that, you're just like.
Yeah.
But I always think
But also, don't have a good like. They need to be able to make money, and because they can't really like sell it, they on all the stuff at the coffee joint, they always have to tell you like, bring your own, because people think you can go. People think.
Yeah, but they have a.
that what we're
they have
talking
a
about
dispensary.
happens because it would be so like normal.
I
And
want
it's
you to
not a
all
thing.
envision Pearl Street. Okay, they're what, 100, 200 businesses along Pearl Street from like 9th or 8th to 13th, so 4 or 5 blocks.
Yeah.
How many of them, before we're done talking here, would instantly switch over if they could adopt the Amsterdam coffee shop model, where they could serve drinks and a little bit of finger food and candies and whatnot? But the primary business was cannabis and allowing people to sit just like we are right here, but outside, because it's Colorado and we get 250 sunny days a year.
We totally do. Anywhere you can,
but that's the problem is that they're always worried about, like, oh my God, but what if you're standing over there?
But you can smoke a cigarette, right?
Smoke touches.
I mean,
that's the catch. Is like,
but you could smoke a cigarette, just like what you said. Ed said it kills everybody.
Everybody who ever touches it.
Yeah, I mean,
Ed's hiding behind his.
Just so you know, Jane, Ed has done almost everything except make out with Jane on the show. He's gone to the bathroom.
John, I can't.
His Jane, not your.
Yeah.
Oh,
his
okay.
Jane.
I was like, okay.
He has his own Jane.
He's what? He's gone to the bathroom. He's eaten multiple meals. He's fallen asleep.
Is
What
this
else?
on your 20? This is.
No, he does this
Whatever
on
that
regular
means.
shows when he's with us.
I love
This
it.
is a 24-hour special now. He's going to be with us the whole time. The whole time, right, Ed?
That's an interesting piece.
You are getting sleepy.
Oh, don't say that. That's the
Ed,
wrong thing
don't
to
do
say
it,
when you're
Ed.
on a long show.
You need
guys didn't,
some more
pay my
up
stag dues.
variety.
Mark needs to pay his stag dues? Is that what you just said?
You need
You guys
more
didn't, call it an
upbeat
inside joke, Dave.
variety.
Oh. I want to be on the inside of it. It's a 24-hour show. Fill us in. We have time.
You don't remember? I mean, we do this all the time. It's funny.
All the time.
I said stag dues one time, and now you guys have never lived it down.
Stag or sag?
I've never lived it down.
You said sag. You said stag.
I said stag is supposed to be sag.
Yes.
Sag dues because,
Whatever that means.
I said more in a sentence. I have to get paid for it.
Yeah, and so we're trying to milk that joke.
Yeah.
How long ago was that? That was a while ago.
That was so long ago.
So long.
So long.
Longer than when Jane said
Shows how much
knuckles
Dave
deep.
pays attention to me.
So long ago.
So long.
So what's happening today then? If 420's played out and today's the day, what are we looking at? Who's got?
Today's not the day. We're going all the way. Like we're
Today's
supposed to have
Today's
this
bicycle day, that's what I see.
420 calculator.
It is on the screen. It's been on the screen for about 2 hours now.
Oh, that thing right there.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
And you're
That
going
thing.
nowhere.
The thing you wanted.
I'm
What,
leaving.
what time is it in Australia now?
Late? Early?
Like,
This happens
Give us-
like,
It's
come on.
The next 420 will
so
be in
high,
35
they're
minutes. Gambier Islands.
What?
Oh wait, where we have
Adak and Aleutian Islands.
Oh, let's go
It's
live
happening.
to the
It's happening.
Aleutians.
It's happening.
Oh,
But
We
this is
need a
just-
great-
start of
No,
the thing?
but it's not real.
I could very well be the
This is
result of a
this is not
drug-induced
tomorrow's 420,
hallucination.
though.
This is 419 420.
Yeah, exactly.
This is 420 p.m. 419.
We need a thing like the Comedy Central where we have somebody stand on camera over there and they have the
Yes.
background of wherever
Yes,
they
like
are
a weather.
for when we don't have somebody there.
Oh yeah.
Could you do that for us all
I can
night, Jane?
totally do.
All
not
night.
You mean a
I
green
will do it next
screen?
year.
We're in front of a giant green screen right now, so I don't even
So
know.
you like
we have
put
to
an
be singled
iceberg
off.
behind me, and then the next one you'll put
do
yeah,
this.
and I'll have like a scarf,
No, you can do the weather over there.
and then
Yes.
yes,
Do the weather for us.
and mittens.
I don't do that shit.
And can I have a fake microphone, please?
No, you can have a real microphone.
Okay, everyone.
Yeah.
I've heard that soundbite somewhere.
No, but you have to wear. If you're gonna do the weather, you have to have the
I know
big
that
clip thing on your back, like a big lumpy thing on your
Yeah,
back.
yeah.
You have to be wearing a really
Just
tight
like really
I think
ill
that's a
fitting.
sling
You have to
blade.
wear
pants.
no, you wear a real tight dress, but
Okay,
then
yeah.
you have this giant lumpy thing on
Yep.
your back, and you're like, yeah, we don't see that.
And you have, you
nobody
have a
sees
clicker
it.
from the
And you're like,
1980s.
clicky, clicky. Exactly. a
Oh,
giant clicker.
that actually
I'll just be,
hammer
like,
hits like a
referencing
little
the
bar, and
wall.
the bar makes a noise, and the TV like pops on.
I
Have you seen
remember
that
those
shit?
remotes that way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, with the cord.
It
Four
had
buttons?
four.
Four
It literally
buttons.
had four
Yeah.
like
Buttons.
yeah, but the
were
button would
hitting,
pull
like-
back a hammer that would
Yeah.
hit like a little xylophone.
Yep.
Yep.
And
yep.
you had four xylophone tones.
Yep.
For all you kids out there, this is before remotes and things.
This
like
is
that.
well
This is-
corded.
before
It
that-
was
saw
corded.
Alpha
It was
Before
corded.
that, before
Everything
that,
was corded.
you were the remote.
Yes.
As a child.
Change the
Yeah,
channel.
yeah, yeah.
Hey, get
Yeah.
over there, change it.
Well, you had to stand there and go through
Yes.
it, right? And
Oh,
there you go.
yeah, no,
Fix
back,
the antenna.
back, over here, over there,
Like
stand
that
up.
shit.
If you go back far enough,
legitimate.
there
Oh
was
my
a
goodness.
button for
That
each
totally,
channel.
Yes, that's what we were just.
Yeah,
that's-
okay, I was
Yeah,
about to
welcome
say
to the
that.
conversation.
Dial.
That's what we were saying.
Yep.
Oh,
It had like clicky clicky.
I had a Sony
Yep.
where if you hit the UHF button, but you're on like channel 13 or whatever, it would go around the whole fucking thing, and the actual thing would chunk, 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 and it's so
Yes.
loud. And I'd be like awake late night
Technology.
trying to like watch some
Think of all
TV,
those
hit the wrong
giant-
button,
where
just.
all
But in
those
the old
giant-
cable box,
And we were just trying to
Where are all
descramble.
those
That's all.
giant-
As
Yeah,
kids,
descramble though.
I mean,
Descrambler.
Where
Yeah, you
are
get
they
the-
all?
Recycle.
You get the knob
Many,
and you
they're
took a
giant, heavy
matchbook.
pieces of furniture.
You took a matchbook and stuck it behind the, like at the knob. If you stuck a matchbook there, you could pull all the channels off. All you had to do is select
Yes.
the
You
little
You
thing.
peel the channels right off.
Yeah.
Get 'em
Well, we were like literally making a electric connection by hitting that thing and then choosing like which one to tell the TV.
Remember Married with Children made fun of Fox when they go Fox family viewing positions and they all had to hold hands, which ended with one of them holding a hanger in the air covered in tinfoil. And that's how they had to stand to watch television.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, no, people don't remember. There's,
Antenna.
do you know,
mean,
there,
that's
isn't there
Now
like
you
this
get, like,
video?
Where are all
80-inch
those
television
antennas?
for $250? You're like, what the fuck is going on here? Those are $20,000 televisions.
Yeah.
Where did you see the video of the dad who has like an 18 and a 19-year-old kid, and he says, "I'll give you $100," and he wrote a number down on a piece of paper, and he said, and he handed them a rotary phone. He said, "Call me. If you can call me, I'll give you the $100." And they could not figure out how to make the phone work.
Oh my goodness.
So great.
I believe it.
We still say roll down the window, but no kid alive today has ever rolled a window down in a car. They use a button.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Button.
on that
It's
note,
the button generation.
I'm
Button
gonna
down.
have to bounce. I gotta get out of here.
All right.
He's got to
so
But it was
many
nice to meet
things.
you,
A
Jane.
Thank
big,
you.
yes, absolutely. It was such a.
And thanks for having me
Get
on
him
the
those
show.
bucks. Get him the
It
box
was
of
really
yo
cool.
tips.
I
Go-
brought you
go
guys
take
here.
care.
No, that Dave sent me a note that somebody's already been in contact with you guys, and they're sending you some already.
But are they going to be
I
there
didn't. I
tomorrow?
would. It's above my pay grade, I guess.
All right.
That
look
one,
at
but
that.
Or they're already sending
all
some
I
because
need
of
is
what
this.
I said.
All I need
I
is
would
this.
say give him a box.
I have a whole bunch in the car.
Go do
Somebody
it.
probably is actually. All,
Me and
all
Jane
the,
can handle
all
it
the guys
without
on
you.
my team are
What are
probably
we-
watching.
what
and
are we
probably
doing?
just got it done.
Taking over the
listening.
show.
They're
We're
that
getting rid
good.
of him.
Oh, okay. I
fact-
hear gifts.
Bye,
I
Dave.
have gifts
I'm
for
not
you.
There might be
So
a,
thanks,
Yeah,
though.
that's fine.
there
It was
might
good
be
to
a
see
few
you.
on the
I-
table
No,
right
nice
there.
to meet you, Ryan,
You
for
got
sure.
it.
And
Thank you,
good
Ryan.
luck with the
Pleasure.
opening. Oh,
Thank
wait,
you.
is this going
Those
for
are
him?
Dave.
For Dave or for
Give
him?
them for to Dave.
No, let's give them to Orion to take.
That's
to
what I
his-
meant.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is all this?
Meant give
That's
them
Jane
to Dave
West
to give them
stuff.
for- Yeah.
Hey,
Chill 'em.
And I'll
Those
give
are
you some of
little
this
420.
older bill.
Yes.
I've got some rosin
Oh,
infused.
it is American made.
Dude,
Oh, I like
my-
that. I actually
American
really like
made.
that.
that came in handy for me the other day.
Oh,
crack pipe?
I had that in my backpack, and I didn't have any way to smoke, and someone gave me a bud, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
Dude, the same
Jane
thing.
West.
Yeah, and I
Same thing.
I smoked it for like a week, dude. It was yeah,
Yes.
it's great.
Oh, Jane.
And then we gave it to IROC.
And then somebody smoked crack out of it.
And it is American made
of my life.
borosilicate glass.
Let's check these and make sure they're yo-tippable.
Awesome.
Oh yes.
They are.
Oh yes.
And I
They're
brought
perfect.
you guys some herb with some
That
of the
looks
more
lovely.
of our artist series on them. This is a series we did for a certain few stores.
Nice.
Exclusive with Ilson, Denver artist. And
Sweet.
yeah.
This is great.
Some
Thank
infused
you.
rolls for you guys, and I'm out. And I appreciate.
Thank you. We'll
Very good
stop by.
samples. Good
and
opening.
Yeah, come
Good-
by tomorrow.
you're a
Come by
good
the store
opening act.
11 to 5.
Perfect timing. Good opening act. Coming in.
Oh, David stopped by in the morning when he's coming back to the studio.
Oh, yeah,
No.
you're coming this way.
Yeah, he's
but
coming
I
back
will
to the
come at
studio.
6 in the morning because
Oh,
I
yeah,
want
he's
to make
coming
it for
back.
London
6 in
to
the
studio.
morning. Yes, yes.
That doesn't make sense.
No, you're coming online with us for the 420 Waking Bake, right? Of course.
Sure.
With
I'm
Willie.
gonna come back.
I'm talking virtually.
Yeah,
Sure.
420
in the
wake and
mor-
bake, dude.
420
Come
wake and
on.
bake, come on.
At what time?
420.
Jesus Christ. All right,
AM.
never mind. He's already there.
4:20 a.m.
Yeah, bro.
Wake up and bake up. Come
Your dog's gonna wake you up anyways, homie.
It's time to wake up.
Wake up and bake up.
Yeah, with us, with Willie. Willie's going to be on.
Wake up and bake
Willie
up on the
Waldman?
Slowburn
Yes.
24-hour show, Adam Dunn Show.
Do you
He's going to
know?
wake up his friend in California at like an ungodly hour and to try to. It's gonna
I have nightmares of Willie Waldman playing trumpet for like 12 hours
that's what's
straight.
gonna
Oh wait.
That's exactly what it's doing. It's a great way to feed that.
Good luck
feed
with
that
everything.
nightmare. You go right back to bed right after the. And you can't.
Of course he's
What? Now Vinny's going?
coming on at 4:20.
Yeah, of course.
What's wrong?
It's his 520, so it's not so bad for him.
Oh.
For us, it's
He's got a guest.
And he's going to bring in a guest.
He's bringing in a guest.
320. It's going to be.
It's 3 something.
It's going to be
Okay.
super rough.
Hold on, he just sent me a message.
He's going to be like, because he's in San Francisco.
Some trivia or some games or something.
What?
Well, that's
If
why
we
you're
were
here.
professionals, ask us a question.
We cannot even come up with a single anything when it comes to anything true.
Oh, I like the idea of the green screen before. I'm pointing to the green wall, like the green screen for all the different cities. That's a good idea.
Jane West.
Can we do it?
People could submit them to
Jane
you.
West, I
and
want
that's
you
how
to
you
have a
build your
professional-
audience.
In 3
They build their
years from now, we'll do that.
We have a professional camera.
People would submit them.
Before we were not professional. Now we're
What is
half
this?
professional.
What do I? Is it?
You can call Tim Martin
Think of
now.
a number between 1 and 3.
We've achieved Tim Martin
2?
status.
You win.
You guys wouldn't
even get
a camera.
What happened now?
I got a shirt.
Well, guess what? We want to go back to it.
Oh, that's
Just
perfect.
kidding.
That's so no, that's good because then she can do that. With your
I
baby,
know.
And you're
It's a
like
pain in the ass.
ultra chick.
Yep.
Oh, is this for the
On
weather?
the mountain?
Oh yeah, because you can.
I'm
put it
not.
on the
Yeah.
green. It's not.
It's like
This is
Took me
from
so
Green
long to-
Farms Med.
And there's no green in it, which is
From
good.
JW. It's a peak-to-peak boutique.
I love it.
And we had to give it away. It wasn't something we could take home and steal for ourselves.
No, that's dope.
It's really, really nice.
Batik.
Peak to peak.
That's peak.
They're
to peak.
famous
It's nice
here in
and thick.
Colorado.
That's classy.
It's nice and it's a really nice, beautiful, nice. thick
Dave's the party guy.
That's your new
t-shirt.
sleeper? Is that your new sleeper?
Yeah, it's really nice.
Sleeper.
Also, I like that it has this like pattern all over it. So if I kind of stain it, because I'm not good.
With red wine?
Or with anything.
Oh, it's the
Yeah,
perfect.
also red
Oh,
wine.
it's so good for her. Look at it. That's like a red wine drinker shirt
Yeah.
right there. Whenever I'm drinking red wine, I put on my Colorado
I cannot drink red wine anymore though.
No?
I don't know. It gives me a headache. Like
Whoa.
Right away.
Wait a minute.
Wait,
You-
newsflash.
Yeah, hold on.
Hold
Wait, Vinny, nothing?
Newsflash.
Really? No news stuff?
Newsflash.
Breaking news?
There we go. Jamaica
We're very,
wine.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Jamaica.
Leave us alone.
You don't drink red wine anymore?
No, but I was always kind of a white wine person. But I still would
Which is
drink
not,
white wine.
which is nothing to be proud of.
It's fine. No,
red
it's
wine
just,
drinkers
it's
are where
all
it's at.
ethanol.
If I was going to be any kind of wine drinker,
poison.
it'd be a red wine drinker. Because
Yeah.
white wine, poof, that shit just headache city right there.
Yeah. See, well, yeah.
And you get a headache from
Yeah,
red wine.
Yes. But it might
I
be
think
the
red wine is
tannins.
healthier for you though. To just
I
chug
think
a
that's a
lug.
myth. I
just
think
just
that's a myth.
down like a thing.
I don't think anyone. No.
A little
I think
wine,
it's
a
a myth.
little
I think
red
they
wine.
figured out
If
that
you
that
were
was
in
actually
the,
like
no, if you're
paid
in,
for it by the.
because if you're in the zone, you're in
Dave,
the blue
you should
zones.
be on
all
this
the blue
conspiracy
zones.
theory.
A lot of those blue
Oh,
zones.
tell
are-
him.
What?
Well, no, just that like that study that really no one has ever actually said that red wine is good for you, but like one study and it was paid for by
Ed Rosenthal says it.
Ed, what do you think of red wine? No, you have to keep Ed's camera off until we say Ed, and then bing, there he is.
Both Canadian and U.S. researchers even found that even 3 drinks a week changes body organs to a great extent. And, they used to say 1 drink a day for women, 2 drinks a day, 2 drinks a day. Now they're saying 1 or 2 drinks a week. And, you don't see it until later on when all these people have kidney and liver problems. And that's endemic with older people as a result of alcoholism.
Older people don't watch our show.
Yeah, Ed's gonna.
Guys, you are older people.
I know it's.
It's like.
Why do I hear it?
I mean,
oh, I hate you.
Sorry.
The worst part is that I'm older than him. That's even the worst part. That's how it gets even worse.
No.
Well, you're 33, 34, right?
I am 48 this year.
You are not.
Yes, I am.
Come on.
Yeah, smoke weed every day.
Smoke weed
Every day.
Come on, Vinny. Get it together.
You're baking a brisket? What are you doing? Come on.
He is. He's got
It's
a
okay. He's got to catch up.
There's so many buttons.
Have a warrant?
Give
Do you
him
know how
a
many
break.
Janes he has in there?
Come on. Can you play a few?
The
James?
John Smith drop was perfect.
Perfect.
earlier.
He didn't even know it was him.
It was awesome.
Ed, did you not recognize your own voice?
Earlier?
He's sleeping.
Yeah.
I'm sleeping. I'm just listening. I don't think it. I don't think it needs an answer.
No.
No.
Whoa.
Oh, you weren't going to dignify that with a response. That was uncalled for.
I'm just all joy.
That's why we have you on here, dude. You're our joy button. It's like a joy button. Hit the joy button.
Where's Jane?
I know he's making me wanna. You guys want to open your gift?
Oh yeah.
Because it matches.
Uh-oh.
Gift?
Jane.
Oh, look at this. Oh, we got some.
Oh, jeez.
Troublemakers are in the house.
Troublemakers.
Here he goes. He's got to go.
Yep.
Guards. Our guard duty's over. Guard duty's over. Vinny's got to go back and we'll bap some steaks.
Guys, we gotta make our own.
What are we making?
We gotta make our own sounds. While Vinny's
Oh, I know. Make your own sound
Bing
effects.
bing.
Whoa! We got a sound guy, but he doesn't know what anything is. He's just gonna randomly hit buttons.
Oh, that's a good one.
It was awesome, but it's
All
perfect.
right, that's annoying, but yes.
Yeah, Dave. Totally.
I only bought that for you to do it
annoying.
once, never again.
But Dad, I wanna.
We need more sound effect things to have, just like like whistles and stuff. Yeah,
No.
old school.
Gene, it took
Yes,
Mark
yes.
15 minutes to find a background of people bicycling, and you want to have it.
And we didn't even use it. We didn't even try.
No.
He's like, forget about it. I'm not doing it.
Jane, what's in your box?
My new glassware, the 20s collection.
This all comes in collections like this.
Well, this is like a nod to like a shoebox, like
I see that.
keeping it how we used to keep things in shoeboxes.
Oh, it's kind of like Adam with his tapes and seeds.
Yes.
What's going on around here? Is this what's the
Exactly.
inspiration? Yeah, no, it's shoeboxy, which is cool because that's where you keep all your cash. When you
Yes.
made lots of money,
Oh, that's
and that's where you keep it. You fill up. You
Tell us
fill
about that.
That's how you should keep all your money is in a shoebox.
There's a lot of correlations for shoeboxes.
Wow. And you brought 4 of these.
This
I
collection
guys, I hardly have any. But this is for you to keep.
celebrates the 20s as a
Wow.
dedicated cannabis acceptance. Very
Our
interesting.
20s.
Well, then it's got to be like frosted glass or like angled.
It's
Beveled,
It's
beveled.
borosilicate.
Oh, that's heavy. That's a
Working up the
Mongo.
Vindicator.
Wow.
Look at this, people.
Yay!
It's bedazzled. It's almost bedazzled.
Dude,
It's just-
that's crazy.
It's almost a bedazzled.
And also, it is like remarkably. So there's a down stem.
Okay, down
And
stem goes
Yep.
in there.
Sort of down.
It's got its scientific glass style.
Yeah.
It's very cute. Very
And also, like,
I think it's cool.
it's really easy to clean
Yeah.
by being able to remove that, which like
Yeah.
a lot of my favorite
Yeah, you
water
don't want to
pieces
have
are
any
really
crevice.
hard to clean.
A lot of crevices.
Yeah.
Stuff to clean crevices.
Also, the textured nature of the glass, like even if it is kind of grimy, it still just looks beautiful.
It looks like something my grandma would have.
Yes.
Very grandma.
Yeah.
Well,
Chat said that Adam's gonna break it.
I will break it.
It's very it's got a big sturdy bottom, but
I'm sorry.
it does it. The
You know
goal
what-
was to
hold
make
on.
it look like
You know what
something
it needs?
familiar,
You know
but
what
that
it
you've never
needs?
seen before.
It needs those
It has a
candies.
what?
You know those candies
Yes.
your grandmother always has? That
Exactly.
you never don't know
Oh,
where
the
they
tray
get them
right
from.
here?
Like you're like,
Yeah.
where do they come from? And then that's exactly what
It
those
looks
bowls
like
look
this.
I had those bowls. Huh?
It looks like those little yeah.
But you know what I'm talking about. Those
yes.
candies, those ones. You're like, how does where do they come from? Some weird place where only they know how to get them.
Yeah, I don't know.
You
No,
never
well, I
see 'em.
think no one has ever eaten them. They're just there. They come with the
then,
dish,
and then you open it up and you're
and
like,
then they just sit there forever.
This
so
is
you
really
come by
nice.
once a year to see your grandma. And then you're
Yeah.
like, oh, let me eat one of those. And you're like,
They're next to like the stale Andes candies.
that's right. So this is
Werther's
A
original.
box of Andes candies.
Very nice.
Are we going to see
We
a
should
dab
use it.
rig out of Jane West glass?
Well, you can put a banger in there.
Is that?
Yeah, it is.
This is a perfect dab rig because it's already
Yeah.
small. You just
Well,
have to
that
put
was
a different,
part of the
different bowl just to put to just get your.
Let's go, Tops.
Yeah,
Do you have a- do
and
you have
part
a-
of the
do you have a banger?
intentionality.
You got a
of, like,
banger
that
ready to
flat.
go?
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Come on.
What?
So you need the Jane West banger.
Check in IROC. He's got
All
a
right,
banger
I need
on.
bangers. Okay.
For sure.
If somebody needs a banger, it's Jane
I
West.
should. Stash Products has really good bangers.
I heard that Jane West. Has
I
the
need.
best
You always need
bangers.
at least 3 bangers.
Always.
I heard the Jane West bangers are the shit.
Yes.
See, that's what you need. You need that's what you need out there in the world.
Yeah.
Because then they'll just want to come get your banger.
Yeah.
And then
I'm talking to Stash
Jane's here.
Group.
Let's talk about bangers. Bangers.
Bangers. Oh, yeah.
You're just trying to get me to say it as many times as
Yeah,
possible.
say banger at least 12 more times. Say 12 different ways.
Banger? I hardly
Banger,
know her.
Maine.
Exactly. Right.
Banger,
You know
Maine.
anybody in Bangor, Maine right now?
Nope.
I like how
When
she-
is it 420 in Bangor, Maine?
Wait, I happen to know a seed
till
company
That could
in
be one of
Bangor,
the
Maine.
cities that would be funny.
What?
I know a seed company in Bangor, Maine. Yep.
Look at you.
We could do
Yep.
smoke bangers in Bangor, Maine.
Bangers
at
and mash.
420
Bangers
when
and
it-
mash.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you want.
Oh, those bangers. Yeah.
See? We're taking it to a different level
Yeah.
now. We're getting English.
Yeah.
Oi, mate. Fucking bangers and mash, mate. Right?
Oh, now you just went way
Yeah.
across.
Oh, I
yeah.
did one of those. I went over there.
Yeah.
And now I'm coming back. It's so funny because Nick is all, his whole thing is to talk like a little English kid now, a little English hooligan. And I'm just like,
Yeah, it's funny.
he does pretty good. He's got it kind of get it down.
Bonnie's
Your
youngest went there
feral
a little-
child.
My feral child, because when I'm screaming, yeah, where's my feral child? Hello, wait, oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. That.
It's what everybody wants. You want a English kid that will be like, hello, mommy, right?
Hello.
Don't you? That's what you wanted.
Yes.
Secretly,
No.
kind of secretly. She can't say yes because
I
they're
know.
like, we were watching. You said you wanted that. No, but you know, it kind of always sounds just extra nice when they're like, hello,
Yes.
mommy. Oh, hello, Papa."
Hello, mommy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. that is
Yes.
what I
But
You know.
daddy,
Right.
am. Yes.
mommy
No,
said
that's
you were a
sweet
bit of
little-
a prick.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
And what's in the
Well,
little
what-
box? What's the micro box?
The
going
little
on?
box is the ashtray.
Oh, this is what we already got.
Yeah.
See that set? Look at that. That's a
Yeah.
good set. That's a
Oh,
good
we
looking
could have
set.
used that ashtray about like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah,
we
we
were
did.
ashing in a.
Yeah, I know. Well,
In a
see,
14
I
You're so
need-
you're so
and it's
20 late to the fucking festy
it's
or
so
whatever.
small.
I thought I was
20
late
and
to the
late.
game. Look
I
at
know,
Dave
right?
over
Your
here.
lighter will not. Your lighter won't fall in the circle.
Mark said it best.
And the
What? Dave
Why I
sucks?
don't get
Dave
things
sucks?
sometimes.
Go home or
yo.
Whoa.
Wow.
Dave- He's just looking for any angle to get out of here. You know that.
No, he's looking to get rid of me.
So
kidding.
these are obviously get them direct. Is there other places? Have you got these out there now? Have people? getting excited?
Yeah, definitely. They just landed in Canada and are now available for sale on the West
Mr.
Coast
X
gift
has
site.
entered the building.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
Oh,
boy.
Jesus.
Mr. X in the house. We don't say his name.
He who shall
know
not be
him.
named has entered
Yeah.
thy building. Yes. Mr.
Look, Jane is like all intrigued.
She's
She's
like,
like,
Triple
oh,
X
wait a
coming?
second.
She's like, Mr. X. Really?
Hold on a second. Jane, not that kind of
Look
X.
like a Mr. X.
No, he's not that kind of Mr. X. No.
She's like, wait a minute. That's
She's like, he
Mr.
looks
X?
really nerdy.
Hey, shh. No hints.
No hints.
No, gotta keep the mystery alive.
gave it away?
Jane, if you ever host a poker game, I
Okay.
would love to play in that.
All right.
Yeah.
Good
I'm
to
just
know.
saying. You have no poker face whatsoever.
I am like
You're like a book.
just.
Like
you,
a book.
You're good at reading me.
How do you know, though? She could just be like
A reverse tell?
She's, yeah.
You
Uno,
think she
also,
was when she
whenever I'm
almost
on the
threw
show,
up there
we're
when we
like
said-
smoking pot.
Uno
It's
reverso.
like,
I like how this table's green and so you can float. See how it
yeah,
floats?
I was
Really cool.
thinking you did that. I was wondering if you did that intentionally. I thought of it.
Everything is intentional.
Mm,
that.
it's not just
if
the
it's
color.
good, it was fully
Yes,
intentional.
we planned it.
if it was
If it's bad, then it's just what we're working
Dave's
with.
fault.
And then someone's working on that.
No, this is fully intentional.
It's in progress, is what we
Mm-hmm.
like to say.
I because it's funny because I said to Vinny like we should paint the whole table green, but then this works just as good.
Yeah.
Because that was what I wanted. I didn't want it to be like because it's a prop. See now we can have 6 people here, dude.
Well, the whole table. I think if you
It's
just
a
move
poker
this,
table.
because it is green.
It's poker table.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
I'd love
yeah,
to
it's a
learn how
card
to
table.
play if any of you guys want to teach me how to play.
Learn how to play poker?
Yeah.
I
bring,
don't know how to
bring
play
a bunch of
poker
money
either,
and
really.
show me how to play.
You play for money?
Okay, so bring a bunch and then show me because I don't know how to play.
I thought we just play for peanuts. I saw meatballs.
Yeah. Welcome to it.
Welcome to another edition.
I think Mr. Denver has also stepped into the building too.
No
Mrs.
shit,
Denver.
I thought
no,
that
it's
was his
Mrs.
sister.
That's Mrs. Denver. Mrs. Denver has entered the building. I see you.
He doesn't like it. He
gets really mad.
He gets mad.
Yeah.
He was sitting next to me. We had a great show.
Not Mr. X.
No, not
with
Mr.
Vince
X.
Cadlubeck,
It's the exact opposite of Mr. X, actually.
who founded Meow Wolf,
Oh wow.
in a remote Adam Dunn show studio from the parking lot of Meow Wolf right before they opened.
That's so cool.
It was legendary.
Yeah, it was
That's
a-
awesome.
eating mushrooms.
I'm sorry.
Maybe with
Sorry, I
him,
missed
maybe
that.
not.
Maybe.
We got him high.
I believe
Okay.
it.
So Mike Denver comes on and sits down next to me, and a friend of ours who's been listening to the show for longer than I have, Mike Rosendogs, types in the chat, who's that chick that sat down next to Dave? And I've never forgotten that.
Oh my gosh.
So that's why I say Mike, because look at his hair. It's luscious and flowing.
He's got it all tight now. He's hiding it because he doesn't want everyone to see it.
Oh, he doesn't want anyone to see
It usually
it.
comes in like Adonis.
I don't have my glasses on. I can
Very
tell that
Adonis
that's IROC
style.
there by the hat. That's about it.
Flowing.
Like a little shaking off the snow.
Just like that, exactly.
Shaking off the snow. Yeah, that's right. We should talk about that. What the
It's
fuck?
snowy. There's like bizarro 420 weather.
No,
always.
isn't that always happen though?
But like it's
more than not. I think it's
no. It happens a lot. It snows.
We
I'd
went
say
to the river
it's
last
probably
week
60.
and swam.
I'd say almost like
on Sunday.
45% bad weather here on 420.
Yeah, no, but
over the years.
Yeah.
Over
How
the last
many
10 years.
quads I've remembered where it's been just soaked and the cops
my
were
God.
like, "Yes, nobody's coming here."
I remember. We were just talking about.
It's because of the cloud seeding that they're doing on the.
That's right. Did
do
you
that.
hear about this, Jane? This is totally true. Adam can fill you in on all this. He's
She
in the know.
knows.
He's in the
You're
know.
gonna feel really dumb, Dave, when you're like,
when you're like
Adam was right all along.
The seating.
Oh yeah? Should we talk about Apophis?
What's Apophis?
You know? Oh, you know all these conspiracy theories, but you don't know about Apophis?
No, because that's a bad one. It's probably
Yeah,
not
it's
a good-
really bad.
that's like no.
So
not-
Neil deGrasse Tyson, who
Oh
is
no, Apophis is the meteor or something, right?
right,
Or
it's
the-
bigger
gonna
than
hit us.
Manhattan.
Yeah, but it's not going to hit us. I already know that.
Right. It's going to come. So our
Between- I know.
geosynchronous weather satellites are 25,000 miles
it's
away
gonna
from
come
the Earth.
18,000, yeah.
18,000 miles away. And
Okay.
we should believe that because if they knew something, they would certainly not tell us anyway.
Okay. What?
April 13th, 2029.
Right in time
That's
to fuck
when
up another
the meteor
420.
comes?
Yeah, we don't even get 420 that year.
Another year, we get canceled again. Canceled.
I just want to
420.
get to level 9.
But it won't be. It's not like extinct. It's not an extinct situation.
No, the size of Manhattan.
It's not. It's not. That's not
I
extinct.
think we're gonna shoot it down.
You're the one
That's not-
No,
that
we're
is
not gonna shoot it
denying the
down.
conspiracy now.
Not
You're the one that
extinction.
sent me a
happening.
Q-tip with a hair on it and said that's how they're spreading
That's
COVID.
definitely happened.
Definitely.
Yeah, that did. That's
Definitely
hydrogel.
the-
That was
the
hydrogel. That's for
Q-tip
sure. That's for
hairs.
sure. Oh, hydrogel. That's hydrogel. Good
I-
stuff.
that's
You're
how
full
you-
of it. We have like 8. He has like 8 fucking boosters or something like that. So he's so.
All the
Is it
things.
8? Do I have 8?
Somebody got
I
like
think total, right?
4,000.
Is
I
that
know,
how,
it's
how
like I got
many?
400.
Ed,
Yeah,
how many
400.
shots? I've had whatever how Ed has had.
Ed, 8 shots.
I think it's 6.
6-shot Ed.
The next. Oh,
That's the next 420.
Yeah.
We just
But what does that say?
Gibraltar-
It's you around me
Gibraltar
almost
Islands.
more than anybody. It's rubbing off on you. You've got all the.
Luckily, I'm a strong individual. Luckily, my genes are good, and I'm fighting it off. I got lots
That's
of,
right. Ace is like 95,
I
right?
keep a lot of. I have a layer of bacteria that's protecting me at all times, and I keep it there and I feed it.
Don't buy that for a second.
Of course. You just
I
wait.
believe in germs.
Germs are good.
I
We
believe in
love
germs. Yes.
Germs are good.
Are there germs on your bong?
Hell
Well,
yeah.
there's germs on everything.
How do if somebody wants to, say, you know what? I just have a ton of money on 419.
I wanna buy a bunch of
I want to
bongs.
buy a bunch of bongs that look like my grandma's
Yeah,
candy
You
dishes.
can go right now to the store and buy
What
them.
store? How do they go? What's
Well,
the store?
You can go to flower.shop, flwr.shop, but you can just go to janewest.com and it'll pop down
It'll
the
take you to
banner
it.
and it'll take you to it. And then
Done deal, of
20% off. Yeah, well, done deal you guys can do all the time, but the
Right
whole
now,
cart
it's
is 20%
Oh
off.
yeah, everyone's got these crazy
Like
deals now.
everything.
Crazy deals.
Crazy deals, you guys. So many crazy deals.
What kind? We'll tell it.
This
It's
is-
20%
Ed-
off
Ed
of
might
everything.
appreciate this.
Yeah, I think I should send Ed one for sure.
Ed,
Ed is on the list.
I think you're on the list for.
Ed, what color do you want? Do you want amber? This
Can you
is-
hear me?
This
Yeah.
is
Yes.
smoke.
What color would you like? This is smoke. We have amber accents on top, bottom, and bowl. Or we have what other color? Is that it?
Clear.
Clear.
And there's more colors coming out in the fall.
Would you like a copy of Ed's book? You just pay the shipping.
Yeah, of course. I probably already have
Ed,
Ed's
you're
book
gonna love
on
this
my
one.
nightstand.
No, he's got a new book now. It's really heavy though. It's so heavy. It's like 27 pounds. How much does that
What is
book
it,
weigh,
like
Ed? A lot.
Which one? The Cannabis Growers Handbook?
The Big Daddy one, the huge one you showed
Yeah,
us. This little-
3.3 pounds.
That's big.
Oh
That's
my
a big. That's a
goodness.
big book you got there.
But my newest book, it doesn't weigh that much.
Okay, so it's slim.
Yeah, it's slim. It's called Cannabis in India.
Oh, interesting.
I'm sorry, Ganja in India.
Okay.
And it's about a trip I took to the legal fields in Khandwa, India, in the state of Madhya Pradesh.
Cool.
And I was invited to the legal fields by the government and was escorted around and everything. And that was when it was still legal in India.
Wow.
You see, they signed the Single Convention on Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs in 1961, but they were given 25 years to clean up their act. And so it became illegal in India in 1986.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. But
and they're just like giant agricultural fields.
Yeah, it was 10 acres or so. I saw several fields, but the one I photographed was 10 acres. And actually, I saw it from a train first.
Oh, that's cool.
And then went to the government, to the
turn your phone sideways.
The capital of the state government, and went to the Department of Agriculture, and they helped me get to the fields. So it was pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah.
That must have been amazing traveling before. I mean, just traveling before the digital era is what it's like, so different.
The three of us.
I can't even imagine what Ed's trip was like
I'll tell you what,
at that time.
A Polaroid camera got you into a lot of places.
Wow.
You could give people a picture of themselves, or like.
Oh my goodness.
Like there was this guy who was helping us at a hotel, and I took a picture of him and gave it to him. And about 30 minutes later, he was there with his whole family to get a picture. That was more valuable than any financial tip that I could give him.
Yeah.
For sure.
That is so amazing that was like.
At that time, I carried a lot of Polaroid film to give pictures away to people.
Now you try to do it, they pull out their iPhone and go, whatever, dude.
No, I know.
Get that old man away from me. He's going to take a photo of me.
And like maps and figuring out how to get places.
Oh, this is what we talk about. This is all we ever talk about on the show. This is pretty much what we talk about is maps on the show. It's been map talk. Adam Dunn show.
Once I took a picture of his family on a train, and they were going to a wedding, and so they changed with our permission. They changed all of our reservations, and instead we went to Udaipur to their daughter's wedding. Yeah, I guess their daughter's or their niece's wedding.
Okay.
And we were like, we were like an exhibit. They were exhibiting us as, we have these Europeans at the wedding. So, and Udaipur is a big marriage area. People have these elaborate weddings there. So we went to this really elaborate wedding. I photographed the wedding as well.
I've never experienced it, but I know the weddings there are just these like elaborate multi-day events.
They're over the top.
Yeah.
I had this guy Hans back in the day. Like one of the first events I did back when I had the CIA was this guy Hans, a German dude who lived in Amsterdam, and he was all over India traveling, and he was like one of the first guys kind of to try to figure out how to do 3D photography when he was doing it with weed and with the all the dudes who were all the guys who were like doing their pilgrimages, through India with what were they called again? What's those guys called again? The religious, all the guys, the kind of, either crawling on their knees for the rest of the time, or they're rolling to the temple, or but they all smoked weed. A lot of them smoked big giant chillums and stuff. No, they have a name. Come on. What's the name?
Chillums.
No, I'm talking about the actual guys.
What those people were that devoted themselves to.
What's their name?
Maharaji?
No,
I don't know. Maj.
What do they call themselves? The guys who are like pretty much like. called. Yeah, they have. They're
Wait.
considered. They're considered.
I know what you're talking about. It starts with an S.
It's a bunch of stoners.
Sherpa.
Bunch of
Definitely
stoners trying.
Maharaji.
Not Maharaji.
No.
We're gonna all confuse each other, but. This guy had some amazing photos, but some of them were crazy. Like some of these guys will like roll their dick with a stick, and roll it.
Whoa!
Roll it up, and you're like, all right, that looks painful as fuck. And they're like, I do this for, they do it all for Shiva or for whoever. I was like, holy shit! And then all sorts of crazy stuff. But this guy was filming them all, and doing it all in 3D and taking pictures of buds, which was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And but it was one of those deals where it was like. If it just didn't come with the guy Hans, it would have been great because he was so it's such a nightmare to deal with. I was like, oh my god.
Yep. Guys,
So Jane, rolling dicks into a knot
No.
or anything like
You
that.
have no comments on that?
I don't know.
How many
I was
knuckles?
like trying to.
How many knuckles is that? Or?
We got you very
No,
high. We
yes.
figured you were good for a few sound bites
I know.
on that
I
one.
know. I should. I was getting caught up in Ed's story in the Indian countryside on a train.
I'm gonna look it up now that I have Google. If Google in my
Google it.
I can Google it. Damn it! I have 24 hours to figure this out.
We were talking about how people used
22
to
hours.
sit around talking about stuff we couldn't look up and like arguing about it. Like this is
Actually
what the album was named, or this is
conversations
what...
and debate.
Yeah.
An actual dialogue.
Yeah,
where
they'd
we
be like,
can
no,
have
we all just look into our phone
who
now
was
and go,
that
"Who's the
guy
quickest-
that did the thing?" And
quickest on the phone deal. That's
so
all it is. Who's the fastest?
Yeah, everything is changing right now, but it has happened at every new technological innovation, right? From the steam engine to the combustion engine.
Yep.
Everything's changed.
All the
so
things.
we will look back on it and
bike
go,
is not that old.
That's right.
Well, what would you say? What would you say the
Ed, you're not on camera,
most
buddy.
profound invention of humans has ever been?
Being able to point the camera at their face.
I can't believe we just figured out bikes a couple hundred years ago. That seems like really, like we should have figured that out.
Really?
Well, how about fire?
Fire.
That was the first.
Definitely up there.
Yeah.
Although I think that was just like fire happening.
Controlled fire.
It happens naturally.
Yeah.
So
To make it.
But to
Yes,
figure out
Fire
make
happening
it.
is one thing.
Yeah.
Controlled fire.
Yes.
Is there a reason why you only want us to see your eyebrows and the top of your hat?
No, I was just joking.
Turn your phone sideways and point the
there we
camera at
go.
yourself there.
There we
Ed.
go.
There you go, buddy. Number 3. Remember you said only twice.
So anyway, then how about not everybody had the wheel, but how about the wheel?
The
wheel.
Native Americans did not
400.
have the wheel.
And what about paper?
Sure.
Like to
Uh-huh.
and also
Ding, ding. It's like Family Feud or something. Family Feud. All right. Let's turn.
I think what you mean, rather than paper, actually writing.
writing. Yes, writing.
Right.
And paper
Writing.
to write on.
Well, they can write on clay.
Right.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be paper.
Carve
But
into
the
stone.
paper helped like the books.
Yeah, that was much later, though.
Yeah. I don't
That
know.
was in Egypt.
I don't know.
That was in Egypt where they developed the papyrus.
So without looking
One
on a
of the
phone,
ones that I find interesting is like mirrors. Like most mirrors are like big and heavy, and like some houses had it just like only in the entryway there would be a mirror, but like mirrors are something that people did not have for a very long time. And now like,
They only got mirrors other than a lake or something when they were able to refine and polish metal.
yes. And I when I was reading about it, they were saying that the first mirrors were made of obsidian. Like
Oh yes, I could see that. Yeah.
the first
Right.
like documented mirror they think
Yeah.
was made of obsidian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways.
I think about the guy who invented the Frisbee, and he was like, hey, you know what? I'd like to throw something,
Yes.
this plate
That's
over there.
this.
Let me figure it out. And there we go.
There you go.
When was the first bong credited with being created?
I think
it's like
Southeast Asia would be probably
water.
the real like bong.
Well,
bong.
well, before the bong, like
Filter through water. Excuse me. Could be a hookah too.
Yeah.
Hookahs would probably be before
that.
Like
Herodotus, who was this Greek historian, he said that the Scythians up in the steppes, they would take, the hemp buds and burn them in a tent, and they'd all sit in the tent.
Oh.
That's the Scythians,
First
right?
hot box?
That's the first hot box.
No, that is totally the first hot box.
Yeah, that's the Scythians or whatever. Right? But I think bong wise, I think kind of it's really
And it also,
Southeast
like,
Asia would be
contained
like what we can see. It's funny because if you look at like a bamboo bong from there, it looks just like a graphics bong. It's literally the perfect amount
And it's
of water and the
bamboo.
perfect amount of
Yeah.
air to water combo. Whereas the big hookah things, they're not really the same. You don't get
Yeah.
that same kind of hit. You get kind of a like,
Yeah,
you don't
okay,
get that
like that.
you wanna,
Yeah.
hit.
Yeah.
You don't get like a Jane West.
Yeah,
bong
this
hit.
this one is dense. This one gets dense.
Wouldn't the first hookah tubes have been like animal innards?
Maybe. I would think we would have figured out like reeds
But
or
this would have been.
No, it's been
plant
bamboo like they did. I'm telling you, that
bamboo.
is how they do it. Just stick a little thing.
Bamboo's really easy because it's hollow inside.
Perfect.
Yes.
Don't
it's perfect.
say.
It's perfect.
Naturally occurring bongs.
Yes.
Yeah.
God.
Does
Thank you.
Bamboo means bong in some other language.
Yes. Banger.
No, it's
I don't even know her.
Oh wow, she's give us 3 more bangers.
Yeah,
I know,
but
we need to
Vinny's
think
not
of
here
more
to record them.
definitions of
They're all
banger.
recorded. Everything's recorded.
But that means he would have to go back
He
and
will.
listen to them and.
For a banger, for a couple good bangers.
There's got to be
There's
like
another
there's got to
one.
be like a boating thing
that?
called a banger and a
There's one,
like
another
a,
one.
you know.
Dave, we're very busy back here.
Yeah, Dave, come on. We're trying to.
Is there a
run
game
show
on
right-
tonight, Mark?
What's the other one?
First game
Ed?
tomorrow.
Wait, look, Mark's got his Coca-Cola at the ready.
Yeah.
I see a thermos of
should've brought-
coffee.
I had
You think he's
these,
gonna
like,
stay
The
up?
Dab
Cola.
X. He's ready to go. Unlike me, who was already prepared to leave when he woke up middle of the day. I was so tired
I'm
today.
here.
My puppy woke me up
Oh,
at
I'm here.
4:30 in the morning.
Hi, Dave.
Wow, Vinny.
No.
Oh,
I'm
there's
here.
Vinny. Where is he?
Hiding.
He's in the other room. Oh. Remote.
He's making. He has to make noises from the kitchen now, like clanking.
He's here via Zoom.
Whoa.
Hey,
Dave.
you know what? Hey, you know what? Doesn't IROC look like Tank Abbott, the old UFC fighter?
Don't know.
What?
Don't know.
Yeah.
He's not a no. Don't
Tank.
know. But he could be. Like, he's already Kaiser Sozeing. Is that as he's looking around the room? He's already looking around the room and just grasping at straws. He's at that
I'm
point.
gonna get up and go pee.
Exactly.
This is it. He's time to go.
If he was a comedian, he'd be crowd work guy.
Yeah. This is
He'd be
act-
like,
I
this
could do
is-
that well.
This is when he goes straight to the crowd work. Hey, you over there. What's it? What you got on? Yep.
Smoking some ice cream.
What? Ice cream? Oh, a close-up of Ed.
I scream, you scream.
Are you outside, Ed?
Seems to be on a
Me?
patio.
I am in my sunroom.
We are too in our sunroom. That's
Yeah.
nice.
Would you like to see the sunroom? I'll
We
give
could be
you
on a
We're-
bicycle
We're in
right
our
now.
cloud room.
Make a nice room. Make a nice room. Quick.
Oh, nice.
What?
Give us a nice. Make a room. Make it so we have a better room than him.
Yeah, make it look like
More plants.
Put us in Jane's room.
put it in living room.
Find us a plant.
Oh, you could do that place that my sister has in.
Oh yeah, there you go. We can't. There's a bad.
Your sister's place,
Hey,
Vinny.
show fucking Vinny's
Hey,
sister over there.
hey, you know Vinny's sister?
Yeah. She's down in Costa Rica.
It looks
going
lovely.
That's the one.
It looks lovely.
It is. It's wonderful.
Ours is black
It's,
now.
it's like 20 degrees warmer in here than
I'll
it
work
is
on it.
outside.
Oh man, one day.
Jane, what's
I
the
work-
retail
I
on the
work-
bong?
One day to do it. It's
130.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
Very pleasant.
That
Really
is a
important to
significant
be-
drop in price.
I know it's really important
I
to me
lost
to
my coffee.
make something accessible.
130.
$130.
Yeah.
Hey.
it's a
Yeah.
good-
And
it's
with the
solid.
discount, what is it?
20% off.
Right now it'll be like 104 online after the
Perfect.
shipping maybe.
The other thing is my plumeria. Those
Oh,
plants.
look at those.
Always showing off.
See,
now.
they spend the winter in here,
Oh,
and they'll go outside next month.
Oh. Your winter runs another month, huh?
All right,
Well, I
we had
want. I
snow,
don't want it to
a couple
get.
inches of snow today. So.
We want to stay above 60 degrees.
It snowed today. It's funny.
it's snowing right now. It was snowing a lot.
It's still snowing.
Uncut came over to look at my truck, right? He checks it out. He was going to examine it. He says, there's no chance it's going to freeze in the next few days. And I went, no, of course not. And we pour a gallon of water into the radiator, and sure enough, it didn't freeze.
Was it a radish or something?
It's like super rad.
Radiator.
Radiator.
The radiators.
Yeah.
The
Radiators?
Radiator.
Radishes?
The fuck did he say?
It's
not a word.
But I've experienced all 4 seasons in Denver in the 48-hour period.
Yeah, that's what Uncut came down to my house. He experienced
Definitely
all
you can
4
do
on
that.
the trip down, 1 hour
Definitely.
trip. It's like it started out 70 here, and he had
Yeah.
snow at my house. It was like, fuck, that was quick. It went real fast.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I like about it, though.
Oh no.
Guys.
Whoa, Mark.
What was that?
Good job, Mark.
No, that's.
Yeah. Oh, is it?
Oh, it's Vinny.
Vinny over there?
I wouldn't do anything like that.
You wouldn't.
Did I ever tell you
You want
about
to put the batik on and do the weather for
I have
us?
to do.
Look at him. He's breathing
Yeah,
fire.
No.
Ed was
I
breathing
want
fire.
to.
Hold on. Medical what?
the medical miracle that happened to me in Colorado?
No, but you got smoke coming out of your mouth like a miracle right now.
Well, it was the second Tuesday in November of 2014, and the ballots came in Colorado legalizing marijuana, and it was a miracle. It was a miracle. I no longer had to use marijuana medically.
That is a miracle.
It was a marijuana miracle.
Yes.
That's what I call it.
Yeah.
Do you write your own
because now
material?
I no longer had to use it for my mocking and disruptive behavior.
Yes. Now.
Ed, you know you left your
my
bike
latent
helmet in the
glaucoma.
studio
I
when
didn't
last
have
time
to
you were
use
here.
it for my latent glaucoma anymore. It was just a marijuana miracle.
It was a miracle.
Yeah,
Praise
it
his
was.
love. Raise
Yes.
your hands.
Yeah. Throw your walker
Praise
down.
the voters.
Throw your walker.
Praise the voters.
Voters.
Well, yeah, I remember exactly when that all went down too. And it was like we were all looking at each other like, nothing's changed at all for us. Maybe for everybody else, but not for us.
Yeah, I don't.
I was there.
death
I just
knell.
remember
there.
people really thinking
They
the
had this
feds
big
were going to
event
come.
in Denver, and everybody was celebrating. And it is true that, as I said about legalization in New York, now I can smoke a joint walking down the street the way I used to do 40 years ago.
Ed, don't you wish you were in our
Yeah,
studio
it smells
right
great
now?
in here.
Oh, look at
It's really wet and warm. We need
Did you guys say
We
snow?
need the sound of the air conditioners and the fans.
What was
No,
that?
that's Vinny doing nitrous.
Guys
That's
just
me
say
doing that
snow.
just with delay on it.
Oh, that's a total
lots,
nice.
lots of good work happening over there on the other side of the studio.
So in case anybody was, wanted to know, 22 minutes to the next 420.
Yeah, I think I have to leave before that.
What?
I think I do.
No.
guys.
You
I
said you were going to be here the whole
What?
time.
No.
22 more
I was
hours.
said
We
I
got
was
20
just
hours.
stopping in
Yeah.
to drop
What?
things off.
Stopping?
Oh, there's like
in.
22 more
Coming
hours.
by.
20 hours.
Gotta get
There's no
back.
such thing at the
20
Adam Dunn Show.
20 hours.
Oh, it's 7:30.
Yeah.
I know. Look at that. Time flies when you're on the 24-hour show.
I'm not
You
on
have
the
to leave.
24-hour
Oh, it's not. Barely even started.
show. Nope.
What's gonna happen? What are you gonna? You did this before?
What's gonna happen? I don't know. We all turn into jelly at a certain point. It's like quivering,
It's
piece
like-
of quivering jelly in the corner.
Yeah.
The first one we did was at Area 420,
Oh, okay.
but it
Oh,
was
I
right when
remember that.
the plague was in
Yeah.
full swing.
Yeah.
Was it?
Vaccine had
Oh,
just
no, yeah,
come
you
out,
just went in the back
so
and hid.
I was in the
Yeah,
the
that was hilarious.
the caboose.
He was in the caboose.
I
Very
put a
fair.
sign on it that said, "If you're not vaccinated, fuck off." And the only person
yeah.
who wasn't vaccinated was Whitney. So we talked for like 4 hours while he just blathered on, tripping balls with a whole bunch of people in the front car.
Oh my
That's what you
goodness.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and-
that is. That
and then
would
I
be
went
what
back
you
to
do.
the hot
All because
springs.
of like bicycle day.
just because it's 24 hours and you got nothing else to do. What else are you gonna do?
Yeah, right. No,
Stuck
totally.
Here.
And then we
Right.
had the London police. We had a bunch of drunk guys.
No, that wasn't the London police. That was
It all
our other
comes
friend
together.
Willie. We had Willie's bar.
Yeah.
Which I
Willie.
did not send him a invite this time.
Why not?
Because we couldn't hear anything. It was just like we had to put him on mute because it was
Okay.
just they were going.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Everybody was
Alcohol.
wasted. They were all wasted.
Remember when you used to drink
They
red
were loud.
wine?
Yeah. Yeah,
Your teeth were
definitely.
all red, and you were like,
Definitely.
yeah.
The red tea.
Is that what you don't like? That's what you don't like?
I don't like the red tea.
I could see that. That's
Yeah.
not a
I
classic
don't know.
thing.
I'm just
I don't
catching
know.
the whole vodka Red Bull vibe.
I'm a tequila grapefruit girl. That's
Whoa,
my drink.
whoa, straight
Tequila
down to the.
grapefruit.
That's like, see, that's like one of those.
Who needs to
things,
do a
right?
luge?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what
that's
I
like,
like.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's when you come home with like missing missing items of clothing, and you don't. What? Like like shoes. I'm talking shoes.
Remember, she said don't talk about what she lost the clothes.
Oh, all the clothes. Yeah, last time.
Yeah.
We're supposed to talk.
No, to the Mr. Triple X show.
Yeah.
Dave and his ASMR. He can't stop.
What do you mean? I'm the only one doing. Would be doing a
Doing a
talk
bit?
show
Doing a
with.
bit?
Oh, you guys, you know what?
Who's doing a talk show?
I can tell you.
Tell us.
Just us though.
Don't
Yeah.
tell anybody
you
out
just
there.
said talk show. You reminded me. We're going to be on the Dr. Phil show.
No.
What?
Yeah.
You wait till you're leaving.
I know. I gotta go.
Dr.
What?
Phil?
Yeah.
Going to be
They
on?
called me. No, I
Is it
went
really
on.
Dr. Phil or is it
It's
Adam
not-
Ray doing Dr. Phil?
No, it's Dr. Phil.
Okay.
He's-
Have you seen that? Have you seen that
Yeah.
skit yet? Adam Ray
And
from?
we-
You know Adam Ray?
No. Why?
Awesome.
should
He
I-
does a
it
Dr.
look
Phil.
like-
He does a Dr. Phil character.
Oh, okay.
And it's awesome because he goes right into it and
Yeah.
he brings all these guests in and
Yeah.
he just stays in character the whole time.
Oh, maybe we should do that.
Yeah, no, I
Do you
would
know
love to.
him?
Nope, but I would love to have him on the show. If
Wait,
anybody out
what are
there
you
knows
talking
Dr.
about on Dr. Phil?
Well, like
Weed?
so they
Marijuana?
called in January, and the show was filming a week later, and the topic of the show is it just weed? Because they're
So you've already
positioning.
filmed this.
Yes, filmed in January, and so I actually wasn't sure if it was gonna happen because it's his own new media company now, and it's different. It's not on OWN, and so like I was like maybe it's just not happening, and then they just started like airing.
He's
the
like
show.
one of the weirdest
Wow.
people if you really look into it.
I know. I
He's
tried. I kept
gotten
looking. I kept
weirder.
like.
He's gotten really weird, right?
Yeah.
Is he even a doctor?
And he is not. He is a
Is his name
licensed.
Phil?
Not really.
I believe so.
I
I
don't
believe
think-
his name
He's
is.
a massage
Phil.
therapist, or
No.
he's a chiropractor, and that's how he gets the
he
doctor.
He's not
He is a psychologist.
Anyway, yeah,
He
he's
does
got,
not have a doctor's license of any kind.
Here we go.
Whoa. Whoa.
Okay, great.
All right, we're getting-
I didn't know
our
the
first
answer.
guest.
I didn't know the
Did
answer.
you snap your fingers,
I didn't
stick
know
your
the
ring
answer,
Ed on?
so I'm glad.
Ed AI Ed.
Yeah.
Hold
said-
on. Google AI Ed.
Google AI.
Google AI Ed.
Googly Ed.
Google AI.
Does Dr. Phil have a doctorate?
What is no?
There we go. See? Thank you, Alex Trebek.
There we go.
Ed has spoken.
All right.
I already knew- but he's
Wait,
got-
Ed, do you have a curtain? Can you hold a curtain up?
He made,
And then you'd be
he's
the man
super
behind
rich,
the
though.
curtain?
He is so rich, it's crazy, right? Dr. Phil.
Yeah, he's one of Oprah's minions, right?
Yeah, but he became
Yeah, well,
like,
he-
Do you know who's the richest person on television?
Oprah?
No.
not anymore.
Nope.
Herb Alpert.
No.
Pat Sajak
No.
thing? Oh no, the guy Ryan
No.
Seacrest because he
I'll
owns
let
the
you know.
shows.
It's a woman.
Oh, you should know this then. Come on.
What?
Come
Because
on.
I have boobs.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
What's a time that we're playing all the time?
Okay, great,
Okay, all the time. Huh?
Okay, so
I'm sorry, you have what?
the most boobs.
Most boobs. Most boobs.
And you're gonna guess?
Boobs.
The richest woman on that has a television.
Yeah,
television show? That's what we're
making
saying?
Not Ellen
gobs
anymore.
right
Not,
now.
Not Ellen
No,
anymore.
Judge
currently-
Judy.
Yes.
Oh,
Is
yeah, I
because
heard
she
that.
does not negotiate.
Yep.
Ah, Kelly just guessed it correctly.
Yep.
Kelly's a big winner.
Oh,
Ding, 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 ding.
disbanded.
Can't
Heavy, too.
win.
Yep.
Can't
What?
win. Has a wrench.
Oh, yeah, she can't win.
Can't win.
No, wrenches don't win.
Wrenches don't win.
I don't know anything about that.
Well, there she's in a. Yeah, she could have looked it up. No,
Oh.
she's moderator.
Yeah, she's moderating.
Oh,
that's
okay,
right.
got it.
Can't win.
We have those.
Yeah.
We have a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My
all right.
son is one of them.
Like
He's out there.
corrections.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, yeah,
No.
and they do all kinds of moderating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Banned.
None of them do
I
anything.
said that once. I said ban him, and
Our mods are just really cool people.
somebody got banned.
Armage Rock.
Wait, is Ed frozen, or is that just his?
No, that's
Oh,
his
he's
new,
moving.
That's his new thing.
Whew.
That's his new thing.
Yeah, you have to move every 15 seconds.
No, you have to do
one.
Max Headroom. Max Headroom style. Hello.
Oh yeah, Max Headroom.
Remember him?
Yeah.
Good
What a
old
way
Max.
we've come that in years past, we had a question about weed. We had to actually write it down. And get this, we put it in an envelope, mailed it to New York, and it got somehow sent to Ed, who you asked Ed a question, and then he answered it in High Times magazine.
Got printed
the
on
whole
a
process
got printed.
9 months.
Yes, that's amazing. That's
Now?
magazines, like the thing, all the stuff. It's so amazing. Oh my goodness.
I was hanging
Gone.
out. We had the guy from Mary Jane on the show last week.
Yeah?
And he was talking about his magazine, and I was just thinking to myself, like, magazine?
What?
Like
Magazines, I know.
What is this magazine you
I know,
speak of?
because all there is
I was
now
like,
is like it's all ads.
Well, the funny part was I said, "Are you
It all
doing it
kinda
like
was.
quarterly, monthly, bi-monthly?" And he said, "We're doing it bi-monthly." And I was like, "Dude, I wouldn't."
Wait,
even,
is that every 2 months or
I would-
once a month?
I would
Twice
do-
a month?
No, it's every 2 months. But I
Every
said
2
I
months.
wouldn't do that either.
Okay.
I would do it maximum 4 times a year, just to do once a season, because
once a season.
Beyond that, forget about it. Like people.
I hear you.
Like anything
I hear
beyond
you.
that is too much.
I hear you.
4
Well,
times,
maybe he
4
has
good
like,
ones a year.
Yeah.
That's all right. I can see that.
I can see advertisers wanting stuff.
Because
if
then
that-
your
they're doing
ads are
that.
worth 3 instead of you getting it. Because that's the stupid part about ads. Like if it was a monthly, you get a month. It's like that's not good.
Yeah.
If you get quarterly, now you're getting 3.5
Yeah.
months.
Yeah.
That's not bad. You're getting
Okay.
You're getting 3 months.
Okay.
So.
Sure. Either way, no one's gonna read it.
Nope.
But every single competitor of yours.
I mean,
is
you
gonna
have to
look-
use your hands.
They're
to
going to
turn
look
page.
to see if someone else has a bigger ad
Although,
than them.
you
That's
know
what
what
happens.
is
It
a
turns
good
into
magazine?
Ad wars.
This
is bigger than mine.
I just got interviewed by HeadQuest, and they're
You get that one too? Okay, good. Okay, just checking.
and they're pretty good. They like review things, and they've been writing about the industry forever.
Isn't there
HeadQuest.
Westward? Is the magazine right?
Well, Westward is like part of the Village Voice thing, I think.
It should be Weedward because I
Well,
looked at it
they're
today.
gonna-
The back
The whole thing,
18
yeah, some of these
pages
ads.
are all cannabis ads.
Yeah.
And now
Yeah, but it's because it's
mushrooms.
this month. It's this month, though. They do a special month. It's April.
Oh, but it is a lot of ads
It
for
is.
that, yeah.
Well, it's like all the highways here. Every single highway.
Yeah, the highways. That is.
Every
I
single
was
highway.
like
is-
pointing that out.
I haven't seen anything that's not weed.
Yeah, because they just took up every single
One
one.
liquor
Everybody
store.
wants to
One
do
liquor
it.
store. I've seen like one liquor and all
What?
weed.
Yeah. What they're talking, what he's talking about is that in Colorado.
No, but I know now I'm seeing mushrooms.
Yeah, yeah.
They call them therapeutic.
On
they
the roads?
No, on in the back of the magazine.
Oh, okay, magazine.
Tons of
Yeah,
ads.
those are bad. That's
Little
What is it?
psychedelic
Phone number
clinics.
you call?
It's
Yeah,
if
meet
you
me in the
want
alleyway.
advice.
Meet me in the
Oh,
alley.
okay.
You pay for advice, not for mushrooms.
This is all very,
Does not include mushrooms.
very, very interesting
Yeah.
news.
Mark's the therapist.
Very therapeutic.
Mark's therapizing right now.
I'm
as we-
therapizing as we.
Dr. Vinny
AI.
Boombutts.
Yeah.
He's over here therapizing.
You know my doctor.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
Oh, look at Vinny.
You're
why I got-
Vinny's up there.
therapizing?
There's Vinny's therapizing up there.
Vinny's therapizing?
Yeah.
That was 11 years ago. We stayed up all week.
Whoa.
And that's what did it. If
Oh
anyone
my
wanted to know whatever
Canna-
happened to him,
no, it was
he stayed awake
Cannaval.
for a week and broke.
Yeah, well,
Cannaval. No, I fell asleep on Tuesday at in the beanbags that we had.
Yeah, that was it. Once Vinny goes down, though, it's over. Like he's all powered then through, and
Yep.
he's doing it, and then all of a sudden you turn around and he's
Shuts
done.
down, he
It's
has
like,
to go down,
and it's like, no, he ain't coming back.
Not Jane. Jane
What?
makes it through her entire party holding that tequila and grapefruit juice.
Yeah.
Not spilling it,
Not spilling it.
or a little bit.
No, maybe a little bit.
Well, if she
If
needs
you
a
get
little crack,
tall
she got the
glass.
crack pipe.
Well, the worst is, you know you're fucked up when you start just like pouring out your drinks in front of yourself. Like, how the fuck? Like,
You're like-
I'm super hammered. Yeah. Good
Let-
old hammered.
Fewer drinks.
Yeah.
So
No more red
drinks.
wine.
No drinks. No red wine.
No.
I'm super
Sounds like
sad
I'm
about
in the
that.
next room.
I think
It's just
Red Wine
not
World is
good.
has lost a
Yeah.
contender.
Yeah.
Jane West.
It's probably a couple
I
of
would
family
imagine you
farms.
already
Like,
had
figure
your
out
own
new
wine.
stuff.
I would have figured you would have had your own wine.
My own wine.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe.
Don't you think
Someday.
so? Come on.
Why
I
not?
mean,
That's something you just boom. We got
Yeah.
wine. I got wine.
I'm thinking
think
it should have been the
I mean,
Jane
now,
West
like,
Mike
I
Denton
just,
Mushroom
like-
Clinic.
Wine.
I always imagined at my events the bar would just be over it. It'd say ethanol, because that's like all we're selling there is ethanol in like different formats, right?
Like with a big
Very cerebral.
Yeah, but
So the
also
vat of
by
ether.
now, so we joked about that in the beginning, like when the events actually happened, right? And over the bar, we could just write ethanol.
A rag.
And now, like these drinks that they're selling, the
I
like
heard you.
spiked this and the whatever, they don't even tell you what alcohol it is. It's just like it's just literally just
Malt
ethanol.
beverage.
Yeah.
Well, everything is now hard seltzer.
Everything is. It's so crazy, guys. So some of them look so much like they all look just like normal beverages.
Not
now.
suitable for children.
Yeah, no, and
Remember California
all the
coolers?
things we have to do.
Not suitable for children.
Oh, the old California coolers.
Look
They're
at
like
that new
hard
glass.
Mountain Dew.
Huh?
Mark has new glass on his Dab X.
What?
Yeah.
What do you mean new glass?
New glass.
Look at
Oh,
that.
he's got all freshy
all
fresh?
Clean, yeah.
No, he broke his.
Oh, God.
Broke-a-macated.
Yep. Broke-a-macated.
Wow, you done gone
That's
broke-a-macated?
You done? Gone, bro. You know, you've only been here like 4 hours, man. Do you have any?
Guys, I have to go. I don't. What time is
See,
it?
look what you did.
Jared
You just,
said
you just
24
reminded Jane
hours.
about her having to leave.
We
again.
took all the
Look what you
clocks
did.
away,
I
and we
know.
tried to keep
Better
you
try
here.
some
as
barbecue.
long
Okay, hold
as
on. I
possible.
just had to check my phone. at
I
least.
thought you
Hold
were
on.
going to put the shirt on and do the weather for us.
Oh, yeah. Weather time.
Yeah.
From where?
Have you seen that one guy
From
that
the
does
green screen over
have
there.
you seen the guy that does the Denver weather? Colorado weather?
No.
I
And he
mean,
wears the glasses and he just
What
does, he
channel?
does some skit. No, he's a skit thing.
Oh.
And he's like, Denver's going to get pumped. And he does all this fucking shit. It's pretty funny.
I don't know, man.
He's like, Denver's about to get whacked.
I'll try to find
And
it.
he's like, glasses on. It's pretty funny. He's like,
Ed, can you find that for us? AI, Google Ed.
Google
Oh,
AI.
somebody bought something. That's
Right.
my
Woohoo!
phone.
What
That's
would
the sound
you
my phone
like to know?
makes.
Oh, that
Somebody
must have
buy
been from
something.
us. I
Yeah.
imagine.
Did they done deal it?
oh yeah.
Is it a done deal?
What would you like to know?
I don't know.
The weather.
We need to know the weather in Trinidad.
Weather in Trinidad. Well,
Exactly the same as it was yesterday, I'm pretty sure. Unless
it is already dark, sunset, and it's about 72 degrees.
Wow,
Really?
I bet you're probably
Hot today. Hot yesterday.
Did anybody
Probably
else
gotta
know
be
what
hot
temperature it
tomorrow.
was when Marcus said 29, 30?
Of course, you double it and add 30. Whatever it is. If he says 29, you double
You
that.
double it and add
About
30.
80. I think 30 is about 85 degrees. I'll check.
No, that would be
More like
90.
It's more like 90. It's closer to 90. Closer.
So, Jane, once
What?
the wet wind is going to come out of the west to the east,
Yes.
and then it's going to circle
Wait,
around.
you
a
really
little-
want me to do? What are we? What's
only if
the
we
in the
don't have
background?
Only if
anything. We're
Mark
not
can set it
prepared.
up.
What do
Only
you
if
th-
Mark can set it up and turn the camera.
What do you
Only
guys
if
want?
we had the
No,
internet.
Yeah, we're not.
Yeah,
It's not
It's
happening.
not happening.
today.
Forget
I'm
about
sorry,
Dave. Dave, that's
Yeah.
not how things happen.
It
No.
isn't?
No.
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 Try to make a
How about just, like, in
24-hour
front of an
show
iceberg?
full.
No, that's me right there. I did it all.
You did it all?
I did all the props.
You know, we do that though.
We did
Peak to
Double
peak.
barrel
Oh,
Dave.
double dongers. That'll
Peak
last
to
the whole
Peak
show.
Boutiques was going to pay us a bonus because we would have gotten Jane West into one of their shirts on camera.
Oh, that's true.
And you
What?
just fucked it all up.
What? No, I will.
Better put it on now.
Wait,
Over everything. Just don't even.
I
pick up the
hate
headphones.
Mark, by the way.
so it's 82 degrees in Trinidad, but it feels like 90 because of the humidity.
Ooh. And what is that in Fahrenheit and Celsius?
451.
So we can learn.
451.
You want to know what it is in centigrade?
Yes, let's see, because then we can learn. So 82.
Peak to Peak Boutiques. Go to Peak to Peak
Such a
Boutiques.com.
classic look.
Oh, you're so happy now. Look at you.
See.
Fresh.
Full neck
A
and
freshie.
shirt.
Not anymore.
If you only had a beanie, you could just be full
I know.
Colorado right now.
I know. I brought
And a
scarf.
Stanley.
Can you
a
sing
Stanley
John
cup,
Denver?
And a Stanley Cup, and just be like,
A Stanley
Oh, it's okay. The Stanley Cup's not coming
do you
back to
have a
Colorado.
Stanley Cup?
I don't.
Oh, good.
I have a Nalgene.
Mark,
Is
die.
that the same thing? But
I don't know. They're like that big screw top thing.
double donger? Wait, you got to get it so we can see it.
I'm gonna
there
throw
it is,
this
right
helmet
there.
at him.
There it is. There it is.
Mark, catch.
Dave's double donging right there.
28 degrees.
28. Okay, so 28, 82, 28.
Times
56,
64, it's
56.
156 degrees.
So if it was using my other, it'd be 86, so it's a little bit off. It's a couple degrees off. You're close. You're in the ballpark. In the ballpark. Double dong,
Yep.
Dave. Can you find the? We need the jacket. We need the jacket on the out. Well, because if you want to do a weather report, I think that would be the jacket you would be wearing, right?
No, because the
That's
green
the
screen,
weather
you
right
can't
there.
wear it on the green screen.
Boom, right
Yeah,
there.
there you go.
That's
Oh,
now that's a weather guy.
I remember that.
I remember that, Dave.
You watch me
Yeah.
on, you mean you watch me
That
on
was
Fox
like a
Sports?
really long time ago. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Look at his color
That
in
was
his
like the
beard
first time
and
I
his
met you.
hair. And
It's before I
I was
sat
like, look
with
at
Adam.
this putz in the suit.
Whoa!
Well, I didn't meet you yet. I didn't know you yet. I didn't know you yet.
Wasn't it that products guy who wears the full suit though? That wasn't me. Wow! Shot fired
and then
across
she
the
met you, and she's like,
Well,
"Oh,
you made an impression.
that's the putz in the
That's
suit."
what
Why,
you
thank
do.
you.
You make an impression.
Is
Yeah, impression.
You taught me that I'm wrong about the guy in the marijuana suit.
you broke the.
I did that for
Whoa,
you.
Is that Vinny?
Yeah.
Is that Vinny making lots
Yeah.
of noise?
Yeah, it's
Uh-huh.
Vinny making a lot of noise. He didn't mute his mic like a good
You
boy.
can't mute him from here.
No, he's unmutable.
Oh, that's so
Really?
dumb.
I
That
can do
is
it.
so dumb.
Oh yeah, you just try to fill time with your.
I'm
useless
trying.
trivial information. Start looking around the room. DuPont.
No, Dusty in here.
Dusty.
Freezing cold.
Cold. Dusty.
We
Oh,
should.
dying.
You could have your listeners.
If we make the background into like tropical, we'll all
send
feel
you
warm.
the questions.
Yeah, we're in a grow room.
Wait, we've tried to involve people who listen to the show, and it never works out.
If you rely on the
Then
the
do you
chat
find out there's
to
really
do
like
anything,
four?
we're never fucked.
They don't
we're
even
going to-
talk. Look, Mark sits there. He doesn't pay attention to us. If there was a game on, he'd be watching the game. The chat talks about other things, not
other
us.
shows.
Yeah, there's a whole nother show in the
Yeah.
chat over here.
Okay, that's why we don't watch it, because it was like too many shows going on,
Yes,
and
yes.
we'd have like a
Well,
topic. Somebody would be really telling something from the heart, and I look at it and I start to laugh at him.
Yep.
It
Okay,
doesn't
that's,
work.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, that's
You
that's
know?
what. Yeah. That's what
I
happened
did that
the
to
last
you?
time I came. No, but the last time I came on the show, I
laughed
didn't
at you?
hear what the connoisseur had been talking about.
Oh, I remember that.
And then I came in like, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay. But like, yeah, you don't know.
Is he-
so you got to be.
He was on
sensitive.
fire
Yeah.
that time.
You gotta
Remember, that was the
know
whole.
your-
That
Oh,
was all
speaking of
the-
on
Context.
fire, what was
You
that
gotta know
headline we saw
context.
today? Somebody lit themselves on fire?
Oh, I don't want
no,
to
we
talk
can't-
about
oh,
that.
We can't. We're not allowed.
No,
we'll
don't
talk about that later.
lie.
Later.
Oh.
Later, we're going to talk about that. Though.
No, talk
Somebody
about our
has
Patreon.
Stick around.
Patreon.
4 in the morning.
Hour 25.
That's 4.
my
That's
God.
4 in the morning talk. Okay.
Hey, hey,
I'll
geez.
save all these conversations for.
Oh.
That was good though. It was a good headline. Anyway,
I don't even look at the news anymore. I just see
No,
the
I
headline.
don't- I
and I
didn't
just
know.
like, well, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That sounds crazy. All right. Well, bye.
That's why I don't watch the
There's
news.
a clip. The clip I watched of the whatever. Or we're not talking about it.
is
The
this-
clip I watched of.
is that
Okay.
because you drive a Lexus? Is that why you have a Lexus Cup, or is it just?
They were giving these away
Oh.
at the Avs game.
Okay.
If you signed up about maybe wanting a Lexus.
And you're like, I could get a
And
Lexus.
I was like,
yeah, for a cup, I'll sign
have
my
you
life
seen
away.
my minivan?
Yeah.
I mean,
They took all your information.
they took it. Yeah.
And you're like, can
Yeah.
we get
and
your
you
social
got that
security
50-cent
number?
mug.
And
Yeah.
I got
And they're like, we got another one. They
Yeah.
probably made like $20 off you. And this is like $20 to them. Which is like 10 cents worth of giveaways.
and I signed up and yeah. Anyway.
Okay, wait. Here you go. Look.
Okay.
Two
we
more
got
minutes, and then you can go.
And then I got and then I
There
can
you go.
All right.
So we got 2
Deal.
minutes until
Deal.
the next.
2 minutes.
So what do you got to smoke? You gonna smoke anything?
No, because I gotta drive.
2 minutes remaining.
You just gotta what? I have to blow a hit in your face. Is that
Whoa!
is that what we're saying? here?
Hey-o.
This is like-
And not in my
Oh, wait.
face.
11 seconds, 10 seconds, 9
way.
seconds.
Oh, we
8
have
seconds.
that now.
That's what I thought.
Oh,
I was
look
like,
at
I'll give
that.
him one at
Next
the end.
420.
I'll give him something special at the end.
Boom.
Some
it's 420.
funny facial joke.
Oh, I didn't even think like that. You were making
I know.
never thinking that. Oh my god.
What?
Jane said 420 facial joke.
She's like,
Oh, I missed it. Because I was looking at
It's
you.
okay.
So this thing doesn't refresh unless I know.
Oh, so we missed it? It wasn't really
It
420?
I was counting down, but you guys were having some
we were
facial
just
talk.
50.
watching a different show.
You guys
over
were talking
there.
about facials or something. I don't know what was happening.
Jane. It was Jane who does that. She can't help it.
I can't help myself.
Okay. Well,
Oh, you know
You
who I
guys
saw
really
the other
like
day?
these
You know who I
things.
saw the other day was Rhett. I was hanging out with Rhett.
Oh, Rhett Jordan.
Rhett, yeah. I went down and checked, did a little tour of Native Roots. It was pretty
Still, like,
interesting.
OG and still
I know, it was funny. It was like, you know,
so, like classic look.
Shout out to the
Yeah.
dandelion.
We were talking about
Yeah.
his thing up in
Aspen,
yes.
that was a really good party.
Exactly.
That
So-
was an amazing party.
And I know you were there because I remember. I remembers. Wait, 29. You see what's really cool about 420 is it kind of moves around in these islands.
Oh, yeah.
And every like 30 minutes is another 420.
Yeah.
So it's
This is
not
great.
It's like half hour, sometimes less.
Are you waving goodbye at us, Ed?
Oh, Ed, we're
Yes,
gonna lose our
I am.
computer.
I
We're
have
losing
to
our
go.
brain.
No. So we have a contract with Jane. If we snap our fingers, not you, Jane, his Jane.
Oh, his okay, yeah.
We snap our fingers, you contractually are obligated to turn your camera on
Wherever you are.
wherever you are.
Yep.
And
I've
talk
heard
to
about
us.
it. I saw the contract.
Jane saw the contract that
On
Jane
paper.
signed.
Our
On
Jane.
paper.
Not your Jane.
Not your Jane, our Jane.
It's getting confusing.
Our Jane. Two Jane. Later, Ed.
Oh, look at you doing the little.
You got
Yeah.
you got the link. If you want to jump back in anytime, we're here. Not Dave though. Dave won't be.
I'll
I will
drop
be here.
back in.
Dave will be pushing out.
Oh yeah, Dave.
Before 420.
He's
Dave
pretty
will be
much already
sleeping.
gone.
Dave will be in sleep
All
world,
right.
dreaming that he could be with us, but he can't.
I'm leaving now.
We're not even gonna let him be here.
Bye.
Whoa, he's
Where
floating
did
away.
tops go?
He's floating. How'd you do it? A helium balloon or something?
We're gonna run out of helium.
We're running out of helium.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
It's a finite gas.
We as a human species.
Yes.
Oh.
How are we gonna have squeaky voices and
We
fill
won't.
up
We won't even
balloons?
be able to blow balloons up anymore.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
We'll figure out how to get it
We
out
can
of the
scoop
air
it out.
when we're smarter, like really soon.
Someone can.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, we're gonna be
Apophis.
so much smarter soon.
Apophis. 5 years. Boom.
What's
They
wrong?
found a new source of helium.
Oh,
I thought you left, Dad.
No, he just floated away.
Where'd they find a new? Oh, an asteroid or something? We're gonna harvest
No,
asteroids.
it was in the ground.
Is in
Oh,
the ground?
hiding all along.
Hiding all along, dude.
They heard some.
They went, ah.
Some animals were like, "Quick, quick, 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 quick." They were like, "Those are some squeaky voiced animals right there. They must have found some helium."
Yeah.
They followed the animals' squeaky
Yeah.
voices.
Squeaky
That was
voiced
it.
animals. Later, Ed.
All those animals that breathe underground.
All those animals that breathe
I was
underground.
just joking because of the helium and the underground. Never mind.
Moles? You think moles have squeaky voices?
Moles. I think moles naturally have squeaky voices.
Because
so.
of helium. Because of all the helium.
I
Yes.
hate Mark.
What? No,
I
the
hate him.
word.
I just hate him. I just hate Mark.
You hate Mark? How could you
Because
hate
of my
Mark?
devilishly good looks, or what?
Because of the hair.
Oh, because he has hair.
I understand.
I know.
I have hair if I grew it out. It just becomes difficult.
It's not a good look, though.
I have my COVID
When it
hair.
comes straight out, it
can't
comes out.
keep me.
You're gonna look like peanuts or something like that. Like fucking. What's
No,
his-
I just have to get past that
yeah,
phase.
Charlie Brown hair or something.
Oh, she's taking out a crack pipe.
Oh, here she goes. she's going behind a dumpster. What's going on? she's
Clean, measured,
she ducked behind a dumpster
dosable.
with her pipe.
You know what? You don't get one then.
Oh no!
I think that they were
Oh,
very
no!
useful.
Mark
these
loves
guys
him.
live- they live-
Yeah,
you gotta
they
give it
live
to
for
them.
him. He
Don't give it
smokes
to them.
crack.
I'm gonna give them to Mark just to make you mad
Yeah, give it
because
to
you
Mark.
hate him.
Give it to Mark.
You should. This is the silicone one though.
What?
But that's just for like
Yeah,
travel.
Give that
he
to
can't be
Dave.
trusted with glass things.
No.
Yeah.
He'll cut himself
Silicone?
or others.
Whoa!
Yeah,
Look at that.
and it's like food grade silicone.
He's like a child.
That was it.
You need to make this into a kazoo.
It does look like a kazoo, right?
Cause it, no, yeah, it is a kazoo.
It
No,
can
it
be
should
one. I think
say
you just like,
kazoo on it so that no one could get, not a
You
problem.
should make it so it doesn't
Yeah.
make noise, and then you can get away with anything.
Wait, did anybody see
have a
my
whole-
story and find out if it was true or not that you can go through TSA with a frozen bottle of water? Because it technically will not. It's not.
That
it's
is. There's
ice.
no way that's true.
I'm like, how is
Beat
that?
somebody to death with it, though. That's the thing. It's like it's even worse.
No, that's not true.
And it's going to turn into water before the end of the flight, so that doesn't
Well,
make sense.
if it was alcohol, it wouldn't be able to be frozen. So
Right.
that's what proves that, I guess.
That's not what the
And
point
that's
is.
all they care. Well,
No,
I
that
mean,
was the point. The point is they don't want you to bring a flammable liquid. It was never about water. It was that they can't tell what it is. So if it freezes, it can't
what?
be a flammable liquid.
Why is that still a thing?
Because every time something like this happens, you know what we do? We give up our fucking rights.
but you
Oh
know,
my
it's-
God.
in
All right,
Europe-
this is
in
my
Europe-
time.
In Europe,
Guys.
they didn't make us take our.
You have to stay for
right.
another hour
All
now.
right, it's time to go.
If Ed were
I
here,
gotta
he'd
go.
start
I
talking
don't-
about
I-
his
I
plan
always
B.
feel bad leaving.
Yeah.
It's okay. We're here for 24 hours. You can come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, come
Or
on
you can
back.
Call
Yeah, I'm
in. We can
gonna
send you a
totally
link.
do that.
We'll send you a
Yeah.
link.
Or you can give the
So-
link to some of your
She's-
minions.
Everyone's waiting now. I'm gonna be like, we're gonna call you in like 20 hours and be like, they're waiting.
Maybe I'll
Jane.
call in.
Jane, they're waiting for you.
Call in for like Ed.
Yeah, just like that. From wherever.
I can call in from the
Before
comedy thing.
Yes.
And because I actually
Send
don't
her the
really do
link.
social media at all anymore,
Yeah.
so it'd be like we could be. It would be real life of what we said we were gonna do on the green screen. I'll really be at the place.
Okay, then. Well, some of the listeners actually think that you have this like huge female entourage that follows around with you.
Oh, she does.
No.
So in the green room over there's like
There's
15 hot women just waiting for
just
you
waiting.
to tell you how
right there.
amazing
in the
you
lounge.
Check them out.
They're
are.
in
They're
the
like, you were
lounge.
super green.
Yeah.
Super
hot.
green.
Yeah.
Super hot. Whoa.
Oh.
Especially that one on the other side.
Trying to fill
Mr.
24
X.
hours. Look at that smile
All right,
on
guys.
Mark.
I'm gonna stand up now.
Okay.
Stand up.
Bye.
Okay, here we go. Be warned.
Bye.
Bye now.
Bye, Jane.
Bye, Jane. Oh, do this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. This.
The Cadillac wave.
You got to do that wave. Yeah. You got to do that one. No. Your turn. There.
Oh,
you
yeah, there you go.
Perfect your
Way to go.
queen wave. Perfect it. Dun. She's like silicone everywhere.
Maybe tonight is the night that Mr. X finally appears on camera.
Oh yeah, that's the big reveal.
Yeah. Does he realize the camera's been pointing at him the whole time from over there, though?
You've seen his arm, you've seen his elbows, you've seen his fingers.
He doesn't look like anything you would ever
Now
picture.
You will see his face. Mr. X live. Nah, I don't think it's.
If we were describing him,
I don't think it's happening.
how would we describe him? Like,
Stop,
like a
Kaiser
fifth-
Stop
Soze.
it, dude. What are you
All right,
doing
Kaiser
here?
Soze to the max.
I was
You
going to
call
say
him a
like
nerd,
Ron
he said,
Howard.
Stop it. Just stop.
Mark's telling you to stop.
Uh-oh.
That's when you know you
Producer
have to stop.
saying stop. Or he's going to show that picture of me the whole night. Maybe I won't stop until you take that.
It'll be hard to edit a 24-hour video, Dave. That's all I'm saying.
Thank
okay?
you.
Nobody's
we don't
editing
want to
that.
edit.
Yeah.
Nobody's editing
Okay,
that.
all right, okay, I'm
That
sorry.
rarely, if ever, happens.
Yeah, rarely, if
And when
ever.
it does,
You
some
can't
people
threaten us with an
really
edit. That is
thank
never.
you.
There's no. So it's-
Adam doesn't even know about all the editing I do behind the scenes over here.
You don't know how stupid. You don't know how stupid I have you looking right now. Oh, she's back.
She's back.
What
do you
some
want?
Weed? What do you want? Yeah, what do you want?
She wants some weed.
Some of the stuff from Boulder.
Y'all.
Oh, she wants
Yeah,
that
it
weed.
smells
I want
really
that
good.
good weed. Take it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Here, just take this jar.
Yeah, just take that.
Just take the
Really?
jar.
Yeah.
Okay, good, because it smells really amazing.
Yeah, tell everybody how awesome.
I'm going to.
Awesome it is.
Go to Boulder Built at the former Boulder Wellness on
Yes, tomorrow, grand
54th and
opening.
Arapahoe
Grand opening
at 11.
Bum-ba-dum-da-da.
It would be
Bye,
really
thank you.
cool.
Say
if
hello to
you-
the outside world for us.
Yeah, say
Mark can't leave.
Mark's. Yeah, we're trapped. We're in
Say help. Send help.
Canada jail.
Send help.
Yeah, that Gary Payton was super tasty.
I like the Gary Payton.
I like his. You know what? Weed
It's very
aside for a
soft.
second, the packaging is phenomenal.
Weed aside.
But
Yeah, but no, this Android
It- you don't
Jones
go-
packaging is dope, and just in general, the fact that he's got nice. I like when they're wide like this, like wide jars, so you don't get the.
wide mouth.
Oh.
So we put
Why?
some- well, because you can put decent sized buds in there.
Oh,
It's not like you
yeah.
have to make
Yep.
them smaller to fit inside the bud because it's tall. You know, when they're taller and thinner, it's not good.
Yeah. No, I got you.
Wider and fatter.
Like I have some mushrooms that like if you try and fill a whole bag with them, you have to just get a larger bag, even though it's the amount that would normally fit in that bag. They're just weird.
Oh my goodness!
just like
I'm
buds.
getting a severe weather alert. Breaking news. We could have Jane read this. What to expect? Wet snow between 3 and 6 inches.
Uh-oh.
Boulder, Denver area.
Uh-oh, Dave. You know what that means.
I gotta go.
I know. I know. You better skedaddle.
I better skedaddle.
Okay.
Okay.
Sweet, dude.
Would you really? I mean, you want me to go?
Yeah,
you
well, I
know.
want you to go.
I mean, we're all just kind of just waiting for it.
Here, you freaking.
Why? And then the party starts.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
wait.
Woohoo!
All these
Disco
guys-
ball comes
Yeah,
down.
disco- we take off our shirts.
It's not really
Yeah.
an insulated room that makes me want to sneeze. Totally not that.
No.
What is
Yeah.
this?
I was just getting my wide jar out. I was like, I like wide jars.
Oh.
I like wide jars, and I cannot lie.
I like big
Wide jars.
jars.
Wide jars,
Why?
Dave.
Did
Dave.
you not just
I mean,
hear
we
what I
just,
said?
We're
I
doing this
just-
whole thing for a
just
reason,
did
and
it,
you just
and then you just
went
ruined
with
it.
something else. Come on, man.
Trying to keep it fresh.
Freshly fucked up. My
Okay.
God.
I can. I'm.
All right,
I'm
so-
actually pretty good at
So
that.
okay, so let's go through some of the. What's the next place we're going to? Where is this? I can't read it from here. I
Oh,
see, I
let me
hear-
look at it because it also doesn't refresh unless I pull it up. Oh, 19 minutes.
Okay. Is
The
this
next
still
420
19th?
will be
Honolulu. Where? No.
Kiritimati, the Lion Islands, Honolulu, Cook Islands.
If you are in the Cook Islands right now, we would love for you to call in. So
Johnston
855-877-SOIL. Give us a call from the Cook Islands.
Johnston Atoll and French Polynesia.
Frenchanesia.
Frenchanesia.
Do you not have any friends there?
No.
Nobody from Sofabab?
No.
Honolulu.
No.
We might have somebody out there.
I mean, you guys took his card table, and now he's out of everything. He doesn't have it.
He's out of everything.
He was going to live in that thing.
He was going to live
we
on
took
this
his life.
Yeah, we took his livelihood.
We took his life and livelihood.
Yeah.
He's
Poor guy.
happy that we have it, though, right?
Does Mike Denver want to come
Is he
sit
gonna come
on
and do a
camera?
show? He's going to come do a show?
I don't know.
Mike Denver.
Maybe.
He should.
Come
I know
join
he
us.
should.
It definitely is. It's definitely a big improvement, I have to say. Huge improvement.
Yeah.
Opens up the gates to many people. Once eventually we can do a roundtable discussion.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
With
That'd be so nice.
Multi-camera roundtable discussions.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be great.
Multi-cameras?
Multi.
Mark was having
Maltese Falcons.
Oh, dude, you weren't here. Hold on a second. We'll just us
What
talking here for a
happened?
second. He fucking almost lost his shit.
Oh, what? Did he?
Wait, he's looking at me. He can hear me.
About the cameras?
Oh, yeah.
It was taking up too much space?
No.
Remember?
I showed up late.
20 late?
Yeah.
2000 and late?
And
He
I
came in
was
2000
just
and
trying
late.
to make
and
it
then what
work.
happened? Yeah. Okay.
And there's a back and forth.
There was a back
And
and
that's
forth?
what it was, yes.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Because it didn't work proper, and you said, "Fuck it, let's just do the old school."
Yeah, that's why the other one's standing right next to me.
Because you were like the same answer as whenever I said like, "Hey, maybe we should get that." You're like,
Yeah.
"Nah, these like crappy cameras that we always use are perfect."
I
They
know
don't-
how to work these.
They have advantages.
They work.
And actually, ask Vinny. He's the one. I'm like fine. It's fine now.
Are we
Because
back on the same?
I figured out how to do it. No, this is the big camera. It's been the big camera the whole time.
Big Daddy camera,
Big Daddy.
big boy pants.
Big boy pants.
This is big boy pants.
Oh
camera.
boy.
Is this big boy
The
pants?
funny thing
camera?
is that it doesn't green screen as good as
Vinny's
the other
listening.
ones.
What do you
I
think,
it's
Vinny?
because it's
Vinny,
like
tell us. Is this
yeah,
big boy
it's weird.
camera or?
But I think it's because we need to figure some things out. I don't know.
Maybe
anything
have
about this.
one continuous green
Wow,
screen
dude.
that's
Okay,
not
cool.
right halfway.
All right.
What's the halfway?
I could tell you exactly what we need. We just need to have that green
This is-
screen backlit so that it's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it's getting the shadows and then so.
Shadow. They call me the Shadow.
I mean, you know.
It would be something if we actually had a producer on this show
It'd be
who
weird.
showed up early enough to
No.
check
To a
these
24-hour
things.
show, there's no coming early.
Yeah, there's no coming.
I wasn't.
I
coming
did that
early.
one time.
Stay late.
I was not coming early to the 24-hour show.
I came in
I was already
early to a 24-hour
I was
show
already
one time.
ready to.
Once Johnny.
I
push it to the
noticed.
limit.
I noticed there was a huge bag of mushrooms going around that everyone should
Real
just
light.
eat to stay awake. What? They're
You're not even
illegal.
going to be here. What are you talking about?
Nope, I can't do it.
Yes, you are trying to feed me mushrooms so you
It
can
looks
stay-
clean,
They're
though.
the
so you can
potato
go home and
chips.
Go to bed. Is that?
It's the tater
maybe
chip
I'll eat
mushrooms.
some for
we love
breakfast.
we love the chips.
Yeah, the tater chip mushrooms are
We
good.
love the chips.
What's the chip mushrooms? Tell me about those.
They taste like tater chips.
Tater chips, and they're not so strong, so they're good.
Yeah,
Perfect.
They're
Those are-
nice for partying like now.
This kind of party. Party.
I do wish we
Let's talk some
could
tater chips.
go
Let's talk
back in
some
time.
Tater chips. What are you going back in time for?
I would like some
Lottery
of those Josh LaPlata teensy ones. You know, they looked like.
You know,
Oh,
These are the same ones.
it's like the same style.
those are the same ones.
These are the same ones.
Oh
The same
yeah.
style.
I found out eventually after.
I should eat them.
albino something something.
Because you didn't know what they were, and I
No.
eventually asked them, and they're like, yeah, those are albino Louisiana.
That's the ones.
That's what
Chips.
these are right here, Dave.
But his weren't-
I
his-
mean, you got to drive home because there's severe weather.
Yeah, you
home
probably
and
have to go
stuff.
home, so
I
you
mean,
probably don't
I don't
have
know.
to
Yeah,
3 to 6 inches.
Yeah, 3 to 6 inches. Bro.
That's what she said.
Severe. Weather.
That's what she said right there.
That's severe for
More
some.
likely 3.
Severe for some.
Right there.
It's tough to drive in that snow.
Yeah.
Slurpy, sloppy stuff.
Slurpy, sloppy.
Sloppy
Okay.
tops.
Oh, that's a new one.
What?
We should have some next week from 14er. They're taking jam and rosin and mixing it together and calling it slushy. You know, bum like a slushy.
Bum.
Try some of that.
You know, I could do without that jam. You know what I mean?
Without it?
Yeah, I like the other one.
This is cold cure.
Yeah, I like the
That's
cold
what
cure.
Cold cure is my favorite.
I enjoy the cold cure
Yeah.
more than the jam. It seems like the jam.
sticks too much to the thing and you don't get it all.
Yeah, it's weird, and it's like a weird taffy. But I mean, it's still good. It tastes delicious. I wouldn't complain.
It's like I don't like the diamonds right now. I find it. I like it.
In the dab
consistent.
bags, it's hard because it doesn't burn them evenly. And then you'll have like a little gloop still, and you're like,
Yep.
what the fuck?
How does that doesn't go away? It's
How's
like
there a
the
gloop?
everlasting dabster.
Yeah.
No gloops. 14 minutes to the next 420.
14 minutes to the next 420.
It's not the 420s. When's the first official? What at 10 o'clock, right? 10:20? I think 10:20 is the first official. Like we're in the next day.
Well, I think I can switch this thing to AM because it's right now 4:20 p.m. April 19th, but it won't. It's weird just because we're like on that.
No, but you want 4:20 p.m. wherever it starts, and that's going to be.
Well, the next 4:20 a.m.
Yeah.
We don't really care about AM. We want PM.
PM.
Whoa.
Holy moly. We got stats.
So when's it going to be? Okay, so we got.
I wrote these guys actually and asked them. I said, hey, we're going to be using your thing during the show, so if you want to come on and talk about it.
Oh, really?
World 420 Club. They didn't
Wow,
answer
look at
me.
you.
They don't care. Some bots. Some freaking bots.
Yeah.
Somebody made this and just does
I
right
know.
there.
It just
They're like,
leaves it
whatever.
up.
You look at that thing?
Yep.
Oh, I made that so 420s ago.
Yeah.
It's old app.
No, it's good.
420worldclock.com.
It's a good app. It makes a lot of.
If you want to join along with us.
Yeah, if you want to join along.
Oh, man.
You just
pull
go
it
to
up
that-
on your browser.
Pull
next
it
to
up,
that
stick
YouTube.
it there, and go, wow,
Oh,
these
man.
guys, I'm just like them now.
Yeah.
You're just like us.
Yeah, totally, dude.
Is
Okay.
it 4 p.m. anywhere?
What?
No,
That's
you need
bad-
to ask.
bad
When's the
question.
first 4:20 p.m.?
Yeah,
4:20.
Dave, ask it the right thing.
24.
You're not a very good
April
prompter.
20th.
When is it going to be 4:20 p.m. April 20th, 2024?
Better question.
First. Yeah,
Ask which country hits midnight first on April 20th.
Which country hits midnight first on April 20th? That's not going to work.
Silence. I hear
Tell
people.
them, I gotta click
And I
it.
can
It
hear
didn't
them
let me-
talking shit about us over there on the other side.
Yeah.
Oh, talking shit about us?
Yeah, yeah.
What?
Why don't
No
you guys
way.
get on the mic then?
Oh, shit.
The
Are they-
first country
oh.
to celebrate New Year's Eve annually is the oceanic country Kiribati
Kyrgyzstan.
on the island of Kiribati.
Kiribati on
Oh, so
your
did you give us
precise.
an answer because I wasn't listening? What'd you say?
Kiribati on your mati.
Kiribati. And then we're going to Russia.
Kiribati.
And then Sydney, Australia.
So when does that
Kiribati
happen,
on
Dave?
your mati.
You fucking tell me, man.
What's the place called?
Come on, Dave.
Somewhere.
What's the international date line? Because that's the first place that.
No, it isn't.
Ask
Isn't it?
your googly
The
moogly AI.
international deadline.
I'm on the mic.
What?
Oh
No.
Oh yeah, they have like the delay. That was like 30 seconds ago, bruh.
Whatever.
Oh. So 30
It's
seconds
so
ago.
30 seconds
So
ago.
30
dude.
seconds ago.
We don't do that anymore.
Yeah, we're already done with that.
No.
Greenwich, England. So
No, it's not where it
Can't
starts.
be Greenwich,
No,
England.
no,
That's
no.
tomorrow at 7.
No. The first place is the place that it starts is like in the fucking Australia.
We had a whole
New
year
Zealand.
to figure this out.
where does the day start first in the world? Auckland and Wellington, New
Yes,
Zealand.
Exactly. And we had people in Wellington or one of those places before that one year. We don't have anybody lined up there yet. But we do have, I think the first time zone would be either
Hold on. I'll
Australia.
figure
We
it
have
out.
Heavy Days, which I sent him a link. So he's going to come in from podcast. And then we also have,
Okay, Auckland.
yeah,
It
In
is 2
Brisbane.
p.m. currently there. So they're about to hit.
2 hours.
Oh, they're about to hit.
2 hours.
Yeah, in about 2 hours, dude.
That's not about to hit. That's,
Yeah, they're about to hit.
They're about to hit like 2
Like
hours.
2
from now.
hours,
Like,
bro.
You could drive all the way to my house and almost halfway back,
I could go home and take a nap.
and then still have a 420.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first 420 is Auckland, New Zealand. If anybody's listening to here and is in Auckland and wants to contact us, just fucking. We can put the link out, right? We put the link out.
Holy shit, we have
For
a
what?
caller.
For anybody.
Oh, you want me to just put it out?
Yes, because
Public show.
I want people to come in. Yeah, we don't want it to be like just the people that we.
Hopefully,
Yeah.
some weird.
If you're in
naked
Auckland
person
and
coming
you
in.
want to join the show, then you just go to the chat and you'll see a link there and come on through. I want to talk to anybody who's anywhere.
You're gonna have to go to the YouTube chat, but if you're watching
Yeah.
on anywhere else,
Yeah, go to YouTube chat.
I'm gonna go to the YouTube chat, and
Go
that's
to the
how we'll
YouTube
moderate
chat.
it, I guess, a little bit.
Yeah, moderate.
Whatever,
Moderating?
Moderating.
Who are you?
I know.
You're not Kelly the Wrench.
Ooh, Kelly's
Wow.
moderating. That's her job. That's her job. Don't wear it out.
Look, it might work.
Oh, here comes Vinny.
Hey.
Oh, Vinny's. What's he doing?
Oh, Vinny's on the thing.
Oh, Vinny's on the thing. Oh, Vinny's like, I'm gonna sit over here and do nitrous hits while you guys do.
Is
the
that what
show."
he's? Are you doing nitrous
Yeah,
over there?
dude, he's not hanging out with us. He's just doing
He
that.
doesn't want to go do work. He's like, I'm gonna go do nitrous hits.
Fuck,
while
bring
you
some
guys-"
chicken wings or something, man, or some of that
Oh, no.
yummy
We don't-
brisket,
nobody
so I can
wants to-
talk about it.
Nobody wants to hear your ASMR of chicken wings, please.
Yeah, he wants me to talk about how yummy the wings are.
I'll pin it. All right, the chat is pinned in the YouTube chat.
The chat is in the
At
chat
the
in the
top.
chat.
Chatty chat, chat.
Chitty chat.
So
Chitty chat chat.
I guess we'll deal with you guys as you come in. Oh boy. Oh boy.
That's bad. That's probably the 8th shot. Probably got to you.
I think
The
it's a
hot shot.
pre-diabetes.
Oh, this is bad.
Dibby dibbies.
Yep.
Pribby dibby dibbies.
Privities.
Pribities. I got some pribities. Well,
Yeah, oh shit.
tell me.
Mike Denver, you want to come sit down here while I go run to the bathroom? You can
Oh, you
talk to
didn't-
everybody.
Just go to the
Did
bathroom.
you give him those things?
No one's gonna miss you, Dave. Just go.
Adrian?
You're good.
No. The Orion.
I gave him a tube.
tube is not really a thing. I think you're gonna get a box. Did you have a
I
box?
did, but I
Got
got
sidetracked?
misunderstood what. Nothing. Just
Sidetracked?
was.
Wow.
Sidetracked.
Just put your helmet back on, dude.
Put the helmet on.
You're gonna hurt
I
yourself.
gotta wear the helmet now.
Yeah, 'cause
It's like Kelso went to wear the stupid helmet.
Yeah, exactly.
That 70s show. I don't want to wear this.
Oh, here he
stupid
comes!
helmet.
Look, he's listening to.
Oh,
him.
he's got a big bag of something. Holy
Yeah.
shit! You know
Whoa.
he can give those away.
He had that shit kicker look to him too. He
Whoa,
was coming
what's
in,
up with that shirt?
He was at the Grizzly Rose
Hey,
earlier.
the cologne's a little
he
bit
had
much.
If you want to move that.
Hey, Mike, why don't you scoot?
Yeah,
Or
move that swag though. Anyway, what's that swag?
Yeah. Good. Oh, look, he's gonna go sit on that. What?
No,
No,
you
what are
can't
we
come
doing?
This way. No,
you can come back this way, but
somebody can come on this side and somebody can go on that side.
someone can come this way. Yeah. Like,
No,
Oh,
you gotta go
come
that
sit
way,
over
go
here.
That way.
I'm gonna go pee
It's super
anyway.
complicated. There we go.
Yeah, you have to wear the helmet.
No, nobody's wearing helmets. You're the only one.
Aye,
with
aye.
I don't know. Do you remember from NOCO? Yeah. Sweet.
Why don't you move
I have a
Jane West's
forgettable
box?
face. How's it
No,
going, man?
I'm glad you came through. I actually was
that.
thinking earlier. I was like,
Clip
"Fuck!
that.
I forgot to bring his card because now I can't double check to see if he's really gonna show up."
Will you flick Jane West's box out of the way?
You can. Yeah, flip the box out of the way. Do we have a final mic or no? An extra mic? Fourth, fifth mic? Handheld? Oh, you can sit there.
Lapel.
Yeah, you can sit
Yeah, why don't you sit right there? Yeah, there you go. Tech world. And you're sitting there. We got it. Boom.
These seats are
And what's funny is I said when I was at the show, I told Vinny, I hope those kids come because one of them is like an MTI, which is right there. There you go. Look at that, right? I go, it's a lot like MTI.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, and now I get to see him right in the same zone. I'm like, yeah,
Nice.
totally like.
No,
him.
MT has a much bigger head than him. I mean, it's like
all right.
night and day.
All right. That doesn't mean much though.
Let the pop
Hell yeah.
It's a lot.
side by side. See what happens.
No, his head's like a head and a half compared to him right
You're
there.
good.
I don't want to say two
Introduce
heads, but-
yourselves because I had
Forgot your
card.
name.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't want to guess first? No.
Miles,
You
right?
look
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
Miles. Yeah,
But
Jerome.
We have,
Wow,
I know because we have another Miles that comes in. So I knew it was easy,
Yeah.
but I just want to make sure it wasn't like you gave me your boss's card and I'm like, oh, that's the real. But no, so you're out of Cali,
Well, I actually live in Denver now,
I know,
but
but
originally out of
originally
Cali.
out of
Yeah,
Cali,
out of North Cali. Yeah.
and then we got MTI
Lorenzo. MTI 2.
Lorenzo.
Yeah.
Get up on there. Yeah. There you go.
Hey everyone, it's Lorenzo.
Lorenzo.
Yeah, you're
And
on
so these are the
Good radio
So these
voice,
are
yeah.
the guys that I met at the show, and I said last week I was saying that there was definitely the most interesting as far as like, all right, this is right up our alley because you guys are working with organic, but on scale, and you seem to be doing some pretty amazing things. So give us a lowdown on Terraform. Terraform is the name of the company.
Man, you're good. Our retention's great.
We haven't taken a lot of drugs.
Oh
yet.
no, we have lots of. We have notes. We get pre-work on you. We have a whole research
Dave
team.
doesn't know nothing. He
In the other room. Yeah.
In the other room, eating barbecue.
And then we got, and then of course, just so we don't forget about him, because we invited him over. Now we just left him in the corner.
Mike Denver's sister.
Mike Denver, who's growing amazing.
Are those blue blockers?
Mushroom grower
No,
too. So.
Yeah, we were chatting over there.
Oh, you
It's
guys are
great.
already good.
We're
So
Terraform. We're on the biological side.
All right,
soil health
so
side of
explain
things.
first of all a little bit about how you got into this, because you're the CEO and you're the founder, so that means you pretty much.
Yeah.
This is your baby, right?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, there's another founder who started it with me as well, Cooper.
He's
not,
been terraformed.
Goober?
I terraformed him.
Yeah.
Goober?
With a C, Cooper. Yeah, but
Not Goober. I like Goober better.
We can call him Goober. That's fine.
Goober's his name.
He's still out in California, so I made it out here. He's back there, but I got started in ag actually a while back in the regulatory space. So working in more along the lines of like pest regulation on the county level, telling
You were in the
growers when they
government?
couldn't- Yeah.
I
got tired of it quick.
Yeah, a little badge.
Yeah, a little badge.
You wore a gun?
Clipboard.
No,
Were you the
I
guy
didn't
with
need a gun.
You were the guy with the clipboard.
Oh, I had clipboards.
That was always like my sign. Like if you looked out the window, you're like, "Fuck, he's got a clipboard."
Fuck. Yeah, people freaked out, man.
And they'd be like, "Oh, okay."
I was
it's
doing
good."
that down in Santa Cruz, so it was like, people were really wary of the ag department down there. But I got tired of that pretty quick.
I'm from the government, and I'm here to help.
Yeah, exactly.
Said no one
I
ever.
would say that, and they would run. I got into regenerative agriculture after that. Started working with soil microbiology. Lived in Ecuador for a year on a banana farm down there, and then kind of moved out of that and started Terraforma with a buddy of mine, and we've been doing that for about 6 years. So, been a blast. Yeah, but really heavily focused on like larger scale ag. So it's tougher to slip in with like a lot of small growers, but we've been having a good time kind of building things out at scale and rebalancing soil microbiomes and helping people kind of grow healthier crops and higher yields with a lot less synthetics, which is
Isn't it funny that Miles, if we had the other Miles, would be like Miles.
Yeah,
You kind of look alike too.
No,
we can slip them in there. There's another chair.
We have to attach tons of pubes on your face.
Yeah.
then he would look perfect. But so from the and because it's pretty hard to get people to adjust over where like everyone's growing with Athena. Everyone's first question they're going to say is, can I run it through my lines? And I mean, there's always these like hindrances which people don't seem to realize is like it's not the end all. I mean, there's always another way to deliver to the soil. So how are you guys fertigating with all these systems?
We kind of like, as you're mentioning, it's really case by case with the growers because everybody has their own systems set up, right? So we usually try not to mix with salts. So like when you're in water-based systems, you're mixing microbes with salts. Osmotic pressure goes crazy, everything pops, right? You can watch it die putting it under a microscope. It's it's an experience. So we try to keep things fairly separate in that regard. So if we're growing at like larger scales where we've got tractors, equipment, planters, we're trying to like inject during planting. Otherwise, we're doing overhead irrigation injections, doing like Y drops in fields. We have actually done some cannabis in hydroponic, and we're mixing that in with just running it through basically, and that gave us some decent results surprisingly. But we really want to focus on like soil media. But any kind of drench, anything like that's great. We've done some drip irrigation stuff, but we tend to like have higher particulate values in all of our solutions because we really want to have like little bits of organic matter that anchor organisms into place. So, it
looks really nice out there, Mark. Looks like it's really sweet out there, nice and warm out there. Huh?
Oh, look, he has a blanket.
Oh,
he's fucking cold too. Jesus Christ!
It's not getting better out there. It doesn't look like.
I know. I thought it was gonna be warm at some point.
Hot, like balmy out there.
Stop snowing or something. It's cold.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there like a huge botrytis issue going on with bananas right now?
So it's not so much botrytis. It's tropical race 4 is the big one. That's the fusarium that's killing all the bananas.
Oh, it's a fusarium.
Yeah. It's really big in Asia right now. It just got into South America recently, so everybody's freaking out. But yeah, it's like impossible to grow in. So we're actually working in the Philippines right now, trying to help them grow bananas in fusarium using microbiology as like a kind of protective barrier against it, basically. So we're in like early stages with them over there, but we've been working with bananas in Ecuador for like 6 years. Yeah.
And is there a specific product that like helps outcompete that Fusarium, or how's that work?
It's nothing specific per se. One of the factors is like organic matter plays a huge role, right? Just getting a lot of like support for the system and nutrients, but like it's a really much more holistic approach, right? You've got to have all of your niches covered, so you're forming more of like a barrier to entry for the Fusarium, basically. So you need to have a lot of different bacteria species that can function in different ecological niches. You've got to have a lot of different fungal biomass in the system, a lot of predators in the system as well, like nematodes, like amoeba in the system that are going to eat like the fungus and keep it under control, basically. So it's a
So how often do you have to reintroduce all this stuff? Like kind of on a constant basis, a little bit? Is it like a slow feed or?
Yeah, we do it. In banana, it's very consistent. It's like every month we're trying to get it out there. Things like corn, soy, if we're going like hemp, like in the U.S. at scale, it's like once, twice a season, something like that. We have to kind of bear in mind like how big of an area we can apply to, how many entry points we have, what's cost effective for the crop too. So we try to balance all that out as best we can.
Because it's hard. I think IPM is hard because it's like when things are going good, you feel like you're sometimes wasting money.
Mm-hmm.
And then when, you know what I mean? And then if it's like, sometimes people get lean again and like, oh, it's okay. And then the minute you sort of ease off, something happens, you know? So it's very like, yeah, it's tough. It's like paying your insurance or something like that. You really got to be like on the reality check that it's good when things don't go wrong, but it's sort of like hard to get the reinforcement that your things are working.
Yeah, that's true.
If you're not sure which one it is, like, is it because my plants are so great, or is it because I did it, you know? But also with IPM programs, I think it's like especially with predators, it's really like it's tough because it gets really expensive, and there's such a thin sort of zone you have to be in. Like, humidity can't go above here, or they'll all die. Or, you know what I mean? It's like, or they can't go below or above. Temperature can't go above or below, and so you're in this kind of like super critical window, and it feels like if you have that much control that you could almost use that ability more than the predators
to kill the pest,
to keep it out of that zone. You know, so there's like those little, I don't know. It's always like a very. I've always had like a thing where I'll start it, do it, it'll seem to work, but then I'll slip, and then it's like you're too late, and then you don't really want to. And it's it's a very hard. It's a hard program.
It's tough. I mean, we don't do exactly IPM in that way. When I'm talking about like predators, it's like microscopic, right? On a scale where it's like those are gonna be getting in there as long as we can like restore the balance.
But even like
in the
nematodes,
system.
I always those are also the same situation because unless you've got a microscope out and you're double checking every day and you're like, are these things even working? Like, I don't even know if it's going on. You know.
Yeah, you can't really tell. It's all just like yield metrics, etc. So
I mean, maybe at the end you could see that you're getting improvements. I always I always had hit and miss with nematodes. I felt like at least.
We're using like entomopathogenic nematodes then.
I mean, it was like you know where you're they were suspended in some shit, and you just kind of would get them going and clear and get. I mean,
entomopathic genetic.
I mean, they always sound really cool when you explain like kind of what's going on. You're like, yeah, these things are the shit. I think I would just had them when I had like root aphid issues, and was it even root aphids? It was just fungus gnats. You know what I mean? And that was just like the thing that you could also just deal with the conditions and pretty much eliminate them or throw down a couple inches of super fine sand or whatever. There's a lot of physical ways to kind of like, all right, now I know this is working. Whereas with the nematodes, I'd be like, I don't know.
Yeah, who really knows at the end of the day? Yeah. Well, it is fun if you ever do get a microscope. It's fun to throw it under there and take a look because you will see it working. It's wild.
Right.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely like in cannabis specifically. Lorenzo actually sent me a couple papers leading into this because you're like, oh, let's do a little research on our side too. But you can see a lot of like the secondary metabolites shifts and stuff through balance within like fungal to bacterial ratios and biomass and how that affects THC versus like CBD in the plant. So there's a lot of really interesting ways to theoretically play with the soil microbiome and like metabolite production, which is really neat as well. Yeah.
So explain some of the hardware that you guys have developed. Also, is that your own thing, or is that stuff that you guys are just kind of off the shelf stuff?
No, yeah, we developed all that hardware. We have bioreactors that we work with. Again, very large scale, like 500 acres, 125 acres, depending on the crop, and utilizing that as a way to be able to create customized solutions that are always activated. So I know in cannabis, there's a lot of biologicals out there too, a lot of bottled stuff. We take that out of the equation, make everything on site. Really fire that off so that it's always activated, always kind of like alive when it goes into the field.
I mean, bioreactor sounds fun.
Yeah, it sounds fun. It's more complex than it needs
like,
to be, but it's just growing microbes out, right? That's all it is. But we take localized inoculum from the region to make sure we get everything that's going to function properly for the fields.
And is it like plug and play, or is it like something that really takes a while to figure out, or how does it? I mean, because it seems like one of those. Do you have to have? I mean, give me a kind of walk through the process of how that would.
Yeah, it's kind of a lightly mixed bag. It's pretty plug and play. You kind of just receive like a feedstock recipe we make to grow the microbes out on. That gets shipped out to site. You just stock it and wait for 2 months, and then we have a whole extraction system that turns it into a liquid to apply into the fields. So it's all pretty plug and play, pretty easy to figure out. We do work with growers to make their own feedstock if they want. Adds a layer of complexity.
That's what I was that's kind of what I was asking. Like, is it something where so it's like you would send you samples and then you would develop it and send it back to them, and then they would just sort of like curing it kind of thing. Like
yeah, it just kind of matures and grows out in that region so that it comes out at the right temperature range, the right sort of localized microbes from that area. A lot of time we're inoculating on site, so we'll send, Lorenzo will head out there, find some inoculum, get that into the system as well. So we really want to find those local species, so it's really specified to wherever we're growing, so it's not just coming sterile out of a lab.
Right. Yeah, because I mean sometimes it just wouldn't. Whatever you put, it's like putting something into an area they have no idea what the fuck's going on, and then you don't know if it's going to survive, and then you don't know if the local shit's just going to, annihilate it really out of the gate, and then you're like, okay, well that didn't work. So, cool. And then so you, I mean, because you come from ag, and now it's kind of you're doing kind of the reverse. Like most people would dream of going into ag eventually and start in cannabis, which is their kind of comfort zone. But is it cost effective for how big of it? Because you're coming from big ag can spend the money, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's a sort of what size farm do you think would be the one where it'd be cut off, where it'd be maybe not worth it for you?
Oh man, yeah, I would say probably for hemp, 500 acres. We would want to design
huge, which is huge. For most people, that's like what?
That's usually growing materials for houses, right? Like all those hempcrete guys that were at the conference. It's that kind of grow where they're not optimizing flower, they're optimizing fiber. So at this point for us, it's tough to get in those smaller grows unless you're just injecting things all the time. Just because the production, we do 10,000 liters every 2 months of production. So we were looking at potentially making smaller systems moving forward so that we can get into people's grows that are more smaller sizes and still have an effective solution. But for now, it's much bigger coming from that ag background into that. But met some really interesting potential kind of connections at the NOCO Expo. So hopefully we'll be able to start in large scale hemp, see what kind of impact we can have, and then we can kind of slide over.
That's your tip now. That's your tip now. You keep the tip. You keep the tip.
So we can kind of slide over into that from there. But we need I think it's easier to kind of have a proving ground where you're working with larger growers with budgets for experimentation as well.
It is hard sometimes to scale down, but maybe not as much as if you have a sort of proven formula there. You could also potentially. It wouldn't be as precise because you wouldn't be saying, okay, I'm taking this one, especially indoor gardens, because they're in more a sterile atmosphere anyway. It's not like you're going to go to this thing and get we're going to get something from this environment. It's the environment's sterile. So you could probably create a pretty good standard product line that you could deliver kind of a fresh, instead of it being something where it's bottled and it sits on a shelf and goes. So it'd be more like a direct, to customer situation.
Service,
like a support thing where you'd be like, okay, I'll get all my inoculants from you and I get all that, could make sense just because there's probably a ton of people that'd be interested, but they'll never get to that scale to need that machinery, need that infrastructure yet. But
Yeah, we've talked to some groups too, where it's like a group of smaller growers getting together, sharing equipment, stuff like that, or like we can start maybe doling out some stuff on like a couple liters here, a couple liters there type of deal, and keep it pretty cost effective. Again, we want to just keep things as cost effective as we can for growers and help them reduce other synthetics and inputs coming from outside of the system. So that is something that we're looking into. Yeah, I think we have a system set up out. It's a little far away. It's out in Burlington. We've got a couple systems out there. So it's like, we might be able to like ferry some of that off to some people, see if they want to try it. Yeah.
Well, it's just more for, down the road, there'll be probably people who can facilitate, or at least justify getting that kind of size stuff. Because I think also compared to like hemp, the intensity because you almost don't want it to grow. You almost don't want to go too good. You know what I mean? Like, you start making it really fucking like, boom, jamming, then you're going to spike and you're going to have problems. So it's almost like you almost want to hold them back. Like, that's like been the problem with hemp, is that you people are like, I went hot, and you're like, okay, but they're coming in from the legacy cannabis market, so they're like treating it like weed.
Yeah.
And it's like, I think you maybe just made it too good. You know what I mean? Like, the plants are always going to look for a way to increase potency if they can, and if you give it to them everything they ever needed. So there's like certain probably opposite ways of growing that if you're growing for fiber, it's different than if you're growing for flower too. So.
Yeah, it would shift a lot, but it is interesting too, because when you look at like that balance in the microbiome, I do think there's a capacity to control CBD versus THC through that balance within the ecosystem. So if you can find solutions to suppress THC and keep the plants from getting hot, that would be a really interesting way to kind of interact with that as well.
Well, we had Ed on earlier, and he's working with Humboldt, and Humboldt's doing their triploid project right now, which is basically creating sterile plants.
Oh, okay, wow.
Triploids cannot receive pollen, so it makes sense they're doing it in Morocco right now. So they got like 25,000 plants surrounded by millions of plants that are all totally like males and females. It might be less males than you want, but there's definitely males out there, and there'll be a pollen cloud which covers the entire country, you know what I mean? So it's like it'll be interesting to see, because it's definitely one of those ways where you could create pretty high fucking cannabinoid rich plants surrounded by other pollen plants. What's going on there? You got bagel wars going on? He's telling you about better bagels than yours in town, and is that what's going on? I'm hearing fragments. Yeah, it's over. The rain is over. Man, it's over.
Yeah, he's no longer the Bagel King.
Oh, the Bagel King is ruined. Oh.
Single bagel. No, he got a bunch, and I was like, "How much you pay?" He told me, and I did the math.
Whoa. It's over, Dave. Just go to $6 a bagel? No. for a dozen?
That's what he says.
That's 50 cents each.
At Rosenberg's.
You might as well go out of just stop.
No, he said $6 per bagel.
No. He's lying.
I think.
That doesn't sound possible.
He's lying. I thought he was saying they're cheaper.
No.
Dave can't stop. That's it.
Hungry.
He's starting to chew. This is it. The show's over. It'll be chewing for the next. Yeah. Can't do it. Uh-oh.
He won't even make it to the first 420.
Yeah, you're going to fail.
Probably.
So do you guys currently have a product that can help growers either maximize THC or maximize CBD, or is that something you'd have to like custom make?
Yeah, we'd have to figure it out. We haven't really done a ton of work with hemp in that way, so we'd have to play with it. I mean, my instinct would be to try to push soils either really, really fungal or really, really bacterial, and like kind of change the way nutrients are produced out of them. But you'd have to, we'd have to theory kind of test that whole thing and play with it a little bit. But I think if you went one way or the other, you'd probably see changes in the metabolite production.
It's also funny though, because with weed, it's also like you really gotta kind of switches on you too. It's not like not constant. It's not one or the other.
Yeah.
It's almost like you kind of start one, and you start with more fungal, and you move on to bacterial. It's kind of seems to be the more beneficial way of doing it, but. Just because the plant uses it when it's in flower are definitely different than...
Yeah. I mean, so normally when you're in heavy bacterial soil, you're pumping out a lot of nitrate. So it's like really quick update. So like if you're in vegetative, especially, it's when you're gonna want to see that kind of bloom. Yeah, and then fungal, you're gonna move more into like ammonium and like other nutrient solubilization. So yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, you guys have a lot of control over your soil to do that way as well, where you're like kind of growing into that type of control. But it is interesting to look at them.
Well, it depends if you're in like a beds or if you're transplanting, you definitely have control. I mean, you can switch to complete formulas as it goes into take it out of one and drop it into the next, and then without having that competition. Because it's also the like you have a short window, right? It's only like most people are only doing 9 weeks, 8-9 weeks. I mean, obviously you want to go a little longer if possible. And that's you kind of need everything to be active quick enough that it makes sense, because sometimes you get stuff where that's the only problem with organic shit is that you're like, especially when you're adding a lot of amendments and stuff, sometimes that like anything phosphorus based or super long breakdown, you know what I mean, it might not be till the second crop before the shit's even available, you know what I mean? So it's like oh shit. So and people are so used to it being chelated and ready to go, you know what I mean, that it's kind of like we have to like think along the feed the soil mentality less than
that is a big shift for a lot of people, being able to kind of like make that mindset change around it, where it's like this is actually gonna, especially over the long haul, you're gonna see a lot of improvement, which is really the goal, right? You might you could rip your soil up today and get a much better yield out of it than if you kept it all there, but if you look over the next like 5 years, where's that soil gonna be after you build practices versus just kind of trying to maximize yield every single time.
And then, have you got any facilities here that you're working with yet, or has it just all been hemp stuff at the moment?
We're just trying to actually even get into hemp and cannabis at this point, kind of figuring that out. We've been working more with corn and soy out here, so trying to expand out into some other crops basically, and we think would be a pretty good fit for hemp in that way. And
that'd be huge.
Play with
the only thing is that, especially if you wanted to be a USDA, and go through all the sort of loop, try to do all the paperwork and make that proper, because it's like one of those, I think that's what's going to separate. We had a Kauai hemp on earlier, and they're USDA approved, right? Their whole thing, their whole processing.
Organic,
and which is a hard thing to get, especially when it comes, because there's so much hemp out there that's bullshit, and so that's like, everybody's got like, hey, my friend needs to get some hemp, some CBD, and it depends what state they're in. You know what I mean? Like, you feel it's like a landmine trying to get to that clean product. You know what I mean? There's so much bullshit out there, and especially when you get, the prices become kind of ridiculous sometimes too, where you know exactly what it should cost, and then all of a sudden you're like, what? Wait a minute, that's like 6 times the amount that it should be, but because it's a lot of carpetbagger style,
Yeah. No, that makes sense.
It smells really good.
Let's play a game.
What's up?
Who can get Mike Denver to smoke grass tonight and fall off the wagon?
Wow.
At least it won't kill him like you killed Vinny.
Vinny's right here. Vinny's right there.
No, you slow killed him.
I killed him. He done got it. So how about growing outside of the business side? You've been doing any on your own cannabis growing, or?
No, I haven't done that in a while. But I don't have the space for it right now. We work a lot internationally too, so like keeping plants alive over a long period, I'm like,
that's the hardest
part. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
We'll be gone for like 3 weeks. It's
if you guys are both gone, forget about it. It's like, oh no. Well, I mean,
you got to call in a pinch caretaker.
Yeah, exactly.
Go to the lefty.
Yeah, no, we've done some work though with some local grows like a couple of years ago, but again, hydroponic stuff. So, really want to try to get it into soil, but we might set some stuff up at some point. But again, really slowly broaching out to get into that space. Yeah, lock it in.
Yep, give it a lock. Nice. Well, we'll definitely try to link you up with some other facilities down the road as people, because again, that's the thing, is people appreciate. From front to back, doing everything the right way, that at the end it's going to be harder to get, like, because that's the thing, there's a lot of like people who don't, they don't give a fuck, they just want cheap, and that's not really the people that you want to focus on. But there is always, of course, smart people who realize, if I'm going to smoke every single day, it better be good, clean, you know what I mean, and that will eventually get to the point where people are paying, even if it's a little more, it's going to pay for the difference, because that's the other problem, is that the investments are. It used to be that you go to the shop and you buy like $1,000 worth of new shit every time, just because it was so worth it. Because every time you see a little improvement, you make that money back.
Yeah.
Now you'd have to make. Now it's like, fuck, doesn't even matter if it did do that. You're not going to get the difference, because nobody's like, they're like, like, it's very much the reverse situation. So
yeah, well, the one thing is, coming from more conventional agronomic crops, they've been like that forever, right? Things have been so tight in the market that it's like everything they do has to be like, I spend this, I make this much back. So yeah, it's a lot tighter in that regard in a lot of ways. Yeah,
oh, yeah, I can imagine, because everybody, I mean, you're producing tonnage, and you're trying to move, and we're dealing with 100 pounds, or 200 pounds, or maybe 500 pounds at the max, or whatever it is, but still. But at the end of the day, if you look at it, whatever it is, or it's 4 times or 5 times difference, because of the fact that we're drying it, which there's very few products out there that you dry. Take it, grow it as big as you can grow it, and then dry it up, and then what you're left with. You know what I mean? And sometimes it's so different from strain to strain, because you get like, some are dense and some are super loose, and some look huge, and you're like, this is gonna be the shit, and then it just dries to nothing. And there's other ones that don't look like nothing, and they add up really, so it's it's a very hard.
The weights can be deceiving. Yeah,
super deceiving, and like crazy, because other things, you harvest it on Thursday, you sell it on Saturday, and it gets consumed on Tuesday or whatever like that. But we have this whole like stopgap that you have to deal with.
Yeah.
And then the handling, and it's a very like a very long balancing act. You know what I mean? To make it all correct, to get to you in a condition that's the way you want it.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Have you heard of an organic agricultural product called C90 before? It's like,
I don't think so.
I thought we just heard somebody mentioning it on the show earlier. Oh, he was. Boulderbilt was.
Oh, was he? Yeah.
He was.
So yeah, it's an interesting product. It's like it's basically just dehydrated seawater, and they take the salts, and I guess it gets the name C90 because there's
that's
like
so funny, like 90 minerals or something.
There's like 90 minerals in it. Yeah, and there's actually was a lot of research done on it back in the day. Like I want to say like the late 50s,
I was just
60s.
talking about this the other day. I was saying, technically, because I remember that too. Same thing, where they were like, it's all in there, but of course you got to find the right